Hey, my mama said, fuck it, nigga, hit the streets and live. Got some crack in the corner and I did what I did. The neighbors, they don't like me, I got J's in. So, told my grandma I don't need a bed, I'm sleeping on the floor. Got my tool in my flow, they're my two main hoes. Me and all my walls stick together like the Zoes. Stop by, say who got the yay for the low. And I keep birds with me, like a straight out Holly Grove. They itchy for the struggle. My fingers, they itchy for the paper. I'm riding around the city and I got that calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper. Hey, your fingers, they itchy for the paper. My fingers, they itchy for the paper. I'm riding around the city and I got my calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper.
I don't fuck with these niggas cause they shady. These bitches, they just wanna have my baby. Born in the 80s, crack baby. Mama, she was in the street, so guess who raised me? You motherfucking right, couldn't get it from my mama, so I got it off the block. Been working my whole life, but I ain't never punched the clock. 9 years old, I seen a nigga get shot. Damn. Niggas quick to run their mouth when they get jammed. Pussy ass nigga, tell it on his own fam. The same nigga that you break your neck for. Be the same nigga that cross you out and wet you up. Supposed to be chasing money, but you chasing bitch. Real bosses don't talk, we just sit back and listen. Stack that paper up and then make boss moves. She like to argue, so I sent that bitch to law school. Keep it real with your dog, no matter what. Same bitch decline, she love you, she'll set you up. Out here in these streets, it ain't no such thing as love. The only thing I trust is this pistol and these slugs.
It's the big dog.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. See me waving you down. This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here. My friends expecting me to buy it back tomorrow morning.
FYF Sports, man. That's my we back. Oh man, so where everybody at, man? I mean, I know I sent the notifications out. Where everybody at? Salute to Inky in the chat, man. Appreciate you pulling up again. Definitely want your insight today. Hopefully, when I drop that link, because I'm going to be dropping it very soon today. I'm not going to hold up. I'm going to be dropping it very soon. Make sure y'all pull up. Salute to Moose Talks Hoops, man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I told y'all what basketball is not complicated, y'all. It's not a very complicated, especially NBA basketball. It's not a very complicated sport to follow. And I think what we saw today, because I don't really want to gloat too much over this one win, because obviously people are going to come up here with 1,000,001 excuses as to why OKC not only lost, but got completely embarrassed on their own home court. I've done a lot of videos on this channel, y'all, about one specific element for NBA basketball that's separate from all other levels of basketball. It's called having a non-pattern player. Having non-pattern players on your team is the single most important thing to have on an NBA roster. And when you got two of the NBA's best non-pattern players on your team, I told y'all, I said, it turns your team from being just your regular average run-of-the-mill team to a team that we have to fear you to a certain degree. No matter what any other aspects of your game look like, and obviously we know with the Lakers, sometimes people want to throw darts at the defense, and they want to throw darts at Austin Reaves, and they want to throw darts at Jackson Hayes and all these other guys and all the deficiencies. The one thing at the NBA level that erases your deficiencies is when you have non-pattern players on your roster. Guys that can not only get their own bucket at any time, guys that can make your great defense look like bad defense, even though you really haven't changed anything. And then also guys who can elevate others around them. And I told y'all this on my last stream. And I've been telling Lotus, and I've been telling a lot of people this. I said Luka, since he's been in the league, has been one of the best floor raisers for the players around him. We literally, and people forget, they pretend like they forgot. We literally just saw him do this last year with the Dallas Mavericks. So much so that now you have people glazing Daniel Gafford as if he's some all-star studded player. People are now glazing Derek Lively like he's some all-star defensive studded minded center when he was just a rookie last year. They were glazing Derek Jones Jr., who really for the majority of his career was just a dunker, an athlete. They threw in what they forgot was it was Luka that made them look like that. Single-handedly got them to the NBA Finals with a very subpar roster. Because you know what we haven't heard of? Now that Luka's out, we haven't seen any PJ Washington highlights out of Dallas. We haven't seen any, even though Jones Jr., who's solid with the Clippers, we still really haven't seen much out of him, even though James Harden is doing a hell of a job elevating him down with the Clippers. Lively's been out, but even before Lively was out with injury, we wasn't really hearing much about Derek Lively. It ain't much going on in Dallas. All of a sudden, Luka's gone. All these aspirations and all this stuff that y'all were gone. And I told y'all as soon as Luka walked in, and the biggest indicator should have been the reaction from the haters. When the haters were running amok, running around YouTube, talking conspiracy, saying that LeBron is cheating again and all this stuff, That's when y'all should have knew that the Lakers had something special. Because when they traded for DFS, the haters wasn't running amok, running wild, calling foul. When they got Luka Doncic, now you hear the haters mad and crying. Well, they're even now they're just crying just to be crying. Now the haters' new angle is LeBron knew about the trade. And you know what I tell the haters? Okay, let's just surmise that LeBron knew about the trade. Who in the world don't pull the trigger on that trade? I don't care if LeBron knew about the trade last year. I don't care if he knew about it minutes before. If it's Luka Doncic, essentially for Anthony Davis, you got to go. And I almost am 100% positive that even if they would have asked for Bronny James, LeBron James would have sent Bronny James packing in that trade as well, if it meant bringing in Luka Doncic. So the haters got all this crying and stuff to do. But we're going to talk about this game because this game was the perfect example of why having two dominant non-pattern players, especially when both those players lock in and treat a game like it's a playoff game, especially when those two players lock in. Why I don't care what you do as a defense. Your only hope is the hope that one of them, if not both of them, are just missing shots. That's your only hope. That's what tonight exposed. I told y'all on my last stream, I said when LeBron walks in the door, you have to literally ball up a few pages of your defensive playbook and throw it in the garbage can because that's just how good he is. There's certain things that he's going to do that your game plan can't account for, and those elements go into the garbage can. Luka has been a matchup nightmare. He's completely turned franchises upside down. It took the Clippers years to recover. The Phoenix Suns have never been the same. Luka, single-handedly by himself, has created some of the most disruptive matchup problems in NBA history. Now you have both of those players on the same team. And I warned y'all, I said, I don't know as an opposing coach how you game plan against this. I mean, all the stuff that y'all want to draw up and what you want to do to screens, and this is all you got to do. As soon as the Lakers walked in, all that nonsense that people talking about, switchability. If y'all heard Peter Bagjuice talking earlier today, the switchability and the synergy, and LeBron just not good off ball, and he ported his way back to the end of, I don't know, all this nonsense, all these filler, big, dumb words that people try to use to try to make sense of the nonsense that they say. Manipulating, improbulating, and mathematically, strategically formulating the screen, probe his way to the paint. No, it's not. Basketball's not that complicated. Anybody adding these extra words in, these are what we call goofies at the back, and these are the people that are making y'all look foolish with these takes. Because they use all this filler and words and extra word. People, I just want y'all to know from somebody that's in locker rooms, no one says this stuff. Just so y'all know. It's very simple. When two superstars who have a proven track record of elevating everyone around them and they walk in together on the same team, you got big time problems on your hand. And I don't care how good your defense is. Remember, y'all, when I said this, Even guys like Lowe came up here. Lowe came up here and said, man, have you seen OKC defense? Yeah, I've seen the defense. I have. It's a damn good defense. You know what I haven't seen? I haven't seen that defense have to face two of the greatest non-pattern players in NBA history when they both lock the hell in like it's a playoff game. And see, what the Lakers showed y'all today was that, remember, if the Lakers have to play a team like OKC in the playoffs, and OKC has home court advantage, the Lakers just need to steal one game in OKC. They don't have to win two. They just need to go into OKC. You swing the entire series by winning one. And what the Lakers showed you today is that they can walk into any gym against any team and beat the life out of you if they are locked in. And now I know for the haters, y'all gonna be mad. I know for some of the haters, y'all gonna probably blame the refs. I know for the haters, y'all don't want to say that JJ Redick, to me, right now, today, in a single game situation, in a single game situation, JJ Redick has shown to me too many times this year that he might be the best coach in coaching like any single game. Now, obviously, that changes when you're talking about a series and things of that nature. But some of the games that JJ Redick has won this year, out coaching some of the best coaches in the league, dominating some of the best teams in the league, this is just what he's done. Like Judah says, stop it. But Judah, why y'all can't get mad just because I'm giving him credit for what he's done? Remember, y'all were the ones that started the year off on this bandwagon of basically saying JJ Redick was just another LeBron James bring along buddy. Now all of a sudden JJ Redick out coaching all y'all favorite teams, coaches, and now you want to get mad. You know, when the Lakers were up 10 in this game, I actually text Lowe and I was like, Lowe, I think it's over with for this team. I said, Lowe, did you watch what the Lakers was doing? Did you see how easy it was looking? I texted him. I said the OKC defense is good, but I said they don't know how to defend two superstars on the court at one time. And Lowe said, nah, just wait, man. Just wait. And I said, Lowe, I don't know, man. And as soon as he said, just wait, the second quarter started. Luka on the bench. Lakers go up even more because this OKC defense gets no breaks. First, you got to start the game off trying to figure out Luka and LeBron. Luka goes to the bench. Now you get a little bit of breathing room, but also some of your guys have to go to the bench. So now your bench guys have to go deal with LeBron James. LeBron James gets tired, so you bring Luka back in. Maybe a few starters for OKC come back, but now you got to deal with a revived and more fresh Luka Doncic. And then when you might start sparking a little life, right? A little few sparks of three here and there. You get now LeBron and Luka are back in at the same time again. And now you're getting completely obliterated. And the one thing that nobody's going to highlight today is early in this game, before I even had realized it, I was saying to myself, I love the way they're defending Gilgeous-Alexander because they were never leaving their feet. I want y'all to go back and watch how they're defending Gilgeous-Alexander. No matter who was guarding Alexander, they never left their feet. They stayed home. And they just live with the results. Because so there were a few times early in the game where you see Gilgeous-Alexander drive. He got a layup on Luka. I think he hit a jumper over Reaves. But I kept watching and I'm like, they not jumping at nothing. They staying home. They staying down every time. And you know what it ultimately led to? It led to Gilgeous-Alexander having 0 free throws. So, on one hand, the haters are going to say that the refs were in on the fix. But if you actually watch the game and you give credit where credit is due, you're going to see a Laker defense that came in with a plan and they were going to live or die with that plan. But their plan was to, if Gilgeous-Alexander believes that he's going to walk in here and draw 10, 15 fouls and live at the free throw line, we're not letting them get to the free throw line today. We're going to defend him without fouling. We're going to send a whole bunch of fake traps his way. We're going to defend him with one player, and we're going to contest on the ground. We're not going to contest nothing in the air. That's discipline. That's coaching. We got Mr. Winter says, OKC had nothing to play for. Okay, so why did they play their guys? Why were they out there playing? Because to me, it looked like they were trying. So the last time I checked, Mr. Winters, just shelling up and giving away a game, don't you guys call that weak? Don't you guys call that quitting? I don't want to hear you doing no more glazing to Gilgeous-Alexander if you are in this chat telling me that they quit and gave up and that they're soft, because the last time I checked, those were the elements that you Jordan fans like to run around perpetrating. So no matter how you slice it, if you want to say they quit and gave up, no, that's just called getting beat into submission. When you're down 29 points, of course you don't want to play no more. When you can't figure out how to stop Luka, of course you're gonna give up. When you play good defense and Luka still knocks the 3 down in your eyeball, of course you're gonna give up. When Luka goes to the bench and you still gotta have a LeBron James on the court who's now fresh coming off the bench, of course you're gonna give up. And when the guy that y'all run around perpetrating as the league MVP completely shells up versus LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reaves, now y'all mad. Well, yeah, now y'all mad at me. You need to go to Gilgeous-Alexander's IG page. You need to go cuss his ass out for embarrassing you. All I do is talk about the games after they happen. I told y'all what I thought would unfold. I've warned y'all for years about these threats that the NBA loves to go draft, trade for. They're called non-pattern players. Earl Watson actually some years ago did a podcast about this. And he talked about how this is how he was able to identify Devin Booker early on. Even against the owners and GM's will, who didn't even want to play Devin Booker, Earl Watson said, this is a non-pattern player. I see it in practice every day. He got fired and lost his job because he put Devin Booker on the court, and look what Devin Booker turned into. Once you identify a non-pattern player, there's really only so much you can do to handcuff him and hold him back. Nikola Jokic, second round. I mean, all of them. Look throughout NBA history. Gilbert Arenas, the non-pattern players are unstoppable. And when you have multiple non-pattern players, well, as a defense, you got a problem on your hands. And the one thing, I don't even really want to talk about the offense too much and what the Lakers were doing offensively. What the Lakers were doing offensively is what we all knew they could do. Now, 22 threes is crazy, but that just shows that they were locked in, especially on the road. 22 threes at home, okay, maybe that's just a lot of the buzz, but this is a team that can go on the road and decimate the best team in the league, be up by 30, and completely shut the door, because I know all y'all were waiting for that OKC run where OKC cuts it 15 to 10 and get it to single digits. And now y'all all breathing a sigh of relief because, okay, OKC's back in it. Never happened. Now they're meaningless. So when they lose, it means something to you, Mr. Winters, because when they lose, Mr. Winters, you're never over here. You're always in Casino chat, hyping the losses up. But when they win, now you want to run around talking about how the wins don't mean nothing. But your pom-poms is all out on all the LeBron James hate channels every time they lose. Yeah, you right, Casino. They turn the magnetic rims off. I seen you in the chat talk about the magnetic rims. No. Anybody with a brain knows that this win means a lot. Anybody with a brain knows that. All you need a brain and two eyes. What we saw had a lot of people questioning if that OKC defense is actually as good as what you say it is. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, OKC's defense is elite. The problem with elite defenses is there is no answer for two superstar non-pattern players. There is no defensive playbook. There is no stop there. This is the only thing that I said that can stop them. And I forgot who I texted. I texted somebody and said this. I said, you just got to hope that one of them are just having an off night. That's really all you can do. And if you think back onto some of the games that the Lakers have lost, that's generally what's happened. One of their two non-pattern stars just had a night that just poor shoot, just something that was just and I've been telling people, Luka right now is just trying to get comfortable. Once he fully gets comfortable and LA starts to feel like his home in Dallas, and the players around him, he starts to get more and more familiar with them, it's going to get tough. Let's pull up some of the stats for the game. And we're going to go through some of these stats, and I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to bring you guys up, and we can cook if you want, and it'd be much appreciated if you guys do. If you haven't already, make sure you go to our other channel, FYF Sports Clips, where we are live right now. That channel, we have turned monetization on. So if you do want to send a super chat, please go send your super chats over on FYF Sports Clips. And I will make sure that we get those on the screen. And we get to your super chats first. So anybody, and make sure you sub up over there, because on FYF Sports Clips, we do drop a lot of clips from the lives over there. So that's always much appreciated. But we're going to get to some of these stats from the game. Real quick, maybe a few shot charts as well. I don't know if you guys can see this. If not, that's fine. I'll just get through it. We got LeBron James, very solid night. And I think LeBron James' strongest minutes, and I think the most important minutes of this game were when the Lakers were up 10, Luka Doncic goes to the bench and LeBron James is in with other rotational guys and starters. And that was going to be the turning point for this game. Right? When Luka goes out, because Luka had the hot hand at the time, do they fold? Do they relent the lead? Or do they build on that lead? And what they ultimately ended up doing was, again, when you have a guy like LeBron on the court, I mean, it's a problem. And that lead exploded from 10 points to 17 points. It went from 10 points to 17 points. And once it went to 17 points, and I saw that Luka was on the bench, I said, yeah, they starting to key in for the playoffs. So we got LeBron James 9-16 on the night. It's crazy as it sounds for a 40-year-old. That's a quiet night for LeBron James. efficient, 9 to 16, 56% from the field. I like the 7 assists as well. And they minimized the turnovers. 2 turnovers for LeBron James. Rui, solid night as well. Himself, 11 points. Jackson Hayes, 7 points. Some really good rolls to the basket. Especially with some of those buckets coming during OKC runs. Austin Reaves, this man, I mean, at this stage right here, if you are still a hater of Austin Reaves, you just have to be I don't know what it is. He might have stole your girl. He might have slapped you in the mouth. I don't know what it is right now with the Austin Reaves hate. But at the end of the day, man, Austin Reaves, one of the most undervalued players in the NBA. 33 minutes, 20 points. Hell of a game right there. Luka Doncic was the man of the game. 30 points, 11 to 20, 5 of 11 from the three. Just unstoppable. He did everything. He was out there rebounding with 7 rebounds, passing the ball around, making the right reads out of the pick and roll. And then the bench, Gabe Vincent, this guy, when a lot of people were down on him last year, he was coming back from that injury. The Lakers held on to him. They didn't trade him. They still saw something in him. And that Gabe Vincent, that signing is now starting to pay huge dividends. 21 points for him, 4-7 from the three-point line. And then when you look at the others from the bench, Vanderbilt 15. I know his minutes have been down, but Vanderbilt was solid as well himself. Defensively, Dalton Connect got minutes as well. I mean, and you're getting beat down when Bronny James is able to not just Bronny James gets in the game and he drops 3 points on your neck. Bronny James hops into the game 1-1 from the three-point line. I mean, OKC Thunder, what the hell do y'all got going on, man? This is how you know you got completely dog walked when Bronny James gets in the game and he scores, man. And he scores. So, I mean, LeBron couldn't have it no better. Luka and the Lakers couldn't have it no better. You go into OKC, execute your game plan flawlessly. Not only win, but you beat the life out of the best team in the league. Luka has a hell of a game. You don't have to overuse LeBron James. And Bronny James can get into the game and give you buckets on top of it, man. If you are a Laker fan right now, man, y'all need to be, I mean, Jesus, that's a hell of a big four, man. Bronny James, Austin Reaves, Luka Doncic, and LeBron James, man. I mean, you just got to give props to those guys. And you know what? Again, and this is how you know whoever's in the Laker front office, whatever coaches had anything to do with this move right here. But this has to be one of the most underrated moves of the year. Jordan Goodwin, right? Bringing him in. This man, there are games where Jordan Goodwin can have 2 points and 2 rebounds and still put his imprint and fingerprint on the game. But Jordan Goodwin, man, if you want to give props to anybody, Jordan Goodwin has kind of come in and he's kind of like a utility player because he literally gives whatever you need. And then he's always coming up with those 50-50 balls. He's always finding a way to score or hit those corner threes. He defends, he plays hard. And when you talk about having those types of dog, like this is what the Lakers have been missing. Like just bringing in them guys that bring that grit. Kind of utility guys can give you a little bit of whatever you need to win a game. Goodwin and Gabe Vincent are going to be key. Doesn't surprise me that they signed him for the rest of the year. End up waiving Cam Reddish to keep him. Man, he's been a gem. Even in 9 minutes of play, when he was on the court, you felt the impact, right? He had a huge offensive rebound in that first half, kicked out, which led to a 3. It'd be small plays like that where you don't really get much credit for it, but the coaching staff sees it. And a lot of people were really clowning JJ Redick because he was high on Goodwin early on. Now we're starting to see the fruits of that signing right there. That was a hell of a pickup right there by the Los Angeles Lakers. Let's go to OKC Thunder. So OKC Thunder, we got Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams, again, all-star guard, all-star forward. This was going to be one of those guys. This was one of those guys that, when we talked about this the other day on FYF Sports, you guys told me that the Lakers had nobody to guard Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams, who bombed Houston for 30-plus points, could not do nothing with this Laker defense. 4-14, 1 of 4 from the three-point line. He was a -11 on the night, 16 points. You held him under his average. Another guy, Chet Holmgren. I was told, you guys told me on my last stream, Chet Holmgren was a monster and that the Lakers had no answer for him on the inside. Well, Chet Holmgren, 4-6 on the night, 10 points, was a -5 tonight, and I didn't see that defensive impact. Isaiah Hartenstein, 4 of 4 on the night. Solid. He gave 8 points, but it was a -12 on the night, and the Lakers did a good job of pulling Hartenstein away from the basket. They did not allow him to sit in the paint and rim protect. Dort, who early on was knocking down some threes, 3 of 7 from the three-point line. He had 9 points, but really wasn't much effective outside of that. Gilgeous-Alexander, 12 of 23 from the field, 52%. I mean, obviously, very efficient game for him, 2 of 5 from the three-point line. But I think the biggest separator in this game, the biggest difference in this game was the Lakers said, look, we know you're going to get your 25, 26 points, but you are not about to go parade to this free throw line, put us in foul trouble, and knock down an additional 10 free throws on top of it. He had 0 of 0 free throws on the night. Hell of a job by the Lakers defending without fouling, right? Staying on the ground and sticking to your game plan. Outside of that, really didn't get too much from the others on the bench. Caruso was solid. Casey Wallace was solid. Isaiah Joe was solid, but none of them came in and did anything of significant value that led anyone to feel like the Thunder would be a threat at any point in this game. And the OKC Thunder get bombed on their own home court by the Los Angeles Lakers. And, you know, I don't believe that this is an indication that OKC will get like upset in the first round. I definitely believe OKC will get out of the first round, but this is just a indicator to me that matchups run the NBA, and whoever has the favorable matchups generally has a huge advantage, especially in a 7-game series in the playoffs. So, you know, OKC, they're going to have to go to the drawing board. If they see the Lakers again, maybe they'll defend them a little bit differently. I don't know what specifically they can do with the players that they have. They have a lot of small guards. And when you see, I think that was one of the biggest differences too as well. The Lakers, big guards versus OKC's small guards. Oh, we got Mr. Winters here. He says, Mr. Winters says, Lamont fumbling over his words so much he don't even believe what he's saying right now. Well, Mr. Winters, not only did I say all of this stuff before the game, I'm now talking about how I've been right about everything that I've said after the game, because everything that I said literally just unfolded in front of our own eyes. Why would I not believe it? We literally just watched the OKC Thunder get dog walked on their own home court. What is there not to believe? Did me and you watch 2 different games? This is the weird stuff about it. And then even if people, I don't even knock people for not necessarily siding with my initial take on this. I don't really knock people for that. But the fact that you will still sit here and push against the grain after watching the Lakers dog walk OKC today is crazy. He says OKC had nothing to play for. What makes you think they have nothing to play for? When they came back from 17 down in Houston last night, when they were down big to Houston and they came back and Jalen Williams dropped 30-something points, did they have nothing to play for? So when they literally just was down 17 points to Houston, but they come back, they come roaring back. So all of a sudden when they play the Lakers, they don't got nothing to play for. But in the last game when they was down big, did they just shell up and stop playing? Did they just sit, hey, coach, we ain't got nothing to play for. Don't worry about this game. Oh, they fought diligently. They came back. Everybody applauded Jalen Williams for having a great game. And they won the game. All these lies. It's just like, y'all, you're willing to say anything to avoid just giving credit to anything that's affiliated with LeBron James. It wasn't that LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reaves were great. It was because OKC just said, oh, we ain't got nothing to play for. That's what it was. No, it's not however I want to slice it. What I'm saying is, then if you're going to tell me that they had nothing to play for tonight, then why did they have something to play for just the other day when they played Houston and were down 17 and came back and won? But Mr. Winters, you only know stuff like that if you actually watch the games and follow the teams. It's craziness, man. Y'all gotta stop with this stuff, man. Y'all gotta stop, man. Make sure I'm about to drop the link so y'all can pull up, man. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna show y'all a shot chart real quick. Let's look at these shot charts real quick. Let me zoom in on these shot charts. Oops, I zoomed in too much. Hopefully y'all can see these. So we got shot charts. I really want us to focus on the OKC Thunder shot chart right here. I wanted to look at Gilgeous-Alexander's shots for the whole game. Gilgeous-Alexander, 12 of 23. And look at all of his misses and where they were able to force misses, and they were able to force tough misses in places where he normally makes shots. Because I think with guys like Austin Reaves and Luka Doncic defending you, I think he was heavily relying on potentially drawing fouls as opposed to scoring points. And so his shot chart kind of reflects this. Now, a couple of these threes, and I think both of the threes that he hit were kind of in garbage minutes when they were already getting blown out. This is where he lives. He lives inside the three-point line. And the Lakers today basically said, we're going to counter all your twos with threes. Now, the problem with a team and your best player, if your best player lives and breathes off free throws and two-pointers, where you're going to have to be supremely efficient from two-point field goal range to make up for the volume of threes that you might give up to the other team. And in this particular case, you gave up 22 threes to the Los Angeles Lakers. And this high volume of two-point shots, I don't care if you play elite defense. If the other team's going to make 22 threes, you will never outpace them. Now, do I expect the Lakers to shoot this well again? Well, probably. I do expect them to shoot this well again if you look at how OKC defends. OKC kind of has a scramble style of defense. They don't have a focused style of defense, right? They didn't commit to doing anything specific for LeBron. They didn't really commit to doing anything specific to Luka. They were just kind of switching it up on the fly. Some plays, they would guard Luka 1v1. Other plays, they would send two to Luka. Other plays, they went zone reads. I don't know what the hell they were doing. But they weren't taking away nothing from Luka. What they did was they opened up what I call Heaven's Gate to a good player, where you literally give good players every option that's available on the court, which means you're allowing Luka to drive if he wants to drive. You're allowing him to shoot threes if he wants to shoot threes. And you're allowing him to play make if he wants to play make. You give Luka all three options, and Luka's going to barbecue you. I think OKC needs to do a better job of taking some of those options away if they defend them again. Now, the problem with OKC is this. They have small guards. And everybody keeps saying that the Lakers need another center. And I've said they're not a small team. LeBron is 6'8", 6'9". Luka is 6'8", 6'9". What are these small guards for OKC going to do the next time they match up, whenever they have to match up, if it is in the playoffs? How does OKC counter the Lakers' size on the perimeter with their small guards? Do you risk putting some of your Jalen Williams out there? Do you risk putting him on Bron or Luka, potentially getting in foul trouble or exhausting himself on the defensive end so he has nothing left on the offensive end? You're going to have to pick a poison because as we saw today, Lou Dort is not going to cut it. And Lou Dort, for as good as he is, he's small compared to Luka and LeBron. It gets worse when they go to the bench. Isaiah Joe is too small. Case and Wallace is going to be too small. The size difference on the perimeter is really hurting them. And I don't think the Lakers fear Hardenstein and Chet Holmgren offensively. I think they're fine with Holmgren and Hardenstein scoring. Holmgren even had a couple threes. I think they're fine with those two guys scoring. I believe that their whole intent was if we can contain Alexander, if we can contain Gilgeous-Alexander by not allowing him to get to the free throw line, and Jalen Williams, we just press up on him and make his life hard. And it showed, like when we talk about executing your game plan to a T, but whatever JJ Redick's doing, he has them guys playing for him. I'm gonna tell you right now, whatever he's doing, they execute his game plans beautifully. And I think it's gonna be pose a problem. Let me drop the link. I'm gonna bring y'all up here. We're gonna cook on this. Whether you maybe OKC just sold the game because they didn't care. Maybe they were told by the league to not play hard, so LeBron could win. I mean, if you want to come up here with this conspiracy theories, you're welcome to come up here with this conspiracy theory. But if not, we got to talk about this game. You know, shot charts are very easy to find. I wish some of you guys would actually go look at them because you can kind of start to see the intent of the defense. Just go to NBA.com and you can go to some of the filters that they have, and you can go to the shot charts and other breakdowns. And there's a lot more breakdowns on there. Score trackers, leading players, team comparisons, all those things really help you break the game down. Yeah, now they talking about clutch pay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All this weird stuff. They're going to come and make every allegation in the world other than what we saw. We saw the game with our own two eyes. We got Dr. Inky up here, man. Appreciate you pulling up.
Oh, peace. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got a couple of things. The first thing is I want to slightly disagree with you. It's a slight disagreement. I don't think the problem today that we saw was Bron and Luka, even though you are 1000% correct about having two players on the same team like that. Like the closest thing you could even imagine to this is Scotty and Mike. There hasn't ever even been close to two guys like this before. But I think the real problem is that even if you throw a couple of crash test dummies on Bron and you put your best defender on Luka, the problem is Austin Reaves is way too good to be going one-on-one with the basically like the fourth or fifth worst defender on the team. Like you got to put your best defenders on Luka and LeBron, and so that leaves, and then you got to double them. So that leaves Austin Reaves to go one-on-one with your fourth best or fifth best defender. And I think that right there is like the straw that breaks the camel's back. Like I don't think it's possible to even figure out how to contain Bron and Luka, but then to have AR floating around playing against your worst defender, to me, is like, I think that right there is the straw that breaks the camel's back. So that was that was my only.
No, I agree that because I was saying basically that you have to pick your poison here now. And if the poison is putting your better defenders on Bron and Luka, that means allowing Reaves to play loose But I think the problem with putting your best defenders on Bron and Luka is that even when you put your best defenders on Bron and Luka, they still gonna be Bron and Luka.
That's a
like
fact.
Luka's not fazed by great defenders. At this stage in his career, I don't care who you are, you're not stopping him. And even the same thing with Bron at times. You know, Bron right now, really, he only loses out to fatigue. When he's not fatigued, there's nothing that your best defender can do with him as well. So you almost essentially kind of just waste your best defenders if you even stick them on Bron and Luka, because they're going to be Bron and Luka anyway. And that's what I mean about non-pattern players. They're going to be non-pattern no matter what. That's why every team in the league wants them, because you really can't defend them. They make good defense look bad.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do with that.
Like Lucas, like some of the threes Luka hit to start that game, Hartenstein was there. He was defending it. Like, what, you can't get mad at him.
Yeah.
Just like, and it's just like, that's what non-pattern players do. And then when those shots, and they turn things from going bad to worse, right? It was bad for OKC. Next thing you know, Luka hit another three, contested. Now it just went to worse, you know. And those are the daggers, and that's why I say it's essentially you got to hope that those guys are just missing shots. That's what it's ultimately going to come down to, because you just got to throw that portion of your playbook in the garbage can. Because I don't know Lou Dort. I mean, what are you going to ask Lou Dort to do? Hold Luka to 15? Like,
Lou Dort is fat too. I don't see how they was giving Luka trouble for being out of shape, and you got guys like Lou Dort running around. I don't know. It's crazy. Let me ask you this, because B. Lee said something earlier, and I wanted to ask this question over there in the Go James Kingdom, but then they start cooking. You know, they would start spirit cooking some folks. So I just let them. I let them go with the momentum. I didn't want to interrupt, but my question to you is, and maybe some of the other folks on the panel could maybe chime in. Do you think that LeBron is lowering his shot attempts purposely? Because I know some people said maybe it's because of the injury, but he was doing it before the injury a little bit. I think he's lowering his shot attempts in essence to try to create that situation that D Wade created for him in Miami, where, you know, D Wade was like, listen, it's your team, you need to have the majority of the shot attempts. And I think LeBron is dedicating himself a little bit more to surfing in the background on defense. I want to see maybe what your opinion is on that.
I think that Bron is smart, and first, as soon as Luka got there, the first thing Bron said was, "I'm gonna take my ass off ball." I'm not a dummy. Like, he didn't win against Luka too many times. Like, if you ain't that dude, LeBron is not gonna relinquish the ball to you that easily. As soon as Luka walked in the door, Luka, be Luka, man. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna figure something else out. And LeBron has just been doing a good job of being a great. That's why I did my live stream that one day, really kind of picking at Kobe fans. I said he's being a great number two option. He's doing exactly what great number two options do. If Luka's having it his way on offense, then I'll just be better somewhere else. Luka, you got it today. And that's what he did. And because now defensively they can do more since they're not stuck in drop coverage because of AD, he looks a little bit better defensively at times. He's fresher. He's not as fatigued. And defensively, because he's not having to cover AD's back out of drop coverage so much, where he usually would get burned on the backside by power forwards, now he can get up on the perimeter and really contest and bother smaller guards. So I think I think they're doing a good job. I think the Lakers, they're still not a perfect team. I think there's some teams out there that can give them problems. I just don't think this OKC team is one of them.
Yeah, I don't think any team on the West Coast could really give them problems because they and you said this earlier. I think the Lakers is tricky because it looks like because they don't have a traditional big man. I mean, you know, we got our guy, he's coming along, he's catching the lobs and all that, but they don't have like a star big man. So it seems like we have a small team, but actually the Lakers is probably the biggest team in the league because you got Bron. All these guys is like 6'7", 6'8", and they not slim. These are sizable guys. The only team that's really bigger than them is Boston, which would give them trouble because Boston is a big team. But other than that, on the West Coast, there's no team bigger than the Lakers. Like the Lakers are just really too big for anybody on the West Coast. And I think another thing that we saw today was, the OKC was looking like, they was looking like the Avengers all season. But once that third team got neutralized and they didn't have the referees tonight, they looked very human, very mortal. They didn't even break 100.
But see, that's just because that's just discipline. Like, because basically because I saw it early in the game in the first half, and I was saying to myself, they not gonna jump at anything with Gilchrist. And even if it means he scores a layup,
that's a fact.
And it was like, and I noticed it in the first, and then I actually had to turn the game off because I was watching the women's game, South Carolina on UConn. I come back to the game, and at the end of the game, I see that he ain't shot no free throws. And I'm like, their plan was just to not foul him. Don't jump at nothing. If he score, we ain't gonna panic. Because their thought process is, you ain't gonna beat me with twos. And I even tell my team this sometimes. I always tell them, run, like, especially when another team has great 3-point shooters, I'll say run them off the three. If he scored a layup, that's fine. They're not gonna beat us with twos. And I think they're having the same philosophy with Alexander, but with the free throw line.
The defensive. The advantage they get on the defensive end with the Lakers when they put Vando or Rui on Shea, he has no physical advantage over them. Then if he wants to headhunt for Austin Reaves or Luka, they can still help out on that, and you're going to waste time on the shot clock, and the Lakers just want you to throw the ball to Dort or something. So waste time on the clock, throw the ball to Dort. I mean, I think it's a lot of switching they could do. Like, only physical advantage person he has over is Reaves. Everybody else, what are they, 6'6", 6'8", the starting lineup? You just can't bully them and put your shoulder into them and create space. But I wonder if the media headline tomorrow is going to be they expose or they get holes like they do the Lakers when they lose a big game, or is it going to be the regular season? Doesn't matter. The playoffs is the real season.
But I don't think they were worried about, like, I think Shea is still doing a good job of getting space, getting to his mid-range shot tonight.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I just think that because Shea's just that nice. Like, you're not going to stop him from getting to a spot, getting his shot off. I just think they were committed to we not fouling him. And if you're not going to the free throw line, we want to really see if you can control this game without getting to the free throw line the way you normally do. And as we can see, their biggest kryptonite is if he's not getting to the free throw line, really putting guys in foul trouble, they're going to struggle to beat good teams.
But look at this also. Let's say anybody besides Hayes, right? Whoever in the Lakers starting five, let's say Rui sticking Shea. You think he want to pick and roll so Vando could switch on him? No, it's going to be the same thing. A pick and roll with LeBron. I mean, it's not like he has that greater of an advantage over them. He gonna want that switch with Reaves or Luka. But I think the Lakers, like, they really disciplined and they really helping a lot. Like the communication, the rotations, I think this is the best it has been for them in quite some time.
Oh, that's true, man. Let me go to Olo up here. Olo, what you got on it?
Yes, sir. Mark, salute.
Chilling.
I feel like with what I've seen today, I think the Lakers definitely executed today. I don't want to hear nothing about no rig, no clutch sports, none of that BS. I feel like defensively, we threw different coverages, especially at the guys like Shea that they wasn't expecting. And I feel like closing out, we did a good job closing out. we knew who to close out hard on. We knew who to not close out hard on. And then offensively, we did what we do best, what we do usually. The big three getting real physical with ISO Joes and the Lou Dorts and the Shades, etc. I like how when they was providing ball pressure on Reaves, Reaves was just spinning off the pressure and still getting to the rim, still looking to make plays, get good quality shots, and doing what he does best, hitting open shots like he does, which is why I feel like he's the best third option for that team. His ability to hit open shots, his ability to attack closeouts and slash, get to the basket, and he has counters. He can kick it out. He can throw a skip pass to the guy in the corner. He got a floater game. He can finish. He is a finger roll floater, or he'll just drop it off an alley to Hayes, Rory, whoever's at the dunker spot, etc. And as for LeBron, I like where the other guy above me was talking about LeBron limiting his shot attempts, and I feel like that is a great idea. I feel like the Wade comparison was a very logical comparison because for LeBron, when LeBron goes out there and he's dropping 35 and he's shooting like 25 plus shots, it doesn't go well. When he's in takeover mode, it doesn't go well unless it's like in the fourth quarter he's going chill mode in the first half, or he'll drop 15 in the first half and then go chill mode in the second half. It has to be one or the other, because another thing to touch on about when LeBron is when LeBron is putting up high production, when it's 35, 8, and 8, we will be like, oh, this look like Heat LeBron. But that LeBron, you're not going to get the best effort on both sides of the ball consistently in the second half. We've seen it in the playoffs against the Nuggets. His best effort defensively, his best production defensively, that the stuff that doesn't show up on the box score, was provided more in that Memphis series, the Warriors series, etc. So when he was putting up 20 points with 20 rebounds, that stat line is what I'm more comfortable with, especially with this unit with Luka and Reaves. I like the way we're playing right now, where LeBron is taking the back seat. He's taking like 15 shots. Like tonight, he only took like 16 shots. So that, I feel like that is where he should be at a nightly basis. If we need you to take over and drop 30, that's cool, but we shouldn't have to, because of what Luka provides, the gravity that he has in terms of playmaking and scoring, and then the gravity that Reaves has. He doesn't have the gravity that Luka has yet, but I think he has some gravity as being that gaining attention as the one-on-one guy, and he can elevate like Luka's doing. But I like the way we're playing. I like the way LeBron is taking the backseat. And Lamont, you was right. Playing off the ball is what's going to help us right now. Not save the day, LeBron. Not that LeBron. We need that.
For LeBron to hurt you.
Yes, especially defensively, because he gets tired. And then even offensively, that's when you get the turnovers. That's when you get logo threes, and he got his hands on his knees. That ain't a good sign, even if you up by 20. So the 16 points and 9 rebounds, 6 assists, whatever LeBron, that is the LeBron that we want on a nightly basis. And Luka, 30 points, 10 assists, whatever. I want Luka to shoot us out the game, because Luka is the guy that even if he is jacking up shots, he's gonna not only is he gonna keep shooting, he's gonna keep trying to get the other guys involved. Like I like the way he's getting. Like he got Goodwin involved. Now Goodwin is going down there, setting screens at the top of the key, rolling to the elbow, catching it, floater. Even though he's missing those floaters, you got to give credit to Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein for being taller or whatever. So even though, right?
Let me go ahead and before so we can open it up to everybody. Let me go ahead and go to Mahari real quick. I know Mahari pulled up. I know he got some thoughts on the game real quick, but yeah, Olo, you was definitely right. You was hitting the money on all that right there. You was killing. Mahari, what you got on it?
Hey, what's up, Lamont? How you doing, man?
Man.
Before I get to my thoughts, I want to give a shout out to the Houston Cougars, man. What a great comeback they pull up against Duke, bro. Great classic, bro. Shout out to them. Hope they win the national championship tomorrow night.
That was my pick. That was my pick. You didn't lie. So
you picked Houston?
Yes, sir.
Man, my bracket all wrong.
Man, I picked Houston too, bro. I had Auburn and Houston in the title game. I got one half of it right, so I'm not feeling too bad. So, but it's been a really even out tournament. But we'll save that for later. But my thing about what makes me laugh about when people say about SEJ, and then they say, "Oh my God, the dude's a free throw merchant, man. He get the league whistle, man. I'm so tired of this, man." Wait, and then what I always get laughed at when I laugh about is when Chris Finch goes on the mic and simply says, "I'm tired of Gorgeous Alexander always getting the whistle and getting to the free throw line," and I just look at him like, bro, you do understand that the only way you're going to slow him down is if you tell your players, stop biting for every fake that he does. Stop biting for every hesitation move that he pulls off that draws out the contact. What I saw tonight, the Lakers did a phenomenal job of moving their feet, and they did not fight for any of his fakes. They were more content with the fact that if SCJ gets his layups and gets his mid-range jumpers, we'll live with that. We just cannot live with them getting to the free throw line and then getting at least 10 to 20 free throws. That's what their game plan was, and they did it and they executed it beautifully. I do think that, with the Lakers, I really like how the Lakers defense is now much more structured now that they don't have to use drop coverage anymore. It's one of the reasons why I was hesitant about the Lakers when they had AD, because I know Anthony Davis doesn't like to play, man-to-man defense. He prefers drop coverage. But with Luka in the mix now, that allows LeBron James to use his energy more in the perimeter area instead of on the block where he gets cooked. And now they're much more sound defensively and they play much better. How will they look in the playoffs? I think that the OKC Thunder is going to have an issue with the size of the Lakers guards because remember, Lucas is what was he 6? How tall is Lucas? 6'7", 6'8"?
Yeah, just about.
Okay, and LeBron's 6'9". Yeah, I think that LeBron and Luka, they're basically type of players that you don't know what they're gonna do in the game. They're either gonna try to get to the free throw line more, or try to get their teammates involved, or look to score more. It depends on the game situation. So you can't predict what those two guys will do. And I will always say that LeBron James now he's content of playing the Scottie Pippen role where he will insert himself when needed to, but he can do the little things now. And then be content with Luka scoring 30 points a night to try to help this team win. And I think that the OKC Thunder, they're going to have problems with it because you look at the matchups, they got a lot of small guards. I didn't recognize how small their guards are. So they don't really have guys that they can match up with in terms of their size and depth in terms of facing those two guys. And then also in the fact that, with Chet Holmgren, they don't have to worry about it too much because you've got Jackson Hayes that can match up with them pretty well. So the matchup, I think, if they meet each other in the semifinals or the conference final, it's going to be very even, I think. But I think the Lakers may have the edge because they got a little bit more in the tank than the OKC Thunder. But it should be an interesting matchup if they do meet.
Well, and I think the playoff thing is I think this road game was just an indicator because the playoffs is about swings and all it takes is one momentum swing or winning one game on the road, and you could easily cost yourself an entire series. And I think OKC just kind of exposed their hand a little bit. One of their weaknesses right here is, I think maybe they're just too reliant on Alexander and his scoring and his ability to get to the free throw line. And I think the Lakers, what they did today was pay the utmost respect to Alexander. They basically said, we know you're an elite scorer. We know you're elite at drawing fouls. That's one of your greatest attributes. And so we're just going to respect it. We're not going to jump. We're going to stay down. We're going to play sound defense. We'll live with the results. And yeah, he got his 25-26, but even if he gets his 10 free throws, they lose by a shit ton anyway. But I just think it was the utmost respect to Gilgeous Alexander by defending him that way. So that just kind of tells you how good he really is. But let me give a shout out real quick to y'all. Let me give a shout out to that dude, Chris. He came through with the super chat, a $20 super chat at that. Salute to that dude, Chris. He says, goated stream, to be honest. Appreciate you, that dude, Chris, coming through. And then also we got Ruddy Hood Sports with the $1.99 super chat. He says, salute FYF. I can finally super chat. Yes, sir, man. Appreciate you coming through with the super chat over on FYF Sports Clips. And then we also have, just so I make sure I give a shout out to Sean Talks in the PayPal with the donation. Sean Talks, he's always coming through supporting the channel. Sean Talks, we got to get you up on the panel, man, to cook. We definitely got to get you on the panel to cook one of these days. So appreciate everybody coming through supporting the channel. But we got Goat James Kingdom, man. He came through, man. Hey, I was texting you during the game, man.
Hey, first off, I want to make sure they put some respect on my name, cuz. They got to put some respect on my name, bro. These dudes out here were talking reckless at noon during the Lord's hour, right? They were talking reckless during, where they at now? Where's the motel room at? He loves Lamont and FYF. He's not here now. Is he live right now telling us lies about how the Lakers defense sucks with Luka Doncic and Austin Reaves?
Austin Reaves, yeah.
Didn't the Lakers just make OKC score like their third least or the second least amount of points they ever scored all season long and got their biggest butt whooping of the season? Is that the case? These dudes don't know basketball, Lamont. They stay talking crap, but they don't know basketball, man. I don't get
they
it,
definitely
man.
got records set on them tonight. That was crazy.
They got their butts handed to them. And it's always the same thing. It doesn't matter when the Lakers win, but yes, when it's the Hornets, when it's the Jazz, when it's the Bulls, all of a sudden that's indicative of how the Lakers really are.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But when they beat the best team in the league by far, with supposedly the what is it, the historical defense is. And what does that, like Lamont said, Lamont, can you please help us understand what is a non-pattern player so that they can truly understand what you're talking about? Remember I told you, you need 20 eyes on the basketball court. 20 eyeballs. That means you need that means you need 10 players on the court when LeBron James and Luka's on the court.
To sum it up as simplified as possible, you got two types of players in the NBA. Pattern and non-pattern. I think the best way to define it is with two players. For example, a Mike Conley, really good player, right? Can do a lot on the court, but you would define him as a pattern player. He needs an offense. He needs a system to thrive in to do his thing, right? He can't go off script and go create something that the defense can't predict. And then in the league, you got the players in NBA history, like another point guard, like a Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose was an elite point guard, could play in a system, but when you needed to, he could go off script and go get a bucket that your defense can never account for because of his athleticism and skill. Guys who can make shots, contest it. I mean, your non-pattern players are your best players in the league for the most part, especially at the guard position or forward position. And what I've said before is they will blow up your game plan. And we saw Luka do it to the Clippers. We saw Luka do it to the Phoenix Suns. We've seen LeBron do it a multitude of times and all throughout his career. We saw the Jordans, the Kobes, all the best scorers, the KDs. These are what you call non-pattern players. When you just basically can give them the ball and say, get the hell out the way. I'm going to make something happen. And when you got two of those guys on the court, which is rare, especially when they're at this superstar level, it's just that's the one thing your game plan can never account for. Maybe your game plan allots for one. For example, how the Lakers defended Gilgeous-Alexander today. But when you got to tell me you got to go out there, there's no game plan in the world that can account for defending two non-pattern players that are still superstar quality. And when that happens, you just got to hope for the best. You just got to hope that they missing shots.
Well, the Lakers got three then, because you got to put Austin Reaves in there too.
Well, I kind of still wouldn't put Austin Reaves in there. He's kind of like on that borderline where he's if I had to like label him, I would still label him as pattern, but I can see why somebody would say he's not pattern. I can definitely see that. But I would still put him in that category of a pattern player. But he's still, and that's not disrespecting him or taking nothing away from him. It's just non-pattern players are different. They stand out like a sore thumb. They're just built different, and they will blow up your game plan. But I don't know if I give it to Austin just yet.
And Dr. Enke hit it on the head too as well. LeBron James is getting ready for playoff mode as he is in understanding there is another 20 games to be played when you get to the playoffs, and he's definitely going to go into playoff mode. As we all know, LeBron James always plays well in the playoffs, so he will definitely take it up to another level. And then, you know, when you have someone like Austin Reaves as your third option, again, like he said, the third, fourth, fifth guy has to guard him. The Lakers are just phenomenal, man. And you know, another thing, Lamont, you didn't touch on was the fact that they hit their shots today, because the Lakers have been getting so many open shots. It's almost like the guys haven't been really realizing how open they are when they're shooting. So now they're going to feel comfortable knowing how open they are. And they were, 15 of 20 to start off the game, 75% from the three-point land. It doesn't matter how many mid-range shots you hit, my friend. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Yeah, the motel room is nowhere to be found right now, ladies and gentlemen. The motel room is nowhere to be found. Maybe if you look up your local Motel 6, you'll find the motel room. But you're definitely not going to find the motel room doing any live talking about Austin Reaves and Luka Doncic on defense. Definitely can't do that. He could have swore SGA was going to have a phenomenal game today.
What was he saying earlier?
He was just saying that Luka Doncic was horrible on defense. And that I don't want to bring it up because you know, Stephen Curry lit him up. They took him out. You know, again, they only know highlights. They didn't watch the game.
Steph Curry. It's fucking Steph Curry.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what I look for on defense is just effort. If I see you playing within the scheme in the game, like today, there were a couple plays that Luka made on defense today that I was like, if he can give me that consistently,
on Shea too. The one on Shea too.
Yeah, and then even Austin Reaves, he had a couple defensive efforts versus Shea where I'm like, that's if you can give me that consistently, I'm gonna live with that, especially with what you give on the other side of the floor. And I think too many times, fans, the expectations that they have of Luka and Reaves on defense is ridiculous. Like, and I think that's just people desperate to just criticize something because they don't like him. But I mean, you got to give them their props. I mean, they went out there and they put the clamps on the hottest team in the NBA and in dominating fashion.
I have a diagnosis for the Zesty Jeffries disease.
There we go.
It's called Bron.
Hold on 1 second. I got to clip this. I got to put this on the big screen. If you got to give us a diagnosis, man.
Put them on the big screen, Mont.
We got to put you on the big screen because we got Dr. Enke up here, man. A lot of you guys already know him, but I mean, he's gonna go ahead and break it down, man. He's gonna tell you the disease that afflicts these Zesty Jeffries, man. Man, talk to the people, man.
I have termed it Bron derangement syndrome.
Talk to him.
Yeah. We're going to send praise. We're going to send praise out for the healing of these folks. We just want to make sure that the Lord touches their souls and helps these wayward children of the Lord come back into the fold of the flock, because we know that deep down inside they appreciate basketball and they want to talk basketball and they want to sound intelligent and they want to reach out to the family out here, and we just want to say we acknowledge Bron derangement syndrome as a term to describe the negative reactions to the king, Goat James, that are perceived to be irrational and have no damn idea what's going on in the game out here when they're watching it. They just sound crazy, and some of these brothers even sound like they have methamphetamine flowing through their veins at the time that they're posting in the chat. And we understand that some of these brothers have nothing else to do, and they're at home with their 50-cent can of beer and their loose Newports, and they just have no idea of what's really happening in the world. And we just want to send praise out for them, and we just want to heal the world of Bron derangement syndrome.
That is facts right there, man. Y'all heard it, man. Straight from the mouth of Dr. Inky, man. Look,
That's
man,
for Ed Mendel, Junior Morneth, and Zesty Winners. That was for y'all.
Y'all got the BDS out here. Y'all done caught the cooties. The BDS, man. Oh, it's a wrap, man.
BDS is crazy.
Oh, the BDS, the Zesty Jeffries. Oh my God, that is great. That is so great. I want to know where they at, but as like I said, Lamont, I'm here to listen. I just want y'all to put some respect on my name, bro. Just put some respect on my name, because I'm hearing Laker talk, defense talk. They talking Laker defense. People talking Laker defense. I ain't never heard nobody talk Laker defense when Anthony Davis was around.
Come on the stream.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey, go James. Check this out. I don't know if Mars was one of the people that was really getting on you for your AD take.
He was. He was.
Everybody.
Now check this out. He was doing a debate today on Players' Choice, and literally used all of your talking points talking about how rim protection was not as impactful as other elements of the game of basketball. And he was literally almost verbatim using your initial talking points.
Get out of here. I got to go check it out. Now I got to go see. Now you're going to have me going on PCL to go see this so I can clip this.
Now hold on. I'm going to tell you why I know. Because I was listening in, and I just had my headphones on, and they were doing the debate. So I'm listening intently. He's battling a guy. And when I saw the topic, rim protection, or I think it was playmaking or something, and the way he was talking about rim protection, I'm like, these sound like GOAT James Kingdom takes. He almost verbatim took your takes.
No way.
Anthony Davis. You think I'm joking?
Oh my God! Don't keep giving me material. Oh, I keep telling y'all not safe in these YouTube streets, man. GOAT James Kingdom is lurking everywhere. We got GOAT James Kingdom assassins, ninja men. We all over the place. We about to open up our own Shaolin temple in a minute, man. Y'all in trouble, boy.
Man, so yeah, make sure y'all check that debate out, man. Mars was, I think it's like a quarterfinals of some of their debates they're doing over there. But yeah,
the PCL.
And Mars was debating the guy and used Johnny's takes on Anthony Davis to tell people why elite rim protection wasn't as impactful as elite playmaking.
And keep in mind, Lamont, after he did that argument, I guarantee you he said, "Now I don't agree with this stuff. I'm just using it for the argument," because they do that stuff over there.
And it was all the same elements we was talking about, Johnny, because the other guy made a point about rim protection, and it was the same points that we was making about AD.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember the main point that I would say, and you said it as well, rim protection is just the end of a play. All you can do is contest the shot and hope that the guy misses.
Mm-hmm.
It's not none of the work done before. Like, you're not doing your work early. You're not stopping the guy from getting inside of the lane. You're not doing anything. You're not blowing up screens. You're just literally contesting at the end of a play. And all the same talking points she was using about Anthony Davis, he literally used them all. I don't know if he left one out. He might have used them all.
He
That's
was talking
copyright infringement. Copyright infringement.
He said copyright infringement. I insist you change the name. I insist you change the name. I insist.
Go listen to it. Now,
I'm finna do that. I'm finna do that.
I'm finna do that. Because that's why I was, when I listened to him, and I know you was getting a lot of flack over there. I was like, was Mars one? Because I was like, there's no way he's talking like this, and he was one of the people giving flack.
Yeah. What he was doing? No, what happened was when I kept telling them Anthony Davis was a defensive liability, and I was explaining it, they were asking me, who can I replace Anthony Davis with? So when I mentioned Joker, they didn't understand what I was saying. They thought I was saying Joker was a better defender than Anthony Davis, but I wasn't saying he was a better defender than Anthony Davis. I was just saying he just plays better team defense. He just plays the defense better. He's just smarter on defense than Anthony Davis. But it doesn't make him a better defender. But he took that as me saying that Anthony Davis was not a better defender than Joker, which over there they believe Joker is a horrible defender. They don't believe Joker's good at defense at all. They can't talk defense over there in PC. They can't talk defense in PC at all. They really can't.
I'm not gonna run around and parade that Jokic's the greatest defender in the world, But the one thing I had to admit myself when I watched him play, and I really was like keying in on him, the first thing I said was he's not as bad of a defender as people make him out to be. And I saw that specifically in the playoffs 2 years in a row when he defended Anthony Davis. I mean, yeah, he has his troubles and he has his deficiencies. He gets tired, he gets beat. But there are some things that he does that indicate to me he does play defense, and he's just not as bad as what people make him out to be. I just think people look at his size and stature and just say, oh, he's fat, he's slow, there's no way he can defend. And they'll automatically give guys that are in shape. For example, if you talk to Mars, he's going to be a humongous believer in a Derek Lively, you know, or some of these guys. He's going to say that these guys can defend. And it's just like, I don't know if Derek Lively's any better on defense than Nikola Jokic. I don't believe he's any better. I don't, you know, unless you're just putting extra glaze on his defense that don't belong. So, but we got man, Young Africa has been traveling the world, man. He forgot about us over here on FYF Sports, man.
No,
you know,
definitely not, Lamar. What up, FYF, man? Definitely did not forget, man. We've been enjoying a great NBA season.
Oh,
man.
hey, hold on, Young Africa. Before you go,
let
me put this on the big screen for you, Young Africa, man. I'm
Okay.
gonna show you something real quick. Let me show you something before you start cooking, man. I'm gonna show you. It's finally here. It's finally arrived, and I got it in case, man. And hopefully I can get another one next weekend. But the ring is here, man. The championship ring, man.
The championship ring, man. Hey, man, shout out to GCU, man. National champions, man.
I don't know if you can see it, man. I got to get to the cameras. So you can
Congrats, coach. Congrats, coach. We see that.
Yeah, we can see it, bro. Congrats, man.
I told you got a little size on it. Go ahead and cook, though, Young Africa.
Hey, man, congrats, man. Championship season, man. Congrats to GCU, man. We see you, man. We see you, Lamar. Really out here putting in the work, man. God in the
Hey, Lamont, you should probably go. You should probably coach the GCU, varsity team, man. By the way, your team has been performing.
Yeah, man. You need to bring the squad up on FYF and have
doing a hell of a job.
Stream. You need to bring up the squad one day, have a championship stream, man. Where they,
I will.
Speak about the season. Let us know about the principles, what they've learned. But shout out to GCU, man. But hey, I came up here real quick, man, to just shout out LeBron, the GOAT, James, man. Look, I don't think people understand a great season and the new generation's on the come up. And yet we have a man who's been in the NBA for 22 years straight and is still playing at an elite level. Everything that everyone can dream of, all the Laker fans that believe now and that understand the potential and the ceiling of a championship is all thanks and in part due to the greatest of all time. Without LeBron James, there is no potential possibility of a championship. There is no potential of this team reaching its ceiling, and it all depends on a 40-year-old who is playing at levels we have never ever seen, Lamar. We have never seen this, man. And people out here just saying if LeBron take a back seat, if he do this and that. Do you understand what that means? I think Lamont does. For a player to play a certain type of basketball, primarily on ball, and to switch it up, and to be an elite three-point shooter in year 22 is ridiculous, man. Do y'all understand what this is? He's setting screens. He's cutting off ball, finishing at the rim. Spamming up everybody, playing switch defense on the perimeter. Guarding the man in the paint as well, and rebounding.
Hold on. Why you? And you know what? I want you to keep going with this rant because you know your rants, Young Africa. I always got to clip your rants, man. You got to keep talking to the people.
No doubt, man.
You know, I got to add another layer to it for the people. I got to add another layer to it for them.
Go ahead.
Give it to us, Africa.
Man, if y'all don't understand, let me tell y'all what y'all don't understand. And it is about LeBron James, the greatest of all time. To be able to play at this level and to be able to rebound at a high level, become an off-ball three-point shooter at an elite level, over 40% on the season, 2 seasons in a row, to be able to guard the paint, to be able to switch out onto the perimeter and still rebound at a high level, the playmaking off-ball, the quick attacks when it's a swing, and it gets to LeBron and you're trying to close out, you got no chance, man. because he could pull that shit. He'll go off the dribble and go to the rim or make a secondary play to an open shooter when the defense collapses. Look, man, LeBron James to be able to play at this level in year 22, 40 years old is the primary reason why the Lakers have a potential opportunity to win another championship. Man, it's going to be tough.
Sir.
The West is out here. It's going to be hard. But if it is any way that the Lakers can make it to the finals and get another ring, it is because of the greatest player of all time who can play any which way that the system commands, and that is the one, the only, the never to be duplicated LeBron James.
LeBron James.
LeBron James. Hey, man, these songs have been fire, man. Hey, Young Africa cooking, man.
I don't think they understand, Lamar. Can you please try and explain to the people how much of a change it is for an individual player to switch up their whole flow and literally become a primary 4 and 5 man and be able to set screens, play off ball, and still execute at a high level? I don't think they understand, man. It's taking a step back isn't taking a step back for LeBron. It's not, LeBron. Taking a step back means I'm doing all the little things. I'm doing all the little things.
Hold on, y'all. Now we got. That's why, it's always got to be balanced.
They go Mr. Winners.
Balance. We got the anti LeBron up here.
Zesty winners.
Mr. Winners.
He gonna hold him accountable, Lamont.
Hold him accountable, man. For that, he should have went 16-16. He shouldn't have went 9-16 today. He should have went 16-16.
Yeah, he should have made all his shots.
Ron derangement syndrome is about to happen.
Talk to Mr. Winners. Talk to the people, Mr. Winners.
Y'all so mad already. Look at y'all.
Hold on, let me put you on the big screen.
I ain't mad after that ass whooping.
Hold on, y'all. Let Mr. Winners cook. Go ahead and talk to the people, Mr. Winners.
I seen y'all in the chat, man. Hey, bro, listen. Hey, Mahari, stop asking me about my sexuality, bro. I'm straight, please. I told you. I'm not interested in you, brother. I'm not interested in you. Yeah. But overall, good win for the Lakers on both ends of the floor. They can't apologize. I mean, you can't hold the Lakers accountable because OKC didn't take this game serious. There was Shea was not aggressive from the start. And you can tell that he didn't.
Oh God.
He settled for. Can I tell what happened, bro? They didn't have much to play for, and cool. I understand all that, but the Lakers had plenty to play for because they got to stay ahead of the Western Conference teams that are behind. It looks the Lakers. The Clippers are right there. The Golden State Warriors are right there, and I don't think they want to see those teams in the first round. So they had plenty to play for tonight. But hey, man, it is what it is. They won. More power to them. More credit to them. I do expect them to come out of the West this year. They're good enough. They're talented enough. They hard on both ends of the floor. They got LeBron. They got Luka. I don't think they're going to beat anybody in the East.
We believe. We believe that. We going to the finals now? What?
I would expect them to come out of the finals. I expect them to come out when the trade.
That was the expectation. When did that become the expectation, bro?
Hold on, y'all. Make a round of applause. That might be Mr. Winners' first ever basketball take.
Hey, Johnny, where the clapping sound at? Johnny, where the clapping sound at?
First basketball take. Mr. Winners actually stuck to basketball. He didn't overdo it for LeBron James.
Woo-hoo!
Man, good job, Mr. Winners. Man.
Oh, now he said he believes they're going to the finals. Okay.
They can do it.
Well.
We got Ruddy Hood. We got to pay him respect. Ruddy Hood came through with the super chat. Salute to Ruddy Hood. Pulled up. Ruddy Hood, man, what you got on the game today? Is Ruddy Hood with us? Ruddy Hood, you with us? You take yourself off mute.
Yo.
There you go, man. What's good?
What's good, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Y'all hope y'all doing good. Good win from the Lakers, I just want to say. I always felt like LeBron, Luka, Austin Reaves, when they really get going, they'll be very hard to guard. And then even if you double one or you're switching and whatever, man, you still got people like Finney Smith, Rui, just sitting there hanging out on the perimeter. Make or miss, they're not going to miss every shot. So the more opportunities they get to be open, they just become much more deadlier space in the floor. My thing is this, right? I already expected this. I don't care about OKC. I don't think they're making it through Denver, Warriors, Lakers. I don't think it's just too much firepower. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I look at the examples, right, since they've been good, which was last season and this season, when they've ran into veteran competition or people with more experience, when the lights were bright, they've failed. We've had, the sweep against the Pelicans, and after that, Luka and company walked them down. Even this year, the in-season NBA Cup, I think they swept the in-season tournament. The NBA Cup was the only game this regular season that wasn't a part of the regular season where the lights were bright, and they lost to a Milwaukee Bucks team that we know is not even in their tier as far as the regular season is concerned. So, you know what I'm saying? I think this says a lot about, you know what I'm saying, what the greatest player of all time is still capable of doing should a postseason setting come. But that's all I had to say.
Facts, man. Ready? Hey,
I got
Ready Hood Sports. He came through. Hold on, let me give a shout out to that dude, Chris. He came back in the super chat. He says, laugh my ass off classic, Mr. Winters, man. So, Mr. Winters, you got a little fan base out there. Salute to that dude, Chris. That's his second super chat of the day. Appreciate you, man. But go ahead and cook, y'all.
I got a question, though. Like, so whatever happened to that groin injury LeBron had?
It healed.
Man, this guy.
Pause.
LeBron coasted.
Pause.
He's coasting.
I mean, that's what generally happens.
Winners. How long does it take for the steroids to work? You wanted to wait? You wanted to work a month from now? What, it worked after he took it 2 weeks ago? It's working now. Why are you upset?
I just asked a question, man. That's all.
No, Mr. Winters. What happens is the way our bodies are made. When an injury happens, our bodies are really good at healing over time, and unless you're unhealthy and you drink alcohol a lot, like normal Jordan fan stuff, they smoke, they drink, do a whole bunch of stuff that makes their bodies deteriorate. Like obviously, look at Jordan's eyes, But I think LeBron just takes care of himself, and
even for an average person, though, a grade 1 strain only takes 2 to 4 weeks, even for an average person. So with LeBron in the advance,
and that was the excuse.
And LeBron,
with the treatment that they're getting shot with stem cells, and it's not even like that wasn't even an issue. I
don't think LeBron's was even that serious to start, because LeBron, the same day he heard it, he told everybody, he said it's not that serious. I think they held him out longer than normal, but I think it was not even that serious.
I didn't think it was that serious. I think it was just a convenience. Every time when he loses, that's what we hear. But when he wins,
Braun derangement syndrome. There you go. Right.
What was they losing?
It wouldn't take long. Let's see when he can't help himself.
No, where did I lie? Did I lie?
What was they losing? You are lying. What was they losing?
When he lost to Boston.
Nigga, one regular season game. What?
He got hurt against Boston.
He can't help himself, y'all. He lost a lot.
Wait, they were on a winning streak. What is he talking about? They were on a winning streak when he got hurt.
Yeah.
No, when he lost Boston, when they lost that game to Boston.
No, he got hurt. What, in the second quarter, third quarter?
Yeah, he got hurt during the game.
Third quarter.
He got hurt during the game. He got hurt in the game.
With 6 minutes left in the game when they came back and they had it like.
Are you saying? Hold on, Mr. Winters. Are you saying that LeBron knew they were going to lose in the second quarter?
Please don't say that dumbass shit, bro.
He faked the injury and said I'm gonna sit for 2 weeks because I don't want this Boston loss to be on my head.
He went on
BDS.
This is Braun derangement syndrome at its finest.
BDS.
Let Mr. Winters answer. Let Mr. Winters answer the question.
Go ahead, Mr. Winters. Talk to us.
I just asked the question. That's all I asked.
No. Lamont asked the question, so answer, please.
Okay. Well, what's your question?
My question is, do you believe that LeBron got hurt in the second quarter because he knew they were going to lose to the Celtics, and then set out 2 weeks so that people like you don't put that loss to Boston on his head in the regular season?
Possibly.
What?
He got injured in the fourth. He didn't get injured in the second quarter. He got injured in the fourth quarter. There was 6 minutes left in the game, and it was only a 4-point game. And he had to go. Him and Luka got injured.
It was the fourth quarter. Yeah, that's right.
And he had to go out.
I knew it was like the third or fourth quarter he got hurt.
Maybe he was running from the clutch moment. He didn't want to. Maybe he didn't want to extend his clutch shots over Jordan any more than what it already was. So
wait a minute. Didn't the Lakers already beat Boston this year?
Yeah. By 20. By 20, a blowout.
That is clear example that this is Braun derangement syndrome.
Yeah, BDS.
Damn.
and would have walked them down the second game if Bron didn't go out.
No,
Hey,
no,
listen,
it's just an injury. I think LeBron's healthy now. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is the year to really be on Bron too much because it's a very real possibility. Like, you don't really want to look like Ticket TV was looking in 2020 when that year ended. Because man, you just creating a big, but you just turning yourself into a humongous target for all types of jokes and slander because Ticket was a punching bag for about 6 months after 2020. CJ and all them. Man,
yeah.
that was crazy.
Hey, Lamont. I remember I was there in 2020 throughout that whole thing when Ticket crashed out, bro, because he had every single take wrong about the Lakers, especially when he celebrated when the Blazers beat him in game 1 of their first round series. He said, "Oh my God, yeah, the Lakers are going to lose this series against the Blazers, man." And then what happened? They got waxed. Then the next time in the second round against the Rockets, he said that, "Oh, I think the Rockets got a chance, bro. I think the Rockets got a chance, man." I told him straight up, I said, "Bro, the Lakers are going to beat him in 5 games. It's not even going to be a series." And I just stopped after that because I knew he was he lost it because every pick every pick in the series he chose, it was turned out to be wrong.
No, we saw the crash out. We saw the crash out, and it just
it was a brutal
I just
crash
think
out.
this year, to me, the crazy thing about the West this year is I think there are only 2 teams in the West that have a realistic chance of beating the Lakers, and that's Golden State. And the second team that I'm about to say will probably be more surprising to a lot of you guys, but I think it's Golden State and the Clippers. I think those are the only 2 teams.
Yeah, if you know what, they probably won't beat the Lakers, but they'll make it a very, very long series.
I just think the Clippers, when you got those 2 stars, remember, no matter what I think about your team or what your history is or anything, when you walk into a playoff series, like, there's just no way you can just be like, yeah, I'm happy to play against James Harden and Kawhi Leonard.
I'm not.
Like that. Like, I mean, that's going to be like Kawhi Leonard is already a handful when he's healthy. James Harden is no slouch, and they both playing well. And it's just like, I think that poses some extreme difficulties. And then obviously Golden State with Steph Curry and you know, and
forget about one guy,
now Jimmy Butler. We seen what they can do just the other day.
Now you forgot about one guy on the Clippers. You forgot about Zubac.
Norman Powell, obviously.
You forgot about 2 guys.
Yeah, but
Zubac.
I don't. Well, no, I don't think. See, the thing is, I think you can game plan Zubac. Like, I think when you look at your game plan, I'm not hyper focused on Zubac. My game plan is going to be like, what the hell do we do with Kawhi Leonard? Because this motherfucker's healthy now. Like, and I think him and James Harden are the 2 guys. Those are your 2 non-pattern players. And like I say, whenever a team has 2 non-pattern players, anything is liable to happen. We saw what Kyrie and Luka did last year with 2 non-pattern players. Got you to the finals. And that was on the roster.
But they added some quality big men though.
Hold on. First of all, Derek Lively was a rookie out of Duke that people were low on. PJ Washington was not looked at as a very high prospect coming out of Charlotte. And Daniel Gafford had been passed around the league, and he was not looked at as no elite prospect. Those guys all benefited greatly from playing with Kyrie and Luka.
Yeah,
they all benefited greatly.
Yeah, when you get, a lot of guys get passed around the league and land in the right place where they're just like, listen, this is all.
Or you land with the right teammate, and that teammate make you look good as hell.
Yeah, because you only have to. Because a lot of guys, when you only have to have one responsibility, if all right, you got our 2 superstars, this is all we need you to do.
Exactly.
That's it.
And so when you have a like that, and that's why I say with Luka, look at Jackson Hayes now. I've never seen over the last 2 years Jackson Hayes have more lob dunks than he's had over the last three months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it's just like he's making these guys. Rui is having 20-point games every now and then. Reaves is looking unguardable at times. I mean, now all of a sudden Gabe Vincent had found his stride. Now he looking like Miami Gabe Vincent.
That's the two surprises for me, Lamont, is Gabe Vincent and obviously Jackson Hayes. I was not expecting this from Jackson Hayes. He's looking confident. He understands what he's supposed to do. He knows when to do the fake dribble handoff and attack the basket, go to the rim. He understands all of that. He's always at the right spots. All of a sudden, to be so clumsy before. He used to be like, yo, why is it putting him on the floor? But now he's just going crazy. And then, like I said, this guy got the best poker face in the game, Gabe Vincent, man. This man is always on point. He is always on point. He got his shot back. It's a wrap. Like I tell you, man, parade on Crenshaw, man. Parade on Crenshaw, bro.
Did you see what Dorian Finney-Smith said in his post-game conference the other day after they had won? And they were like, where's this confidence coming from with your three-point shot? He was like, man, Luka. He said, I talked to Luka. Luka was like, shit, if you don't shoot it, I am. He said, so you better start shooting it. He said, you need to shoot like 7, 8 threes a game, if not more. And so basically, Luka is empowering these guys, basically saying, take the shot, make or miss. And we ain't going to kill you in the huddle. We ain't going to talk shit to you if you miss. Just take the shot. And now now, like you said, hey Johnny, they just playing with more confidence.
Can he stay healthy though?
Who's that?
Luka.
He looks healthy to me.
No, can he stay healthy? Do a playoff run?
What's this talk about him staying healthy?
He stayed healthy
in the finals last year.
Luka's played 60 games every year. He's played in the NBA, at least 60.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw him healthy. I saw him healthy when in the year they beat the Suns. I saw him healthy the years they beat the Clippers. I saw him healthy last year when they got to the finals. There's nothing that I've seen. I mean,
he wasn't healthy in the finals last year.
He doesn't have a Kawhi Leonard track record.
That's pretty good for somebody that wasn't healthy.
I'm not saying he's going to miss games, but he does get hobbled, and it does affect his play.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Them are the concerns that y'all Clipper fans need to be having. That's you.
Yeah, I mean,
oh man,
now stay healthy.
I'm a Clipper fan.
That is the question.
Yeah, because
we all know Kawhi Leonard is good.
But you know Kawhi can get hurt at game 2.
This is starting to make sense. Wait a minute, Mr. Winters is a Clipper fan?
No, Mr. Cavs fan. I'm from
Cleveland. He's a Clipper fan.
I like Kawhi Leonard. I'm not static, but I like Kawhi.
He like get hurt at the game 2.
Oh, wait a minute. He was one of those guys out there burning jerseys and all that when LeBron left.
Yes.
I actually wanted LeBron to leave. LeBron was never going to lead the Cavs anywhere. He wasn't. Not that he wasn't good enough. He just wasn't that guy yet.
The only championship they got is
that version. Yeah, I mean, he came back from Miami a different LeBron James. So that LeBron James that we had between 03 up to he was never going to lead. He just wasn't that guy and wasn't going to become that guy here.
Then y'all get to the finals with that bum ass squad
and lost. No, that's not a bum ass. That's not true. That squad was not a bum ass squad. You got to stop listening to people, man. You got to.
Man, shut up, bro. That 2007 Cavs team was a bum squad.
The fourth rank defense. Let's talk facts. Bro, shut up. Let's talk facts. The Spurs role.
What the fuck you talking about? No. I'm not gonna let you talk no more.
Look at him. Look at him.
Let me tell you something right now. The Cavaliers, bro, in 2007 were the trashiest team to ever make the NBA Finals.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
It wasn't for LeBron James who did everything in that team. Come on, bro. Stop it, Zesty Winners.
Not a Cavs debate, y'all. We not
debating
Cavs right now.
Did you watch the series, Mar? Yes or no?
Yeah, we watched them bum ass niggas.
Okay, so watch the series, dummy. How many field goals did LeBron make in the first half? Tell me right now.
Bro, hold on. Why don't you just tell us?
Bro, why don't you name?
I'm not the one who brought that up. You tell us.
Name those guys off that roster. Why don't you do that?
No. Answer my question. How many field goals did LeBron make in the first half?
We're not answering that. We're not answering that question, bro. Why don't you answer
I asked you first, bro. I asked you first.
Mr. Winters.
No, I'm asking you. Go ahead, Blunt.
No, just say you don't know. Just say you don't know, Mahari.
And just tell us, Mr. Winters.
LeBron James made 0 field goals in the first half. He had 4 points off 4 free throws, and the halftime score was 35-30. So those bums kept LeBron.
Halftime? Hold on. It's crazy.
Let's have a conversation.
I'm done. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Let's have a real conversation.
Hold on, Mac. Hold on. You said the halftime score was 35-30. What game was this, y'all? We gotta look this game up.
Game one.
Hold on. Game 1. What year?
07. Spurs.
Versus who? Versus San Antonio.
I'm already ahead of you, Lamar. It was 35-40 at halftime. Game 1, 2007 finals.
My bad. A 5-point difference. My bad. 5-point difference. But it's 5 points, and LeBron struggled. He wasn't double. He was guarded single coverage.
Okay, now hold on. First of all, now How did Tim Duncan say they were defending LeBron James? Verbatim out of his mouth.
Absolutely. 5 guys.
Hold on. So if Tim Duncan specifically said, because you just said single coverage, we could pull up the film.
Which
We
is
all
a
know it
fucking
wasn't
lie.
single coverage.
No, look at the first quarter. Condense the first quarter.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Winters. Because when we pull up the games and we start playing them, then you be copping all types of deuces. So before I play the game, we just need to go with the understanding that Tim Duncan, out of his mouth, the reporter asked him, what are you guys doing to slow down LeBron James? Tim Duncan not only said LeBron was the best player in the world.
Okay.
He said, we're defending them with 5 guys. So do we take Tim Duncan's word for it, or do we take your word for it?
I'm talking about 1/2 of a series. There's 4.5 more games. 3.5 more games.
Talking about 30.
So
I'm talking about that.
Okay,
that
so
first half of that game.
Wait. So how did they get to the finals if it wasn't for LeBron? Before we even go through the actual finals, how did they get to the finals?
Please.
Okay, well, you had defenders like Bruce. Not my fault. Drew Gooden was a good defender. You had a guy like Z, double. Look it up. All you gotta do is you had a guy.
Bums.
All you gotta do is look it up.
Embarrassing Drew Gooden the bums, bro. Get out my face, bro.
No, they're not bums. They were higher rated defenders than LeBron on that team. Look it up.
They were bums, bro. Shut up.
No, they were not bums. Based on what? Tell me one fact you know about that series. Tell me one fact. Do you know that the Cavaliers role players? Do you know how many the Spurs role players average 72 points per game? The Cavs role players average 67 points per game. They were right there with them. You didn't know that.
That's
okay,
a lie.
Okay, all right, Mr. Winters.
Look it up.
Mr. Winters. All right, Mr. Winters. Let me ask you this.
Look it up,
All right, Mr. Winters. LeBron was 0 for 7 in that half. What was Big Big Z's numbers for that same half?
Big Z's numbers. I'm not sure.
So you know LeBron's numbers. You the Cleveland fan. What did Larry Hughes shoot for the first half in that same game?
You don't know.
I know Palovich shot pretty well, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Not you.
He don't know.
Ether.
And Johnny, just tell him, bro.
I don't know. Listen, y'all have to look this stuff up. I'm going off memory.
No, but you're not going off memory. Why do you remember what LeBron did, but you can't remember the rest of the Cavs? I thought you was a Cavs fan.
I am a Cavs fan. Of course, you're going to look at because I'm looking at the guys. Because he brought up. He didn't say the Cavs were bums. He said the rest of the other guys were bums. So I'm saying, okay, well, fine.
Okay.
Let's have that argument.
All right, so let's have that. Okay, so let me make that argument. I got an argument for it. So if somebody played 15 minutes in the first half and it was 1 of 6, is that considered playing good and only had 2 points?
Probably not.
Okay. How about somebody who played another 15 minutes, was 1 of 4 from the field and had 2 points? Is that also playing good?
Probably not.
Okay, so that's 2 starters right there, besides LeBron James, that went 2 of 10 off the field with 4 points. That's worse than LeBron.
Yeah, no, but that's my point. The team struggled. The team lost. So that includes LeBron. He wasn't, they just got beat by a better team. It's not about one guy carrying bums. They got beat by a better team. The guys were productive enough to actually be, to have a chance to win in the final series. They just lost to a better team.
How they had enough? How they had enough? As a team, they shot.
Because at halftime it was a 5-point game without their star actually playing well. They competed hard enough. They shot offensively.
They shot 36% as a team at halftime. How were they still in the game?
But they were playing elite defense. They would have to be playing elite defense, right?
Why would it be elite?
Because they were pretty much playing the same type of defense that they were compared to the year before that, the Detroit Pistons. That defense was compared to that.
To his defense, they were fifth in defense that year.
They were a very good defense. They only gave up.
I understand that, but
what do you think very good defenses do?
What do you think the Spurs defense was in 2007? What do you think the Spurs defense was?
It could have been better.
Yeah, they had the number one defense. They had the number one defense in basketball.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
They also had no defensive player on their team.
The number one. So you're expecting us to be surprised that the number one defense in the league, led by arguably one of the greatest defensive coaches of all time, with one of the best defensive players of all time, we're supposed to be surprised that they gave LeBron James problems early on in NBA Finals, his first time in NBA Finals?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is LeBron didn't take
Okay,
a bunch.
hold on, listen to what I'm saying. But listen to what I'm saying.
Guy.
You said that he was 0 of whatever in the first half, and you were saying it as if it was some striking declaration against LeBron, an indictment on his career.
Not what I was.
But one thing you refused to mention was that not only did LeBron James struggle, but essentially his entire team struggled to score that game.
Yeah.
This was LeBron's. Because generally what we usually do, Mr. Winters, is I thought that we give players a pass when it's your first time in the finals, when it's your first time in the playoffs, the first couple years in the league. I thought there was certain criticism that you would be kind of immune from because we all say that, okay, you don't have the experience. This is your first time getting there. There's some growing pains you got to go through. Where's your grace period for LeBron? Do you not give him any grace period for that NBA Finals?
Who said that? Who came up with that? And what are they talking?
When do we?
I'll say this.
When do we stop giving players grace?
The excuses don't erase the reasons, and excuses don't erase the failure. It is what it is.
But nobody says it wasn't a failure. But it's just
it is a failure. You lost. You failed.
But I just said it was a failure. I mean, what do you want me? So what I said was, I'm saying it's not erased. What I'm saying is, when did we start using it to indict players early on in their career? Just like you guys kind of force Johnny's hand to indict Jordan's early career, because all y'all do is indict LeBron early in his career. So he has to remind you that Jordan's failures early in his career were significant and plenty. And you guys seem to forget Jordan's failures.
No, we don't.
Give Jordan, hold on, Mr. Winters. You give Jordan that grace period, but now you're talking about LeBron in year 4, who's in the NBA Finals, and you expecting us to accept your criticism of his struggles versus the number 1 defensive team in the league, versus a well-seasoned team, versus arguably one of the best dynasties of that time frame. And we're supposed to look at you telling us that LeBron played bad in game 1. What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean?
All of your
not game 1, Lamont. The first half, Lamont. Not game 1. The first half. Just about the first.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm watching the game right now.
Can I do my best to answer all of your questions?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I'll sum it down to one question for you. You're indicting or criticizing, or for whatever reason you brought up LeBron James's first trip to the NBA Finals ever, and you were bringing it up in some type of negative connotation. What are you trying to imply by bringing that up?
If we go back to the context of if we put context to it, this person just said that he took a bunch of bums to an NBA final, and I was refuting that with facts.
No, hold on. Now let's stop right there.
No, you weren't.
Hold on. Let's stop right there, Mr. Winters. If they weren't a bunch of bums, then tell us how great his teammates were and tell us who his teamates were.
What do you mean?
Bobby Gibson.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Listen, Mr. Winters. Mr. Winters, tell us who his teammates were and tell us why they were great.
Larry Hughes, who was on the all defense. I didn't say they were great. No one said they were great. They were productive, rotational guys that played elite defense and scored in spots. That's what they were.
Okay, tell me who they were. Talk about them.
Drew Gooden was a double-double guy. Andy Varejao is energy off the bench. Good defender, good guy to get around there, get dirty, get scrappy. You had JJ Hick. Well, no, not JJ, not yet. Excuse me on that one. You had Larry Hughes, who was all defensive second team the year
prior. Him 3 times.
Point guard. You had Larry. You had Daniel Marshall, who was leading the league in 3-pointers at stretch 4. You had Eric Snow, a well-respected veteran in the league. And those guys, average 67 points per game.
No, I got you, Mr. Winters. Now let's check this out. So you just named me all of his stellar teammates. Now I'm going to tell you how well his stellar teammates performed in that game 1. Ilgauskas was 1 of 8 from the field, shot 12%, was a -18 on the night, 2 points as a starter in 23 minutes. Larry Hughes, 1 of 5 from the field, 2 points, was a -18 of the night, 0-1 from the 3-point line, shot 20% from the field. Danielle Marshall was 1 of 4 from the 3-point line, scored 5 points. in 15 minutes. Eric Snow, who you said he was a solid guard, played 14 seconds, was a -3 on the night. The only person that was essentially efficient, or the two players that were kind of efficient was it wasn't. It was Sasha Pavlovich and Drew Gooden.
Yeah, Sasha. I named Sasha earlier.
Sasha Pavlovich. No, you didn't name him. Sasha.
No, not when you asked. I named him earlier.
Okay, so Sasha Pavlovich scored 13 points on 6 of 12 shooting, and Drew Gooden was 6 of 9 for 14 points. Now, we all know that Ilgauskas, Hughes, and all these players that you named were not stellar superstar talent that you would expect to see on a team that's sitting in the NBA Finals. Yet you're trying. What are you trying to get us to believe about this team? So when we say they're a bunch of bums, we know they're not really bums. They're NBA players. But in the true sense of what a finals team looks like, was that a roster that looked like it belonged in the finals, Mr. Winters?
Well, I mean, it's up to you to interpret that.
No, Mr. Winters, just think about teams that typically make the finals.
Did I expect them to come out of East that year? Not really.
What I'm saying, no, Mr. Winters, I just want you to be. The question I'm asking is this: if you're being honest and you look at this team, if you look at the players, we all know who they were at that stage in their career, right? We know Verjao, we know who he was coming off the bench. Boobie Gibson, we know who he was and how his career ended up. We know Ilgauskas at that time, a little bit older, not necessarily the same as who he was in years prior before LeBron James got there. Larry Hughes, we know who he was at the time, really talented, but injury riddled. And so when you look at this team,
okay,
is it a team that when the season starts, I'm going to be betting, I'm going to take my last $10,000, $15,000 and I'm going to say, I'm going to bet my last $10,000, $15,000 that they get to the NBA Finals. It ain't no way they don't make it.
You'll be a damn
Or will you
fool.
look at this team and say, damn, I'd be surprised if they're a 6, 7 seed, even 8 seed.
Yeah, you would look at that team and say, I'll go with the first answer. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out of the East, and I'm going to tell you why. Because let me explain my answer.
That's nasty, bro.
No, let me explain. Now, because prior to 07 and 06, we went against Detroit. We took them to 7 games. Okay. They beat us in the semifinals, and they got to the.
LeBron took them to 7 games.
Now, the following year in 07, they lost Ben Wallace and they lost Larry Brown. So that makes them a little bit weaker. We're still the same team. So yes, you wouldn't be surprised if they beat the team that lost 2.
He scored 25 points straight, bro.
You lost Ben Wallace.
Correct. Braun did that single.
You would look at that team and say we can beat that team.
Hey, Mr. Winters, hold up, Mr. Winters. I got a question for you. Just one question. I'm gonna let you keep cooking. What that you talking about when they lost Ben Wallace? That was the 06-07 season, correct?
06. No, 05, 06, I believe.
No. You saying when they lost Ben Wallace.
The Cavs didn't. When the Cavs beat the Pistons, Ben Wallace was gone. Larry Brown was gone.
Which was the 07 season, correct?
Right.
All right. Can you tell me where that Pistons team was ranked defensively?
That year?
Yes, please.
Probably were they probably fifth?
Number 2.
Number 2. Okay.
Second in points allowed.
Close enough.
And that was after they traded Ben Wallace at the trade deadline.
Wow.
Yes,
so
when Ben Wallace was gone.
Hey, wow, they were ahead of us. So, I mean, they still, it was Detroit. They were
Detroit were still the favorites going into that series, bro. So, like, you're trying to do some revisionist history right here.
There's no revisionist history because you look okay. They would be because they went to the last 2 finals, of course.
Bro, just admit you're wrong. Just admit you're wrong.
When we matched up against them, we matched up pretty well. We matched up very good against them the year prior, and then they lose a key guy in Ben Wallace. So yes, you would look at that and say, "Hey, the Cavs have a chance this year." So looking at it like that, yes.
So hold on. You're telling us, Mr. Winters, that you looked at the Detroit Pistons roster and said because they lost Ben Wallace, you thought the Cavs could get to the NBA Finals with that roster.
We just took them to 7 games. We have LeBron James.
So oh wait,
Have
no, but why would you overlook the Miami Heat, the champions?
Thank you.
You wouldn't. I mean, no, you wouldn't overlook them, but you still would give yourself a chance. And Miami,
But you would no, the Cavs would never be
you
the
give them a
favorite.
chance to pass Detroit, but why do you have the Cavs beating the Miami Heat with Shaq and Dwayne Wade?
because all those guys, age was a factor. Because you got, and they still had Antoine. They still had Antoine Walker. They still had Shaq, who was aging and slow and all that type of stuff. So they're a whole year older with all those veterans. You look at your Cavs, say we have a chance.
Oh, wait. Hold on. So you're saying when you looked at the rosters, you looked at Shaq, and then you looked at Ilgauskas, and you said that you think
what happened? Didn't they go further? Didn't they go further than Miami?
Bro, I'm literally watching this game right now
Dr. Inky,
on NBA
Dr.
Archive.
Inky, hold on, wait, hey, Dr.
You don't
Inky,
know nothing about
Dr. Inky, hold on, wait,
basketball.
Dr. Inky.
Mahari, man.
Oh wait, Ilgauskas never averaged a
And you're
double-double
gay,
in
bitch.
his career. Ilgauskas never averaged a double-double in his career.
It's
Drew Gooden never averaged a double-double in his career. If we sat here, just like Lamont just said, if we told Mr. Winters here, Michael Jordan had a player average a double-double in 1988, the Chicago Bulls had the number 1 defense in 1988, and he choked and couldn't make the finals in 1988, he gonna come with 106 excuses to why Jordan didn't have a good team, or like Lamont said, Jordan just wasn't ready to make that leap to be that great player at that point. Although he was the league MVP and the fake defensive player of the year, but again, we all know he is suffering from BDS.
Why is
Huh?
BDS? Yes.
Because he got fake steals and blocks on his resume from 1988.
Yeah. So 30 years later, they come out with that story. Wow. Okay. All right.
There's no All-Stars and Hall of Famers.
Wait. Is there a time limit on truth, Mr. Winters? Is there a time limit on truth?
It's funny. It's all of a sudden.
Is there an expiration date written on truth?
They attacked the award that LeBron never won. That Jordan did win. All of a sudden.
No. They attacked.
Michael Jordan.
No. Mr. Winters. That's not how it happened, Mr. Winters. How it happened was, it was those who suffered from BDS who were attacking the Defensive Player of the Year, Jared Jackson, which forced them to go show you how Jared Jackson deserves it. And by doing that, they went back and saw that your boy had the biggest discrepancy in Defensive Player of the Year history. And just like real basketball fans and real journalism do, unlike the journalism you like to go listen to over there with Mr. Carcino and Cricket TV, somebody went and found film and proved it. Even your own Zesty Jeffrey fan base approved it, that Jordan had fake steals and fake blocks.
30 years later. Okay.
Who's your GOAT? Mr. Winters, who is your GOAT?
You know what I'm saying? My GOAT is Michael Jordan. That's not my
okay then. So take one for the team, and you are part of the BDS and the Zesty Jeffrey coalition.
So should LeBron? So should we take away LeBron's Rookie of the Year because Melo had a better rookie year? But it was proven that he had a better.
How do we go from Jordan having fake stats and a fake defensive player of the year to that? Does LeBron got fake stats as a rookie?
I'm just asking.
Does LeBron got fake stats as a rookie? Huh?
Melo had better stats, and Melo had a better team.
Melo didn't have better stats. Where he had better stats at?
Melo went to the playoffs. Melo improved his team by double.
He had a better team.
He won more games. He could have won the whole season. So did D-Wade. So he was Rookie of the Month more times than LeBron was.
No.
So should he be Rookie of the Year?
No, that's false.
That's the only valid argument you had.
No, that's false. Because again, Marcus Camby was hurt the year prior, right, on Denver. And he returned that year, and also Andre Miller was added to the team, which also what made that team a better team. So it wasn't just adding Carmelo Anthony, sir.
However you want to look at it. So is Melo supposed to apologize because his teams made better moves than Cleveland did? I mean, it's not his fault.
I still don't know how this has to do it. I still don't have to do with Michael Jordan's fake steals and fake blocks and his fake defensive player of the year.
Alleged.
It's a cop out.
It's not alleged. It's proved. We prove it. We proved it. We proved it. It's fake. It's fake. He got it, but it's fake.
Okay,
It's
so
fake. It
LeBron
got
got
an
to take
asterisk.
rookie of the year. Then. LeBron got to take rookie of the year. Then.
Why? Because
No,
you didn't
that's
like.
just
You didn't like
opinionated,
him.
bro. You can't even prove that
No,
LeBron didn't
no,
deserve
because you
his
don't.
rookie of the year. That's opinionated.
Yeah, because he doesn't have
That's
nothing
it.
fake
So
on.
it's the Jordan
He
thing.
has nothing fake on his resume. He has nothing fake on his resume for you to say that he doesn't deserve the rookie of the year.
Jordan's fake stats are facts,
So
nigga. Like
part ways on
LeBron not deserving rookie of the year is your
the bottom
opinion.
line is
That's not a fact.
history.
Carmelo wasn't 18 years old.
Carmelo was a year
Anthony,
older, was on
he
a
wasn't.
better
Yeah,
team, and didn't go
exactly.
number
18
one
years.
overall in the draft to the worst team in NBA
However
history,
you want
bro.
to slice it.
So you need to shut up, bro.
However you want to slice it. Whatever. However you want to slice it. But getting back
Narratives
to
are also a reason why people win awards, and that was also a narrative going for LeBron. We can admit that as LeBron fans,
Dr.
but at the
Inky,
end
that
of the
is
day,
a perfect.
it's still
That's
an
a perfect.
opinion.
Yeah, that's a perfect syndrome. They truly get deranged when it comes to Bron. Boy. So
I mean,
They really do,
Bron
man. It's
derangement
y'all just don't want to
syndrome.
keep it. Y'all don't want to keep the same energy on both sides. You want to
No,
say
Bro,
Jordan
we
had
keep the same energy. You guys are the ones that move the goalposts. What are you talking about?
And he probably
You've been
Melo
moving the
probably got
goalposts
robbed.
after we called you out on several lies. I'm literally watching the
No, what did I lie
2007
about?
Game
Tell
1
me what I lied about.
finals
Show me
right
what I lied
now on
about.
NBA Classic Archives. They're guarding this nigga LeBron every time he touches the ball with 2 to 3
I'm
players,
talking
bro.
about the first
Every
half
single
of
time, bro.
game
You talking about these niggas are
Watch
guarding
that.
him with single coverage and his
wasn't
team, and,
one-on-one.
and he wasn't choking or whatever, nigga. You're just a lie, bro.
Lying.
I wish Lamar would put this game on right now. It's on YouTube for free. They got the whole game on here. I've been watching it. I'm already 20 minutes in, bro.
Jordan
I'm literally 20 minutes in and watching this game, and I'm seeing how they're literally guarding
Jordan for
LeBron.
any of his losses in the 80s.
Crazy.
Nobody ever brought up no rosters that Jordan had in the 80s. They put it all on Jordan. No one named one.
Because you
No,
put
they
it all
didn't,
on
bro.
LeBron. Because you put it all on LeBron.
Oh, that's what you do. You put it all on the star.
Okay, so put it on Jordan then. The fuck?
I do put the 80s on Jordan.
No,
Jordan,
you don't. You keep making
I
excuses,
wasting
bro.
your time on
Jordan
Jesse
would have never
Winters,
won
bro.
an
You
80.
don't want to. You can't prove anything because he has all he has is just illogical opinions, bro. You just don't know anything about basketball. Just admit you don't know basketball.
I asked you how
Make it
many
easy on
points
yourself.
LeBron had in the first half. You didn't know it, so you don't know basketball.
I don't give it.
Shut
I
your
don't
mouth.
give a damn, bro, because you don't
Nigga,
know
you said
either, bro.
LeBron
Because
was
you
being
don't watch
guarded single
basketball
coverage,
yourself,
bro.
bro.
Shut up.
Hold on.
You
hold on.
really don't
Look
know
at the
nothing
pull up the
about
tape. Pull up
basketball,
the tape
bro.
and look at it yourself.
I put
Pull
up
up
the
the
tape,
tape and look at it yourself.
Hold on.
LeBron, please pull up that game. It's on NBA Archives right
I'll
now.
put the game up. Hold on 1 second. Mr. Winters. Jordan's your favorite player, right?
No, Jordan's not my favorite player.
Who's your favorite player?
My favorite player of all time is Kobe.
No. Who's the player that you watch the most? Like you watch the most games.
He just said his GOAT was MJ.
No,
That's
the
what
player he watched the most games of is LeBron.
That's my GOAT.
Okay, so who's
my
your favorite
player is Kobe.
Okay, so
he watched LeBron the most.
in the 2011 series versus the Dallas Mavericks, how many points did Kobe score in the first quarter?
Oh.
Ether.
Nobody talks about that series.
Ooh, can't tell you.
Hold on. This is not to get on Kobe about what he did or didn't do. This just tells you that asking people how many points a player scored in a random game in 2 quarters.
Random in the finals? That's a random game?
Okay, so tell me how many points did Kobe score in game 1 versus Indiana Pacers in the finals?
I never said he carried bombs. Okay. I never said he carried bombs.
Do you? How come you don't know though? How come you don't know how many points he scored
in the finals against who?
Against the Pacers in the first half.
I'm not sure.
Why? You don't know basketball.
Ether.
You can say about what okay, you can go there and say whatever you want to say. The bottom line is you're trying to change the narrative because y'all over here because y'all.
Bro, these niggas are trash, bro. I'm literally watching Anders and Varejao airball a fucking layup, bro. Right at the basket with nobody on him, bro.
Okay.
These niggas are trash, bro.
Okay.
This is in the finals, bro.
Eric
Come on
Snow
now.
couldn't shoot worth a damn.
They're productive in the
These
finals.
niggas are bricking shots 3 feet from the basket,
one word to
getting
say
boxed
about
out
that.
from the rim,
That's
and just getting
Ether.
out rebounded all game. This nigga Anders and Varejao just got the rebound taken away from him by Tony Parker.
He blew a layup today. He blew a couple layups today as the league MVP. So what does that mean? He a bum now? He a bum?
You comparing Anders and Varejao to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
I'm comparing your stupid logic trying to cap for LeBron.
Bro, I'm not even gonna go there, bro. It's cool.
I'll go there. You're a zesty dick rider. How about that?
Damn.
Man, stop. Why does you always refer to a penis when you talk to me, man? I don't want nothing to do with you, bro. I know you like men, bro, because you always talking about penis and all this other getting all this.
How about
bro.
this? How about stop being LBZ's bitch? How about that? How about that?
What
Go
is
find some
LBZ
pussy
doing right
first,
now?
motherfucker.
When the last? What's the name of that?
Winners, hold on, Mr. Winners. You're getting sidetracked. Come on, y'all. That's why I muted y'all.
Eric Snow sitting on the bench right now in the top of the second quarter.
Hold on.
10
Eric
minutes.
Snow is like 35. Then keep
Hold
on.
on.
Hey, hold on, y'all let Lamont go, man. Can be quiet.
All I'm saying is, Mr. Winners, the game is playing now. You
third quarter.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you the mic, Mr. Winners. Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna give you the mic to do the play-by-play. I'm not gonna do it. You tell me when to stop it. You tell me when to play it, and I want you to really focus on the defense. How are they defending LeBron? And remember, you said in the first half, right? So I'm just gonna click anywhere in the first half. So I believe this is in the first half right here. I clicked on any random spot. You said in the entire first half, they were guarding LeBron James straight up. They didn't send no doubles. They didn't send no help. They didn't do none of that. So I want you to walk us through the play-by-play, all right?
I'm not walking. I don't have to walk through anything. Just watch it. I don't say anything. We can sit here and just watch it.
But maybe when they send a double, maybe there's something else going on that you need to explain to us.
What superstar doesn't get double? No, there's nothing. What superstar don't get double? Kobe got double.
No, hold on.
Shaq got double.
No, hold on.
Tim Duncan got double. What does that mean? They got their numbers though.
Listen to what I'm saying. You said one of the biggest indictments on this game is that they held LeBron. LeBron James was 0-7 in the first half. He was getting guarding straight up. You said he was getting guarded straight up. That's what you said. So the film should support LeBron not scoring or not making a shot in the first half and getting guarded straight up, correct?
Go ahead, play it.
I'm just saying, should the film reflect that?
Go play it.
I'm just asking you. When I hit play, I should see no double teams and no help.
Play it. Go to the first half of the game and play it. Just press play.
All right, hold on. This is any random spot. I'm just gonna hit play. Hold on, let me fast forward. All right. Who's that guarding him, Mr. Winters?
Booby's got the ball. That's Bruce Bowen right there on him.
That looks like a double.
That's a triple.
Yeah, that looked like a triple. That looked like a double that turned into a triple.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Now, Mr. Winters, we are 10 seconds into the film, man, and we are already.
At the end of the first quarter. At the end of the first quarter.
Go back, man. Maybe our eyes are tricking us, Mr. Winters. That's why I said, Mr. Winters, if our eyes are tricking us, maybe you need to explain it to us with the play. All right.
Listen,
let me run it back.
If I'm wrong, about that, I'm wrong. I don't care. But however you want to look at it. What is that?
You know what? You are right. Hold on. You are right. LeBron should not be going 0-7 if the only person that's defending him is Bruce Bowen. He should have at least scored. And if they weren't doubling or sending significant help, that's a huge indictment on LeBron James's where she would rank him all time in NBA history. So let's play this again. Maybe our eyes are tricking.
Like LeBron James. I'm here.
Hold on, let me turn the sound on too, because maybe the sound, maybe the announcers say something.
I'm here to indict LeBron James, like you trying to set it up.
Hold on, Mr. Because I'm just making sure that your recollection of these games is accurate. So hold on, let me put the sound in. Okay, so now we get to hear the sound with it because maybe we missed something. Here it is right here, y'all. Let me run it back.
The one thing that y'all got right, y'all so happy about it.
Mr. Winters, hold on, Mr. Winters. I'm gonna play it. Hold on.
Be sure to watch how trash the Cavs are on offense.
Hold on, yeah. We don't need the commentary.
Both teams was trash on offense. So what are you saying?
Mr. Winters, hold on, Mr. Winters. We need to hear the audio too. Maybe they're gonna say something about this.
Fear of their opponent. He makes sure that they have some fear. He puts fear in me. Going right up on James.
Call for it. Couldn't handle him.
Help defense away from Duncan. Marshall. An open look. Won't go. Ginobili tips it. And Duncan comes away. Those are the shots they really are going to have to hit if they want to win some games.
They really do. You see the strategy of the Spurs. Get the ball out of the hands of LeBron James and force him to be a playmaker. Now what?
Did you hear what the announcers just said, y'all?
Say Lamont.
Get the ball out of hand. That's what you. Yeah, duh. That's the star, of course.
Hold on. Force the ball. Hold on. Hold on. How were they forcing the ball out of his hands, Mr.
Help
Winters, if they
defense.
were only guarding him with one player?
Well, that's what you do when you want to, of course, force it out of LeBron's hands, force it out of Jordan's hands, force it out of Kobe's hands. What do you?
No, but Mr. Winters, you said they were guarding him straight up, and
You
that's why
played
he
one
was.
clip. Play the entire quarter without stoppage. Condense it and play it. You can play it fast. Don't go to one spot. Play the entire quarter. If you're gonna do that,
hold on, I'm about to keep playing it. But Mr. Winters, we should not be seeing triple teams 10 seconds into the clip when you said he was getting guarded straight up.
you're at the end. Well, bro, listen, whatever. However you, if that's a good enough excuse for you, because every superstar gets double teamed, don't they?
We're gonna keep playing it, Mr. Winters.
So you're making an excuse for LeBron.
Here's the double. Up, won't go.
Nope.
And James the rebound.
Okay, see how they defend this one.
Scoreless, yet they're only down 5. That was one of the effective things as he goes to the rim and draws the foul. Game 6 against Detroit. He was only 3 for 11.
Now, do you want me to play the free throw?
What he gonna do is he gonna score one of his 4 points. He gonna score one of his 4 points in the first half at the free throw line.
Okay, so should I fast forward? You don't want to see the free throws, do you?
Whatever, man. Do your thing, man. So you did all this to make an excuse for why LeBron couldn't score in the first half. Is this your excuse?
No, I'm not saying why he didn't score. What I'm saying is the Spurs play hellified defense. Whenever a superstar doesn't score, it's not because they just trash it, because the other team played really good defense. I just like giving the Spurs credit. Hold on, let's play this though.
Get going in transition.
Kobe faced the same Spurs and didn't get held to 4 points in the first half. By the way.
Rory right there, knocked out of his hands. Vaughn with a quick jumper. Quick bucket from Jack Vaughn. That's gravy when he's able to give him some offense as well. Oh, he's a bonus. He's a solid backup that comes in, gives great defense, and then runs the team. When he's knocking that shot down, you can put him in even longer.
Oh, look at him.
How many players was that in that wall of defense they had for LeBron?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Terrible handle. Is that your king? That's your king. Go James Kingdom. That's your king.
Mr. Winters, let me ask you a question. You do realize that that's 4 Hall of Famers and Bruce Bowen, and Bruce Bowen was an all-team, all-NBA defender.
Excuses.
He was second in defensive player of the year that year. Bruce Bowen was second in defensive player of the year that year.
Excuses.
Hold on, to go there, because we can literally put a whole low-light clip together of Jordan turnovers and him being the dumbass with the ball.
Hold on. So, Mr. Winters, so when you watch this clip, you are looking at the fact that LeBron James lost the ball and picked it up and got it back, and you're indicting him for that. When we're supposed to be watching, Mr. Winters, what we were looking for is how are the Spurs defending LeBron? You were hinging
every superstar.
Hold on, Mr. Winters, listen to what I'm saying, because what you're trying to do is now you're trying to pretend as if one of your strongest indictments is what you were saying earlier. You were saying that he played so horrible in the first half, and the Spurs did it all by guarding him straight up. You were hinging on the fact that the Spurs didn't do anything unique. They just put one defender on him, and he was making all these gaffes and mistakes. That's what you said. So as we watch this, while you're watching LeBron,
that is what you said.
While you're watching LeBron James struggle with having to navigate through not only just the number 1 defense in the league, but how do I navigate through 3 and 4 defenders getting thrown at me?
Excuses.
No, it's not excuses, because we all know that LeBron James lost this series, and we all know why. So there's no excuse. This is not a justification for why he lost. It would probably be more of a justification as to why the Spurs won and why they were so dominant. They had a great defense that you will run around and say they were old. A lot of the people tell us that this Spurs team was trash. No, listen, Mr. Winters, listen to what I'm saying. A lot of people would try to pretend that this Spurs team was old. They was trash, and they would say this. But when we watch this team, it's an elite defense, and they were a really good basketball team. So we're going to watch this again, and I want you to count how many defenders do they send to LeBron James? How much gravity is he attracting when he makes his move?
Comes in, gives great defense, and then runs the team. When he's knocking that shot down, you can put him in.
Now, they left Danielle Marshall wide open. They left Pavlovich wide open. They left the weak side three-point shooter wide open. LeBron James drives into the paint. They send 4 guys into the paint, Mr. Winters. So, Mr. Winters, wouldn't you think that would attribute to LeBron James not being very efficient?
Of course, but he's LeBron James. Find a way to score. All the other guys, Kobe found a way to score. Anybody else? KG found ways to score.
Hold on, Mr. Winters.
Did Kobe find a way to score in 2011?
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Mr. Winters. Kobe was not finding ways to score versus the Pacers that year. He was trash that year. Do you agree? In that finals.
Say that. If you want to say
was
that.
Was Kobe trash? Where's your indictment for Kobe? Or did Kobe have the luxury of getting carried by the best player in the NBA and he could afford to play trash and still win?
He didn't afford, no, he didn't play trash every game. There was a game.
He did play trash.
No, he didn't. There's a game Shaq fouled out. And he finished the game. So you can't say he played trash.
So if there was no Shaquille O'Neal on the floor, would those numbers have won the series?
So we going in hypotheticals.
If there was I'm asking you a hypothetical question. If there was no Shaquille O'Neal on that team, hold on, Mr. Winters. Let's just play pretend, because one thing we do know here is that this Cavalier team does not have anybody close to the level of a LeBron James. Actually, they don't even have anybody that would be considered a perennial all-star in their prime, anything.
Z was an all-star a year.
Hold on. That's not, listen to what I said. I said a perennial all-star. Just because you make an all-star game, just like Christian Laettner made one, just like we've seen a lot of guys make one by default. Ilgauskas was never looked at as a perennial all-star, because a perennial all-star is a testament to your caliber of play, not just lucking up getting in because a position opened up, an injury happened.
He was on the last spot of that all-star team too.
So
that means the coaches voted him in.
So what I'm saying is this: there was nobody on this Cavs team equatable to a Shaquille O'Neal or of any level of greatness. He had no help. So what I'm asking you is, if you remove Shaquille O'Neal from the equation, with those numbers that Kobe put up versus the Pacers, injury or not, would it have sufficed for them to win?
I'll say with Kobe Bryant, yes. I think they still beat the Pacers. That's my opinion. So we're not gonna play the excuse game today. We're not going
derangement.
Well, hold on. How are we making it? Hold on, but we all acknowledge that he lost. How are we making excuses? How is it an excuse to just say the Spurs was a hellified defense? How is that an excuse to give credit where credit is due?
No, okay. However you want to say that. My whole thing was it wasn't
everything. No, Mr. Winters, your whole thing is you got to start learning. At some point in time, you got to be able to just learn. Not everything is choking, Mr. Winters, when it comes to the game of basketball. Not everything is Mr. Winters. What you're doing is you're alluding to it. Like sometimes you got to just stop going down this road of hating LeBron so much that you just start mislabeling stuff. Yes, LeBron has had his moments that you could potentially label as a choke. And a lot of people will concede and give you 2011, even though smart people don't say that, including guys like Mark Cuban. But we'll concede and give fans that because we know fans like you don't understand the game of basketball very much. But to say that this was a choke with the insurmountable odds that he was pitted with, for you to use that for you to try to indict Mahari because he couldn't remember a specific stat line from the first half. Yet none of Kobe's first half stats in any game that he ever played in NBA history. And on top of that, Mr. Winters,
Mahari ran his mouth.
And on top of that, Mr. Winters, you completely lied about the fact that LeBron James was getting guarded straight up. Because I missed on one. As we can see, no, you missed on one of the most important element of what you were saying.
Yep.
Because you were hinging everything on not only did he not score, he didn't score and they were just giving him single coverage. That was the strongest element of your argument. And as soon as we play the tape, your strongest element of your argument falls into the garbage can and you get mad at us for calling out the obvious.
No one's mad. Mahari said the guys around him were bums in that series. And that's
They were okay.
First of all, I did said that, and I meant what I said because it was an undisputed fact. The tapes
well,
proves
it's
it. I don't need to prove
factually
anything
not
else,
true
dumbass.
because if you're averaging 67 points,
They are
per game,
bums, bro.
and
They're
the
not.
other
They're
team
not. They
is
were not
averaging
quality players
72
to help
points per
LeBron
game,
James win a
that's a
championship.
close
It's not
series.
even an argument, bro. I'm not going to argue
That's
with
a
you with
close
your
series.
dumbass.
That's a close series.
No.
If
Wait
the
a minute.
5
You're
points is a
telling me
close
that.
series.
You're telling me that. Wait a minute. Hold on. No. I got
5
this. I
points is
got
a close
this.
series, stupid. So if they were
No, it
averaging
ain't,
67
bro.
points
No,
per
it ain't,
game,
bro. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because the truth of the matter is that entire
ain't
Cavaliers
5 points a
team
close
had
game?
absolutely no. I'm
Hold on,
talking, bro.
y'all.
I'm talking. I let you talk for the last 10
Why
minutes.
are you
Let me
yelling?
talk, bro.
Why are you
Let
yelling,
me
girl?
talk, bro.
Calm down, girl.
Man,
Y'all
shut your
asking,
bitch ass up, bro.
but y'all be
Let me
asking
tell you. Let me tell you this right now.
asking
LeBron
irrelevant
James
questions.
had no help in that entire series. No
That's
help.
not true.
When you win a
That's not
no.
true.
I'm talking. I'm talking zesty winners. Let me talk. All right. The truth is, when you're winning a championship, you need 2 or 3 stars to help you win championships. You can't expect LeBron James to carry the
Hakeem
entire
won
team to
two
win a championship.
without a star. Hakeem won 2. So you're lying.
First of all, he
Without a
had
star.
help, dumbass. He had help. You don't know nothing
So
about
did LeBron
basketball,
have
bro.
help?
Shut your zesty ass up,
Hold on,
bitch.
Crash
Mr.
out.
Winters. I know, Mr. Winters.
Yeah,
Hold on, Mr.
yeah.
Winters. Let me do this, Mr. Winters. Let's just say that. Let's just go with your notion that the players around LeBron James were competent and were high quality star, former all-star, really high quality championship caliber players. Let's just go with that narrative. Why then do you not hold Ilgauskas' feet to the fire in that game 1 for going 1 of 8 from the field? If Ilgauskas is this superb help, because remember, you were a Cavs fan, not just a LeBron hater. If you were watching everybody, where's your ether for guys who didn't show up? Like, where's your ether for the Larry Hugheses who didn't show up? Where's your ether for Ilgauskas who didn't show up? Where's your ether for Daniel Marshall who came off the bench and didn't show up? Where's your ether for those guys? Because those guys all played way worse than LeBron. Yes, we'll give it to you. LeBron played bad. But these teammates that you try to clamor and say that were really good, they played horrible. Like Ilgauskas, who is the supposed all-star. What do you have to say about Ilgauskas? How poor and pitiful was that performance? And how do you indict Ilgauskas?
That's fine. I don't mind saying when they had a bad performance, but
Okay,
tell
talk
the whole,
about Ilgauskas.
no, tell the whole story. Can you let me finish? Tell the whole story.
No.
Also,
I want you to talk about Ilgauskas' performance that game and how pathetic it was. Talk about it.
okay, fine. It was pathetic. Okay, if you want to say it's pathetic, fine. But what I'm saying to you is tell the whole story. In games 3 and 4, he guarded. The bigs guarded Tim Duncan and held him to 30%.
Talking about game 1.
Okay. All
Talk
right.
about how pathetic
Okay,
Ilgauskas' performance was, if you remember.
Okay, you gave the numbers. It wasn't a good performance in the first half.
What do you remember from that first half?
What do you mean? It wasn't a good performance.
You remember what LeBron James did in the first half? Talk about Ilgauskas in that first half, how bad he was.
Dude, you act like I came up with this conversation. Your boy Mahari said they were bums, and I proved that they weren't. And
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking you to help. Because remember, I can't sit here and play the whole game. I get copyrighted. I want you to talk to us. Ilgauskas for the entire game was 1 of 8 and played horribly.
Okay.
Talk to us about how poor Ilgauskas played. And as we can see from the film, he was actually getting guarded with single coverage. He wasn't getting doubled. He wasn't faking all this significant pressure. Where's your ether for these others who, as we can see from the film, were not getting doubled? In a lot of instances, were wide open because they were sending 3 and 4 to LeBron James. What do you have? What's your ether for the guys?
Of 130.
Remember, hold on. What's your ether for these really, really good players around LeBron James who, even in the best of circumstances, wide open, not getting doubled, not able to come through for LeBron in this time.
LeBron wasn't coming to them either. What are you talking about? They all get you ever see this is the thing. Everybody gets held accountable, and I don't mind holding everybody accountable.
Hold Ilgauskas accountable. Talk about him in that first half.
Okay, he played horrible.
What do you remember though, specifically?
Okay, all I'm saying that he played horrible. He's 1 of 11.
Do you remember anything specifically? His
What
shots,
coverage? What coverage did they do to make him play horrible? Since
were they
did
doubling him? What were they doing?
What coverage did they do on him? Did you have the coverage for LeBron?
however you want to slice it, they had it was not a good game.
How were they defending Ilgauskas? Were they leaving him open? What was
I said just as much about Ilgauskas as I said about LeBron, and look at how mad y'all are. Y'all, I did. I said LeBron. I gave you LeBron was 0 of 7, and I just told you that Ilgauskas was 1 of 11.
No. You said
That's fine.
LeBron was getting single covered. How were they covering Ilgauskas?
Okay. Lamont, are you accurate on everything you say? No. So I mean, do I have to be perfect?
I'm not. This is not for accuracy. We've already saw that you were wrong about LeBron. We've moved past that. How were they guarding?
No, I wasn't wrong about LeBron. LeBron was 1 of 7. 0 of 7. I'm sorry.
How were they guarding Ilgauskas?
I have to go back and look. It was a long time ago. I did look at this. I did look at this stuff.
But Mr. Winters, and the reason why it sounds like you're lying is because you can't tell me that a guy was 0 of 7 from the field and then just be like, oh, he was trash, but you just conveniently.
I didn't say he was trash. I said.
Listen to what I'm saying, Mr. Winters. If you conveniently just forget to tell me all of a sudden, oh, he was 0 of 7 from the field in the first half, because the San Antonio Spurs, every time he touched the ball, was sending 2, 3, and 4 guys to double and triple team him. Well, now that makes sense. But
you got your excuse. You got
hold on. No, that's not an
All
excuse.
Context.
Because what happened was Mr. Winters tried to lie, y'all. Because the reason why Mr. Winters, because if it didn't mean anything, if it didn't really matter to him, then he wouldn't have never said in the beginning he was getting single covered. You tried to put into everyone's minds that the Spurs weren't doing anything spectacular to stop him. It was just one guy. Hold on. Yes, you did say that.
You're talking around the subject like you always do. Y'all didn't know the number.
This is how we know that he knows LeBron James is extremely great, because he tried to say that LeBron played poorly getting single covered, when we all know if you try to single cover a young LeBron, that young LeBron is going to completely barbecue you. But we all know that already. And we know the Spurs and Greg Popovich were not that stupid. They sent the whole house at him. And as we can see, as the announcer even said, if the Cavs want to win this game, these other guys are going to have to make shots, because they are going to force LeBron to give up that ball.
Well, they were making shots in the first half. They scored 35 points. If they scored 35 points and LeBron only scored 4, they were making shots.
If you're telling me that an NBA team scored 35 points in 2 quarters of basketball, and I'm supposed to believe you when you say they were making shots.
In 2007, it was a different era. So, yes, scoring wasn't up as much as it is now. So stop trying to run that game. Yeah, it was a different era. It was a tougher defensive era. It was two tough defensive teams that were top 5 in the finals. So the scoring was going to be low, but they were within 5 points at halftime when Yo King LeBron was not making a shot. So you cannot say that he carried them.
Okay, but we understand LeBron wasn't making shots. But we also understand that LeBron had to pass the ball to guys who were wide open because he was getting doubled and triple teamed. Talk about Ilgauskas and the others who were missing wide open shots, because we know LeBron wasn't getting them wide open.
Who missed a wide open shot? Who missed a wide open shot? The Spurs are very good at recovering.
I just think this is funny, man. This is hilarious. They always talk about we need to tell the whole story, but they were telling the only story about LeBron James.
Special, son.
They can't tell you about nobody else on LeBron's team, bro.
I'm really trying to move past it, because we all now know, and Johnny even gave us the numbers. Brown was 0 of 7 in the first half. We get that. So what I'm saying is, Bron was 0 of 7. We now, after watching the film, we know why he was 0 of 7. Now, but you said, because remember, you were mad at Mahari because Mahari said Bron was playing with bums. You think that he was playing with some stellar talent. Where's your smoke for the stellar talent surrounding LeBron James? Because as we can see from the film, they were getting wide open looks and not making them. Where's your smoke for those guys?
I just said they didn't. The guys that weren't making shots didn't perform well. The guys you named, Z, didn't perform well that game. Drew, like you said, Drew Gooden and Sasha Pavlovich and Daniel Gibson were the only guys that actually performed that game. And LeBron in the second half, he performed. I give him that. In the second half, he performed. He got back in the game. He got us back in the game. Now he did that. But my whole point is you can't look at that 07 roster and keep saying because you watch ESPN and let them tell you that a bunch of, or you got a narrative out here because Rich Paul make y'all say things to make LeBron look better. You have to actually
First
look
of
at
all,
what's going on.
I don't watch ESPN. Period. I watch the games when it actually happened. So
Well, how come you didn't know? How come you didn't know how bad Joe King?
I already knew that, bro. You don't have to tell me that.
No,
I
you
have
didn't.
a
No, you knew
photographic
when Lamont
memory.
said it. I asked you,
Oh,
and you
now
didn't
you're
know.
mad. Now you're mad all of a sudden. Okay.
No, I'm not mad. I asked you that, and you said you didn't. So don't say
No, I never
Hold
said
on 1 second,
anything.
y'all.
I
Hold
never
on.
said anything.
Let me address Peter Backjuice's comment. He says he wants us to have smoke. No, Peter Backjuice. This is the problem. Mahari said that the guys around LeBron just weren't that good, which in a sense,
exactly.
We agree. He said they were bums. They were trash.
Hold on, please. Can you hold on? So it doesn't matter. Whatever words you want to use, trash, however, we all know Mahari said it. He's not backing down from it. We don't have any smoke for Pavlovich. We don't have any smoke for Ilgauskas. We don't have any smoke for the Drew Goodens. We all know that these guys are very, very marginal role players, and there's not a high expectation from them. Mr. Winters is the one that said they were elite role players and really good players, and that he feels like we know you said this because you're the one that said you would have picked them to make the NBA Finals at the beginning of the year looking at this team. You would have looked at the roster. You would have looked at Pavlovich. You would have looked at Ilgauskas. You would have looked at all these guys. You believed in those role players so much so that you said you would have picked them to make the NBA Finals over the Miami Heat, over teams like that. So at the end of the day, it's Mr. Winters who should be having smoke for those guys that didn't show up because he's the one that believed they were elite role players. Why would I have smoke for them when I never thought that they were going to be enough? I didn't even think it would be enough for them to even get out of the Eastern Conference Finals. So
exactly.
That's the problem is it's just surprising that he's the one that thinks these role players were great, yet he has no smoke for these great role players, even though they played.
They were good enough. They were good enough.
Okay, they were good enough.
No, they
if
weren't.
they were good enough, then all right, where's your smoke for them for not performing up to their averages?
I just said that yes, they should be held accountable. So I don't mind.
Hold them accountable on FYF.
Okay,
Sports,
they're held accountable.
I want you on FYF Sports. I want you to hold Ilgronis Ilgauskas accountable for his poor game one performance, and I want you to hold Danielle Marshall for his horrendous. I want you to hold these role players accountable, just like you. I need you to come up with nicknames, like you come up with LeBron nicknames. Go do it all.
Keep that same energy.
Keep the same energy.
Because now we're going to equate LeBron to role players because he didn't play well. Now we're going to lower expectations for LeBron.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Mr. Winters. We're not equating them to role players.
Yes, you are.
You said that these guys were much better than role players. You said Ilgauskas.
I didn't say that.
You said Ilgauskas was an all-star. So if you're going to say Ilgauskas was an all-star, I want you to hold him accountable like an all-star, and I want you to expose him here on FYF Sports.
How about this? They played just as bad as LeBron in the first half.
No. Well, you've already given LeBron smoke. Give the others their smoke.
Yes. Well, at least they made shots in the first half. So, I mean, they probably performed better.
One shot the entire game. What shots did he make?
look at why they mad.
Larry Hughes made one shot the entire game. What shots was he making?
Okay. He had a bad performance. Fine. I'm okay with saying that. You tell me. No. You say LeBron had a bad performance. Let's see you say it. Can you say it?
LeBron had a bad series. Yes.
Okay.
But it don't bother me to say it. Yeah.
So everybody.
Yeah, he played bad.
Okay. So everybody, and I'm not sitting up here asking you to explain how. Okay, fine.
Oh my God, Mr. Winters, you got to stop, bro. See, you can't.
They had a bad.
Why do y'all always think that's like some?
But that includes LeBron.
Hold on. What I don't like is when Mr. Winters, what he tries to do is, once he gets exposed for lying, he wants to lie and pretend as if we're just making this stuff up and we're putting pressure on him. We're applying questions and pressure that he didn't create himself. These are questions that you created. And all we did was pull up the film. And then you try to pretend as if it's about the numbers when my whole indictment on what you said was it was never about the numbers. It was about you trying to pretend as if the Spurs did all that slowing up LeBron James with one player, as if they just deployed one defensive player out there, and this guy just did a hell of a job and just clamped him up.
Okay, so I was wrong about that. Fine. I hold myself accountable. I wasn't accurate.
No, Mr. Winters. No, what I'm saying is that's a humongous difference. It's a humongous difference to say somebody played bad and just one guy shut him down versus somebody played bad, but every time he touched the ball, they sent the whole house at him. That's a huge difference.
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Winters. You don't have to say sorry, but you don't have to pretend like you like for you to now try to pretend as if that's not what you said. It's just wild to me that like the links that your hate for LeBron goes to, man.
No, you just mad because he got exposed.
Why would I be mad?
Performance.
Hold on. Mr. Winters. Everybody in the NBA history plays bad. Everybody has losses, good or bad. Everybody has moments where they just sometimes can't make a shot and that they normally make. It happens.
Not the Kobe and Michael Jordan. Kobe and Michael Jordan don't got that, Lamont. You know
but what he does is they do. But
Mr. Winters, you got to stop, Mr. Winters. The only reason I'm muting you, man, is because if you just for one time you just stop pretending as if everybody who don't agree with you is just these super souped up LeBron James fans that he can't do no wrong, and I don't think like that. Hey Johnny don't think like that. You have to pretend that we think like that just to continue this charade.
Exactly.
You're right now, Mr. Winters, and I know for a fact, I know you're acting because I know that everything that I'm saying makes a lot of sense. And the fact that you up here just pretending is wild. I know you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Winters. You pretending as if you didn't say what you said, acting as if getting tripled and quadruple team isn't a big deal. Acting as if Ilgauskas and Boobie Gibson and some of these other guys were all-stars when they weren't. It's not a far-fetched notion because me and you both know if you remove LeBron from that team, it's a lottery team.
Don't forget Popovich.
I mean, if LeBron just had one dude averaging 20 points per game, he probably would have won.
Call him trash.
Right.
LeBron was LeBron, like I said before, like I say about LeBron and Jordan. Jordan was never winning in the 80s, no matter what you put about him, he wasn't ready. And the same thing for LeBron. He was never winning.
He wasn't ready.
You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, 80s Jordan was not a winner.
Hold on. Isn't that an excuse? Why don't you just say Jordan choked and lost? Why are you trying to contextualize it with excuses? He wasn't ready.
I didn't make
we can all say LeBron wasn't ready in 07.
That is an excuse. Saying he's not ready is an excuse, sir. It's an excuse.
That means he's not there yet, which means the NBA is ahead of him. That's not an excuse.
LeBron was in his fourth year in 07, and you were holding him to a standard of a prime Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I didn't hold nobody. I held them to the.
You never said LeBron was not ready.
Both of them. I just said it. I said LeBron was not ready in the 2000s. I said Jordan was not ready in the 80s, and that's my opinion.
Oh my God.
And
we forced you to admit that, Mr. Winters. We forced you to admit that, Mr. Winters.
See, the whole crew made you admit that, bro. That's
I've been said it. I said it a bunch of times.
It's not even funny. It's not.
I said it on the no. You don't know your history. You got to go back to the LeBron scandal chat. I said it clearly.
Where's the Laker haters at?
If you really felt that way, bro, you wouldn't be going around screaming 4-6 and all the LeBron hate channels, bro.
Exactly, bro.
So anybody that says that, bro, is just like
that hurts your feelings. That hurt your feelings.
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings, bro. LeBron fans are not upset because LeBron lost, bro. That's just something that you Jordan fans can't get through your heads. We don't care that LeBron lost. It's not this big gotcha that you guys think it is when you say, "Oh, well, LeBron lost here." Like, we don't care, bro. You guys are the only ones that get emotional about LeBron losing. Because every time we try to put shit into context, y'all getting y'all emotions. Y'all say, "Oh, excuses, or you got that dumbass laugh because you ain't got no arguments. It's like, bro, come on now.
I'm laughing. You should be laughing too because it's a funny conversation. Why you can't laugh?
It is funny.
It's funny because you basically make yourself look like a clown every single time. Just admit you don't know basketball.
What are you talking about? You always got to call somebody name. You're emotional, man. Do you have a woman?
We're emotional. Jordan fans can't count past 6.
Look who's the one being emotional now.
Do you have a woman
who's being emotional now?
Do you have a woman? Why are you calling everybody gay? Do you have a woman?
First of all, do you see how you go there?
Probably. Okay. No. Okay. No. And them little princess punches was on
Exactly.
that
Prove
bag,
my
boy.
point.
You better stop running
You
your
prove
mouth
my
so much.
point.
I seen the little princess
Oh
punches on
yeah,
that little
yeah,
bag.
yeah, yeah.
You better stop running your mouth.
Yeah. See, yeah.
Woo! I seen them little
You
princess
see?
punches on that bag. That bag was hitting you. You better stop running your mouth, man. But yeah, stay behind that computer. That's where you
How
think.
about this? How about this? How about you stop being LBZ's bitch? How about that?
Uh-oh.
Why you always
Exactly.
bringing up another man?
Do you remember when
Why you always
LBZ
bringing up
buried
another
your
man?
ass 30 feet under
Why you
your
always
grave,
Why you
bro?
always bringing up another man?
I
Why you
rest
always talking
my
about another man?
case.
Oh my God! Come
Why
on,
you always
y'all.
talking about another man?
Keep it basketball, y'all. Let's keep it basketball. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
All right, I'm gonna keep it basketball. I'll be respectful to you, Lamont. I'll keep it basketball.
Look at that.
I'll say it like this because I want to actually been wanting to say my point. Okay. And Lamont, could you put the camera close to me, please? Can you put the camera close to me, brother? Can you put the camera on me, please?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you very much. It's very simple as this. I said that LeBron's teammates in 2007 were bums for a specific reason. All right. I didn't stutter what I said. What I said was that they were bums because those guys are not quality players to help you win a championship. LeBron James had absolutely no help in that series. Point blank, period. And the bottom line here is the San Antonio Spurs basically doubled and tripled team LeBron James with impunity and made the other players around him, like the Anderson Varejao, the Zydrunas Ilgauskas, the Sasha Pavlovic's, the Larry Hughes of the world, and others. They dared them to beat the Spurs. And guess what? They couldn't shoot a lick. That's why LeBron James had absolutely no help, and he struggled because you're going against the number one best defense with arguably four Hall of Famers and a great defender in Bruce Bowen. That's simple as that. Why do you think LeBron James had enough of Cleveland in 2010? Because the Cleveland Cavaliers organization did absolutely nothing to improve the roster. They didn't bring in no second co-star. And a matter of fact, here's another thing. Did you all know that they had a trade on the table for J.J. Hickson to bring in Amari Stoudemire? And guess who canceled the trade? That's right, Daniel What is it?
Yeah, you lying so much you don't even know the name.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Hold on. Dan Gilbert, thank you. I just remembered it off the top of my head. Thank you very much.
He looked it up.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. You reminded me. Dan Gilbert. Guess what? Dan Gilbert is the reason why you should be mad at. Not LeBron James. And I'm not even a LeBron fan at all. Rest my case. Go ahead, man. I'm done.
We got it.
All right, so right there, and what you're saying is factually not true because, like I explained to you.
So how is it that Dan Gilbert didn't want to bring in other players? Go ahead, Mr. Winters. You can talk.
The Spurs role players averaged 72 points per game and won a championship. The Cavaliers role players averaged 67 points per game. So they're within 5 points. So 72 points per game is champion.
The same argument again.
Okay, I'm just saying. So if they were right there within a couple scores of the championship as role players, that's actually good.
I have never. Hold on, Mr. Winters. That might be. That single-handedly might be one of the dumbest reasons why.
There you go.
Like,
see?
I have never in my life heard a team. I have never heard a coach say. Look, I've never seen a coach pull up information and be like, man, that team is averaging 62 points off the bench and we're only averaging 54. We're in trouble. No, hell no, bro. What are you talking about, Mr.
This is so diabolical.
This how you know shit is
There is no coach.
So, wait. So, Mr. Winters, what you're saying, Mr. Winters, is the game plan for the Cavaliers to win the 2007 finals was LeBron James to score 5 more points more per game than Tim Duncan, the prime player. That's what he was supposed to do. That's how they were going to win.
That nigga part of the shot, man, dog. He's stupid.
That man said San Antonio bench averaged 74 points.
Oh, he disappeared. He came back.
He
came back. Oh no, he got to come back. He got to come back. Oh no,
he said it ain't that much of a difference in points, man. He said, man, the benches was closed, man. What is it?
Mr. Winters, I
Yes,
answered
sir.
this question. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're saying that the game plan for the Cavaliers to be able to win that championship in 2007 was for LeBron James to average 5 more points per game than the prime player, which is Tim Duncan, the San Antonio Spurs, and the Cavs would have won that NBA Finals. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that, but I mean, being that you asked that question, what was LeBron's average that year in the regular season?
Like 27
Back to
points.
LeBron.
27, 28, yes.
And what did he average in the finals?
22.
Okay. All right.
Hey, but y'all never use that argument for Kobe, who's even worse.
I mean,
Yeah, who averaged 15 a game in the
I can
2000
hold Kobe
finals.
accountable. I don't mind holding Kobe accountable. I'm just saying. I mean, that's that. I mean, but Duncan hit his average.
Hold on. He asked you the question. I mean, you did the math for us. You still didn't answer the question. Are you saying that those 5 points is the reason why the Cavs got swept?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that two teams that were capable of beating each other faced each other and the better team won. That's all I'm saying. And it's not to do with nobody having bums. It's not to do that LeBron didn't have no help. It's just that the better team won. So we got to stop this narrative that LeBron never has help every time he loses. We got to stop that. Hold LeBron accountable, hold the team accountable. That's all I'm saying. It's always an excuse why LeBron loses.
So LeBron had help in 2015. Is that what you're saying?
And all this is predicated on how they played for 4 games.
Right.
However you want to. I mean, however you want to look at the numbers. However you want to look at it.
Oh yeah.
How we want to look at it? You say every time we look at it and tell you what we see, you say it's excuses. We're just trying to figure out what you're doing because it sounds like just excuses to me. It sounds like a bunch of excuses just to hate on LeBron James.
How is it hate? Listen, LeBron James. I told you, LeBron James wasn't ready in the 2000s. He wouldn't have won no matter what you put him on. So he just wasn't that guy yet.
Talking point.
He wasn't that guy.
Y'all, this is so diabolical, man.
Boy.
This is sick.
Hey, the one thing I've learned is that he is not letting this go. Where he's gonna ride this till the wheels fall off. He's gonna go down.
He sounds like Stephen A. Smith, bro. That's what he sounds like, man.
He definitely is 10 toes down.
I don't know. Stephen A. Smith was on y'all side making excuses for LeBron James. He's saying what y'all saying.
All right, so wait. So let me ask you this. So the Cavaliers averaged 97 points per game that season. LeBron James in 2007.
Okay.
Right? LeBron averaged 27 points per game. So the team averaged 70 points per game as a team. But you said they averaged 56 points per game. And you're saying that they still did their job even though they didn't average their 70 points per game?
Oh, you got to check out some more points with Johnny because of LeBron's assist.
No, it can't. No, we can't do that because LeBron. He mentioned LeBron's assist. He said LeBron's 5 points. He said LeBron's scoring.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't.
No.
It's five more points.
What I'm saying that it was a closer series and it was a winnable series for the Cavs. They just didn't win because
my question to you is though, why are you not holding the team accountable? Which is what we're telling you. The team was horrible. Because they obviously was horrible because they were giving 70 points per game. And that if they were giving 70 points per game, even with LeBron James scoring 22, they still win. So if the team was doing what you said that they're supposed to do and they were doing, then the Cavs still would have won. They would have been the better team.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is, all right, well, that's why you play teams, and that's what happens in games. If the Spurs executed better and played better, then you beat the other team. That doesn't mean the Cavs didn't have a chance. The Cavs just didn't get the job done, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You got beat by a dynastic team that won a lot of championships, but don't act like they had zero chance because of the role players, because that's inaccurate.
Bro, why do you say that, but then trash LeBron for losing in the finals? Like, why do you say that?
Listen, hold on. I don't know which question am I answering?
Answer Lamar.
What did Vegas?
Hey, go ahead, Lamar. You go ahead.
Ask the question again, Lamar.
Hold on, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking Mr. Winters, what did Vegas think the odds were?
Not they weren't on our side.
Because the odds generally tell if you have a chance or not.
Are the odds always right?
Yeah, for the most part. That's why Vegas is rich.
So for the most part, or are they always right? Or, are they wrong sometimes? Did they have Jimmy Butler going? Did they have the Heat going to the finals a couple years ago when they were in the play-in?
Not odds. That's a prediction. That's way different from odds.
I'm saying, so what were the odds on the Miami Heat beating the Boston Celtics that year?
I'm trying. Hold on, I'm about to pull it up right here.
What in 2020?
No, 2023.
No, in 07. The year
As
that
long
the
as they
Cavs
didn't-
were playing the Spurs.
The Miami Heat were the favorites to make the finals going into that season.
And they didn't make the finals, so sometimes Vegas is wrong.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when they matched up. Vegas creates a line.
Yeah.
And I want to know what that line was. Like, what was the odds? Okay, so here it is right here. Oh, I just found it. Oh, so yeah, the Cavs were a humongous underdog. So, what I'm seeing here, they had the Spurs at minus 450.
Yep.
So if you know anything about betting, Mr. Winters,
that's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a humongous. That means literally nobody believed that the Cavs could beat the Spurs.
Nobody.
Now, if it was like
Point proven.
Maybe there's a chance at 220 or 210 or 200, but minus 450 is ridiculous. So
give me the odds in 2011. Give me the odds in 2011 then.
Oh, here we go.
Bro, we're not going to 2011. We're staying
Look at now y'all scared. Now y'all scared. Now y'all scared.
Well, nobody's scared, bro. We're just tired of you niggas always going to 2011, bro.
We're staying on the
Niggas talking
topic of
about 2011 for
2007.
fucking 10 years. man.
We're not going to 2011 because we already know what you're
No, y'all went to Kobe,
Go ahead,
Indiana. Y'all went to Kobe. Y'all went to a whole nother guy. Now go to 2011 then. And tell me
No, we always go to 2011. We're not doing 2011, bro.
we gotta protect our king. We gotta protect our king and not go to 2011.
Bro, shut your dumb ass up. Talk about Kobe in 04, nigga.
Talk about Kobe in 2000. Talk about Kobe in 2000.
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. Mr. Winters. So, Mr. Winters, the only reason I brought up the odds, Mr. Winters, is because you said you thought the Cavs had a chance.
5
What made
point
you
difference.
believe? What
5
made
point
you believe?
Okay,
what
go ahead.
made you believe the Cavs had a chance?
If your role players and their role players it has a 5 point difference, you have a chance in a one game and in less than a minute to win a game if you're only down 5 points.
Mr. Winters.
So
Are you saying that the Spurs role players and the Cavs role players were equal?
They were close.
Oh no, listen to what
That
I'm saying.
year.
So if I pull up you saying the Cavs role players were equal to the Spurs role players.
No. In that series, they were close in scoring, and they were close. And, they were two top 5 defenses, so they were close.
Who are the Spurs role players?
Ginobili, Parker, what's that guy? Splitter. What was it? No, it was probably this is. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me go back. Okay. Duncan, Finley, Finley, Tony Parker.
Go ahead and name the role players.
Who's naming that entire team? I said the role players.
Right. Okay, Rasha. Okay, my fault. No, Rasha Nesterovich, Michael Finley, Tony Parker.
Tony Parker's not a role player.
He's not a role player, dog.
Oh, so now LeBron didn't have stars on his team. That's the excuse now.
Name them.
Hold on. You said so.
Bruce Bowen. Bruce Bowen with the role
Who
player.
was second in DPOY voting, by the way?
Hold on one second, y'all. We're not talking about starters, Mr. Winters. So, outside of the starters, where's this significant? Tell me the players on the Spurs that were equivalent to the Cavs rotational guys.
So you want to make it about names and not what happened. That's what you want to do. You want to take it about names and not what actually happened on the court. That's what you want to do.
Names.
Say what?
Who had the better role
Mr. Winters, you don't want to talk about what happened because what you're basically saying is that with all going on with what happened, all LeBron James had to do was score 20 more points in this series and they would have won, but you're not factoring in what they did to keep LeBron from scoring those 20 points. Like that's what you fail to realize.
I do factor that in. I understand what the Spurs are, but that doesn't mean the Cavs had no chance. What happened on the court?
They had no chance. They had no chance because LeBron James had no chance of averaging 27 points per game versus that Spurs team. So they had no chance.
Well, that's whose fault is that? That's on LeBron James. So
but it's not on LeBron James because it shouldn't be on LeBron James. No, it shouldn't. No, it's not because it shouldn't be on LeBron James for his team to play good because his team played bad as well.
So LeBron should not be held accountable. Is what you're saying?
Hold on.
No, because you don't hold Michael Jordan accountable for 1988. You don't hold Michael Jordan accountable.
I just said Jordan wasn't that guy. That's holding him accountable. Whatever reason, he wasn't that guy. That's holding him accountable. So
was he not ready, or was it that guy? Because in '88. He was Defensive Player of the Year and League MVP. So what the hell?
Okay, he just wasn't a championship caliber player.
What more of a guy?
What makes you a championship caliber player? What makes you championship caliber when you win it?
Cricket. When you focus more on the moments in the playoffs, when making the right plays at the right time and doing man. In my opinion. And Jordan didn't do those things in the 80s, and LeBron didn't do those things in the
Jordan didn't do it in the 90s neither, because in 1990 he had a moment and a chance to separate himself and make himself go to the finals, and he couldn't do it as well. He choked in the game 7.
That's fine. Okay. All right. And that's cool. You know what? And you will get no pushback from me because that's what happened.
Okay, so then
and I'm okay with that.
Okay, so then why are we talking about this then?
I mean, you brought it up.
No, you brought up all the failures in Austin. Nobody brought up Austin. We're just telling you keep the same energy, and you say you keep the same energy, but I don't understand why you brought this up then. Then what's the purpose of us spending an hour of you talking about LeBron James so much?
No, because one of the people on the panel said that the 07 Cavaliers team was full of bums, and I said that wasn't true, and it turned into all of this.
No, hold on. Was any of his teammates top 75 all time?
No.
Well, was any of his teammates first team All NBA?
Not that year, no.
Hey, was any of his teammates first team All Defense?
No.
Did any of his teammates win any accolade that year?
No, but I will
Did any
say
of his
this.
teammates make the All-Star game that year?
Let me ask you. No.
Did any of his teammates average a double-double?
No.
We're talking about a one series where there was a 5-point differential between the role players. So that refutes anything that you're trying to. You're talking about names and rating. Let's talk about what happened in the series. They were
what happened in the series? The Spurs outperformed the Cavs in the clutch.
And that's fine.
That's what happened.
And that's okay. They outperformed the Cavs, and that's all that happened. They about no bronze.
Yeah, that's where the 5 points came from, bro. Your argument
where do you get these numbers from the bench? Where can I go look up these bench numbers or these role player numbers that you?
I can send them to you. I can send them to you.
Lamont, this is what he's doing. Lamont, this is exactly what he's doing. Check this out, Lamont. The San Antonio Spurs in the 2007 finals averaged 86.5 points per game.
Okay.
Tony Parker averaged 24.5. If you remove his 24.5, the role players, which means everybody besides your first option, because Scottie Pippen's a role player, that's how they consider it, even though Kobe's not a role player, right? That means the team scored 62 points per game outside of Tony Parker.
Oh, so he's basically saying that everybody outside of Tony Parker. So he's basically saying if we remove LeBron James from Cavs and Tony Parker from the Spurs, that everything else is equal.
It's not. They still lose the series. They still lose the series.
Hold on. That means I'm gonna tell you what we got. So that means he's including Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Michael Finley.
Yes.
Matt Bonner, Brent Berry,
Robert Horry,
even at that time.
Jack Vaughn.
Jack Vaughn was good at that time. I'm thinking rotational guys, all the rotational guys.
That's really Bruce it. And Brent Berry. Brent Berry
and Bruce Bowen, and that's equal to. Hold on, let me go to the camera.
To Drew Gooden, Daniel Gibson, Sasha Popovich, Ilgauskas, Anderson Varejao, Damon Jones, Danielle Marshall, Eric Snow, and that's really now mind you, Lamont. Remember the 5 points he's talking about Still wouldn't matter because the Cavaliers average 80.5 points per game, which is actually 6 points less in this series. So that means the Cleveland Cavaliers as a team average 58 points per game, 58.5 points per game. So that means if LeBron, like he said, scores the 5 more, he ends up outscoring the role players without Tony Parker, but they still lose the series because they're not averaging 86.5 points per game. So even with LeBron getting you 20 more points, and for his, again, we all know Zesty Jeffries cannot count well. Your math is off, Mr. Winters. LeBron needs to average 6 points per game for this. So now you need to change your argument to 6 instead of 5, okay?
Still a close game. It's a two possession game. It's a 2 possession game still.
No,
so that's what makes the game a 2 possession game to you, Mr. Winters?
Yeah.
6 points. 2 3-pointers it ties it up. So that makes it
That's not how basketball works, man.
Watch this, Mr. Winters. So let's just do this. So tomorrow, because if your formula works, Mr. Winters, I should accurately be able to predict every winner and loser for tomorrow's NBA games on NBA slate. So we're going to put your theory to the test about calculating, we're going to remove the number 1 option. We're going to go predict some winners and let's see what we can come up with. Hold on 1 second. Let me get some schedules.
However you want to slice it, man. But the Cavs had a chance. They just got outperformed. And
hey,
that's
hold on one second. Let's just predict some. We're going to go to some games. Okay, so tomorrow. Okay, so if we remove, that means if we remove the best player. Okay. So, I got the perfect example for you tomorrow. Okay. So, if we remove Tyrese Maxey's points, is Tyrese Maxey back playing? I don't know if he's back. Let's go with. Okay, cool. So this is what we're gonna do, Mr. Winters. I'm gonna since if I remove Donovan Mitchell's points and I remove Kobe White's points, the Bulls got more production than the Cavs. So tomorrow, Mr. Winters, I got $100 on the Cavs over the Bulls. And you can have the Bulls using your formula.
However you want to slice it, man. The bottom line.
We're going to make that better. Because if we use your formula, the Bulls should win that game. Because their others give more production.
I didn't say who should win. I said they could have won. Just like any team. They had as good a chance as any team in the finals to win.
And the Bulls could win this game. With your formula, the Bulls have the edge.
No, with my formula, the Bulls have a chance.
But no, how good of a chance do they have?
A chance.
Does it increase? Okay, does it increase their chance? Because there's a chance, there's a chance for a meteor to strike your house right now.
But there was a better chance for LeBron to actually show up in that for the Cavs to win that series. And
hold on. But the Bulls meet your criteria for winning. They meet your threshold. It's not close. Their production is more. When you remove the production of the number 1 option versus removing the production of the number 1 option for the Cavs, the Bulls should win this game based on your own formula. So if we can bet 100, I'll take the Cavs in my formula of logic versus your formula of counting the production from the others.
If you want to say that one team is carrying a bunch of bums, then you have to.
I think the Bulls are a bunch of bums.
They're a playing team right now.
But your formula gives the Bulls an edge.
No, it gives them a chance.
I know, it gives them a really good chance because they actually outperform Cleveland. You want to take that bet?
I mean, it's not. I wouldn't be mad at somebody for taking that bet. The way the Cavs.
You want to take it? I'm using your formula. You want to take it? Your formula if your formula is true, that means the Bulls should win this game tomorrow.
I'm not a betting man, but
there's nothing else matters. Defense, styles of play, matchups, none of that matters since it's about your production minus the top player versus the other team's production minus the top player, and that's what gives you this significant edge to win. Then just let's just rock with what the edge gives you.
I'm saying experience on both sides, and we can't blame teammates if we come that close and lose. You can't say guys are bums and all this other stuff. You can't do that to preserve somebody who doesn't want to take accountability.
You good even said that team was bad, bro. So what the fuck?
So that was a great team. That was a great Cavs team to you.
That was a good enough Cavs team to hang with the Spurs, and they lost. And it's been.
I'll ask you: was it a great Cavs team?
It was good enough for that series to win that series, and they didn't. And that's what the points. That's what the production says.
If they were good enough to win that series, they would have at least gotten a game or two, bro. You're talking out the side of your neck.
I'm not talking out the side of my neck.
Yes, you are, bro.
Name any other.
It's not about, bro.
Role players were
Bro,
in.
look, bro, you're obsessed with like points per game, bro, and like you don't know that basketball is not just about points per game. You got to play defense. You got to get rebounds. You got to force turnovers. There's officiating. There's a whole bunch of variables that go into winning a basketball game. It's not just a simple 5 points, my dog. That's why I'm just tired of hearing you talk, because you just sound ignorant. Like you're not even talking basketball, bro. If you had at least broken down what the Cavs could have done to successfully win the basketball game, aside from make more shots, like then I'd be able to listen to you, bro. But you just sound ignorant, bro.
No game breakdown.
ESPN
no nuance to the game.
Just points, bro.
No
LeBron needs to score 5 more points. That's literally what he's saying.
Bro, he went to casino. He ain't no Roger. He went to casino, bro.
And then what he does, y'all, is he hinges a team winning and losing over bench or production outside of the first options. So he uses those numbers. But we can't use odds. The only numbers that are worthwhile are your numbers. I don't know, Mr. Winters, man. This you kind of sold on this one a little bit, man. That's kind of sad.
No,
but
y'all didn't know. Y'all watch the ESPN. Let me tell y'all what y'all saw.
I think you're
y'all didn't know it was that close because it was the production.
No, Mr. Winters. No one uses that formula to determine if a team can potentially compete or not. Only you do that dumb stuff. That what you did right there.
Well, look at the scores of the games.
Mr. Winters. That is not how basketball works. Basketball does not work by removing the first option and count how many points the others score versus removing the first option from the other team and count how many points they score and determining if you have a chance.
Said that because you said LeBron had no help.
Hold on. That don't even determine if you got good help or not.
If 5 points more gets you a championship, 5 points less, it's got to be actually.
First of all, the help, you can score they can score 100 points per game and still be bad help. It's not all hinged in how much they score. There's defense, there's playmaking, it's facilitating. Do they need to be facilitated to the score? Guys like Drew Gooden on that team, he needs guys to get him the ball in the right spot. There's so many factors that play into this where you're just looking at how many points they score versus how many points they score, and this gives you a chance to win.
Exactly.
The Cavs were top that year.
Bro, you didn't talk about defense. You didn't talk about the Cavs defense.
I did. I said they were fourth in defense. That's the first thing I said.
That's all you said, bro. That's all you said.
They were a top squad that year. You didn't let me get that.
Mr. Winters, you said that. What I'm saying is, it don't matter that when you talk in the game and about matchups, like when we were talking OKC and LA and why I think LA could beat OKC. You know how dumb I would sound if I came up here and told to people, hey, y'all, if we remove Luka, the Lakers they score 82-point production, man. And if you remove Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, man, the rest of that team, they score 83-point, man. It's dead even. It might be close. Bro, you know how dumb I would sound? Bro, come on, man.
I said that because
Mr. Winters, I think, like, I know you're smarter than that. And the fact that you pretending still that this is a logical argument is crazy, man. This is dumb, man. Why are we doing this, man? What you said has no impact on how winners and losers. It makes no sense whatsoever. No, if it was going to be close, then Vegas would have had the series close. So Vegas didn't have the series close.
What happened? You're taking a prediction of what actually happened. You're doing that right now. Is that what you're telling me?
Bro, I'm telling you, before the series started, Vegas had the Cavs at they had the Spurs at minus 450. Why if all of these numbers that you say are make the series so close and gave them a chance, how come Vegas didn't give them a chance? Is Vegas wrong?
I can't answer that question, but then you played the game, and what happened in the game? Show me the final scores of each game.
And then on top of it, Vegas was right. Not only was San Antonio the overwhelming favorite, they performed like the overwhelming favorite, and they swept them like most overwhelming favorites do.
Okay, but the show the final scores of every game.
Like, why are you pretending? Like, did you like if you're willing to say that the Cavs had a chance to win this series, then that means you should be saying that the Bulls, with a losing record in the 80s, had a chance to beat the number 1 seeded Milwaukee Bucks, even though we know they didn't have a chance. So at the end of the day, if having a chance still makes you a choker, then you need to be calling Jordan a choker for like 7 years straight, plus his Washington years.
I didn't use the word choke. I don't know who brought that up. I didn't use that word choke at all. When did I say it? I never said it.
All right. So what do you call it then?
I just said that they just got beat and outperformed, and it has nothing to do with nobody not having no help.
We made you say that, bro. You were sitting here trying to blame LeBron for them losing.
Say what?
Do you blame Jordan for them losing to the Bucks and the Celtics and the Pistons?
Jordan has to be held accountable. Yes.
You blame Jordan. So in blaming Jordan, like, what are some of the things that you target him for when you say he lost?
Listen, he came in 80. I was born in 85. He came in 84. So what I'm saying to you is
okay. So we'll do one that you're probably more familiar with. When Kobe got swept by the Dallas Mavericks, how did you hold Kobe accountable?
Yes. Yeah, he should be held accountable.
How did you hold him accountable?
More. He could have done more.
Because one thing we do know is that the Lakers, others, definitely production-wise, had far better numbers than what Dallas players did. And they were the defending champs. So how did you hold Kobe accountable? Did he choke? What label did you apply to Kobe? Did he quit?
Then yes, Kobe should be held accountable. I have no issues holding Kobe accountable when he doesn't.
How did you hold him accountable? Because I'm not into this holding players accountable thing. I don't do that.
I know you don't. No, I know. You're a LeBron fan. You don't hold nobody. You're not holding him accountable.
Hold on, Mr. Winters, because when I look at basketball, Mr. Winters, I don't run around blaming players. There's always a reason why a team wins or loses, and it's very rare that a team loses because of any individual person, and it's very rare that a team wins because of any individual person. And if a team wins, I'm looking to give the team that won the credit for winning, as opposed to giving the team credit for winning by saying that the other player choked on the other team.
Well, there's always two sides to the story.
Because what you do is this. This is how Mr. Winters sees basketball, y'all. For example, when the way Mr. Winters sees basketball is this. Lakers lose to the Warriors. Warriors won because LeBron choked. It's not the Warriors won because Steph dropped 40. It's not the Warriors won that they did Draymond was great defensively. It's not that the Warriors won because they did a good job of managing turnovers and not turning the ball over. It's not because the Warriors won because they that points off turnovers or anything like that. You dumb the game down to especially when it involves LeBron. Warriors win because LeBron didn't do this.
So
it's
tell me,
it's not because what I do is, when I look into the game, I look a little deeper than just trying to target one player. I always look to, one, give the other team credit for something. Steph, those guys over there did something great that allowed them to win. And then when the team lost, it's usually more reasons than just one player. Turnovers, free throws, the battle of the rebounds, that usually plays a significant role in things. I mean, there's so many things you can look to, but at the end of the day, for you to sit there and it was Brown. That's why they lost.
When did I say that? Tell me when I said that.
Oh my God, Mr. Winters. All right, man. We're gonna shut this one down, y'all. I don't think Mr. Winters gets it.
Bro, you say that all the time, bro.
When did I say it's on LeBron? I said LeBron is part of it, just like everybody else, and he should be.
Bro, you literally just made a whole soliloquy about blaming the superstar player for when the team loses, even though it's a team game.
You specifically,
you the one that said that, bro.
But don't the superstar get credit when they win?
The team gets credit, bro.
No,
Hey,
but who
Lamar,
gets
man,
the,
I'm gonna
who gets
go.
the
I'm
bulk of
gonna
the
go get some sleep, bro. You have a good night. All right, homie.
who gets the bulk of the credit? The
All right.
superstar player, correct? Correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, you got it,
superstar
bro.
credit gets
Okay,
the
yeah,
superstar
right.
credit gets and wrongfully the superstar credit gets too much credit, and it goes both ways.
But you're part of that too, because you give the superstar players credit, especially LeBron James, don't you? So you're
I
part of
give
that.
them no. Listen to what I'm saying. I give the superstar credit on the team that won,
Right.
and for the team that lost, we talk about the reasons why they lost. So like today, OKC lost. Did I say it was Shea's fault? Did I say it was Jalen Williams' fault? Did I say it was Chet's fault? Or did I just point out some of the issues that they had as a team as to why they lost? I think the lazy way out would have been to say, oh, Shea didn't go draw no fouls. He didn't get to the free throw line. I mean, did I blame Shea or did I highlight a multitude of reasons as to why they lost? And then the team that won,
you did that, but
for the team that won, you highlight what they did that influenced the other team. So, for example, with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander not getting to the free throw line, what did I say the Lakers did well? I said they did a hell of a job not fouling, committing to the game plan, staying down, not jumping in the air, falling for the baits. That's giving credit to the Lakers for not falling into the trap that Gilgeous-Alexander makes a lot of players fall into.
All right.
Is it Alexander's fault? No. Is it Jalen Williams' fault? No. Is it Chet's fault? No. Right? But the Lakers came with a game plan as a team. I didn't say LeBron came with a game plan. I didn't say Luka came with a game plan. I said the Lakers came with a game plan that worked versus OKC's game plan defensively put them in a hellified position. So, I mean, at the end of the day, man,
that's true.
I mean, I know you want to, I know once you go down the road of blaming players, it ain't no way back out of it because now you got to blame all players. And I think that's why you look dumb right now because you don't blame Jordan. You don't blame Kobe.
Players. You blamed all LeBron players.
No, I didn't blame all his players.
Well, Mahari did. Mahari did.
Hold on. But the thing, but see, what you do is you take everything that. See, the thing is, you're playing dumb. So when people say that LeBron's teammates on that team were bums, you pretend as if it's literal. When we all know what he's trying to say, even though he put a little extra juice on it, is that the guys surrounding LeBron James going into the finals does not look like what typically an NBA Finals team look like. Most NBA Finals teams have at least 2 all-star caliber players. A guy coming off the bench that can be hellified. Somebody defensively that can change games. Like when we look to teams that get to the NBA Finals, it's multiple pieces on there that look really good. I asked you about that Cavs team. There were no all-stars other than LeBron. There were no first-team All-NBA players other than LeBron. There were no all-defensive players, right? There were no guys that won any accolades, awards, anything, player of the weeks, player of the months, defensive accolades, nothing. You just gave me a team full of a bunch of just regular Joes. And you expect us to believe that this is a team that you thought could get to the NBA Finals when the year started over the Pistons and the Miami Heat. You're lying.
That's not lying because I just explained to you a year prior, they had went 7 games with the Detroit Pistons in the second round.
Bro,
I
watched the Clippers go 7 games with the Golden State Warriors. Do you think I was going to come out the next year thinking the Clippers could beat the Warriors?
Let me finish.
Oh, that sounds dumb.
If they lose their second best player, their first best player, then that gives the other team.
Bro, we literally watched the Clippers without a star player go toe-to-toe with the Golden State Warriors, the dynastic Golden State Warriors. You telling me just because they took them to 7 games that next year, man, I think the Clippers are going to the NBA Finals. No, nobody in their right mind thinks like that, and I know you don't. That's how I know you're just making this up on the fly.
If the matchup,
Especially if you talk
if
about the
that
beginning of
if
the season, because they still had Ben Wallace at the beginning of the
they
season. So
didn't have, no, they did not. No, they didn't.
yes, they did, because they
No, they
didn't trade Ben Wallace until the
that's
trade
not
deadline that year.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Ben
Yes, they
Wallace
did,
signed
bro.
the
All
close
right,
at
hey y'all, I'm gonna shut it down, y'all. I don't think we're gonna get through to him. He's not gonna change, y'all. He's just gonna keep doing. You gotta start talking real basketball. And you make it seem like everybody's extreme LeBron fans. I'm just a fan of good basketball.
No, I'm just saying.
You're a fan of LeBron, Mr. Winters.
No, I just refuted a lie that that one person tried to tell on the panel, and you tried to.
No, that's not a lie, because
that is a lie.
Are you saying gun to your head? Gun to your head. That Cleveland Cavalier team was a stellar team without LeBron.
He'll still say yes.
That nigga won't die.
What team is stellar without a superstar?
Is that a playoff team without LeBron?
No, it's not a playoff team without LeBron. So what I'm saying to you is that doesn't mean that team with LeBron.
That's exactly what it means.
That's not what it means. That's what you want it to mean, because you're taking predictions and hypotheticals over what factually happened, and that is I don't understand.
For example,
as a coach, how do you do that? As a coach, how do you do?
For example, the Clippers lost Kawhi Leonard, but they still had a good enough roster and James Harden and Norman Powell to hold it down until Kawhi Leonard came back. They still look like a playoff team even without Kawhi Leonard, right? There are teams that lose their best player, right? Even the Lakers, when they were playing without LeBron and it was just Luka out there by himself, right? Even sometimes when the Lakers play without AD and Luka wasn't even there. I mean, there are a plethora of teams that still look like playoff teams, where if you're telling me that if I remove one player, boop, out the equation, and they're not even a playoff team, that's a bad team.
Okay, but Lamont, you yourself, the team that you coach, you've told countless times on this channel.
No, I haven't, man. He's just making this stuff up. You got to go. He just lied. You want me to tell? No, the first one I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm not even gonna lie. You ain't winning shit without good players. So I know this fool is lying. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't care how good of a coach you are. You ain't winning shit if you don't got good players, and a whole goddamn bunch of them. You ain't winning shit with one good player. This is why I don't believe in that bullshit of learning how to win. Players don't learn how to win. Players just go get, and organizations just go get better goddamn players. That's all that happens. All this learning how to win shit, that's stupid. Y'all think Barkley learned how to win when he went to Phoenix? No. Barkley just went to a better team.
These niggas grew up off of 90s narratives and basketball movies. That's why they believe in all this bullshit.
They say learn how to win. There's no such thing as learning how to win. These guys get to the NBA. These motherfuckers done won high school championships. They done won state titles. They done won in college. They done won conference titles, conference championships, NCAA championships. And you telling me they don't know how to win? No. You just get better players, and winning generally starts to kind of start trickling around, man. All that learning how to win, and no, you don't learn how to win. That's why I hate it when Stephen A says that. Nobody checks him. You just win when you get better players. You think OKC didn't learn how to win? Them motherfuckers just kept tanking until they got a whole shit ton of really good players. You think OKC learned how to win to get to where they at? Hell no. They just tanked, got talent, and then now they winning.
Yep.
Orlando, did they learn how to win? No, they tanked. They got enough talent to where they can compete.
Yep.
What do you mean learn how to win? That's dumb to say. You don't learn how to win.
Moved on from Elfrid Payton and Aaron Gordon, those guys, and they got better guys.
He said LeBron himself said he went to Miami to learn how to win. Nah, that's not what he said.
See, that's what I be talking about, bro. He be running around screaming 4-6, bro, but he went to Miami. Talk about team.
LeBron went to Miami to win, not to learn how to win. He went there to win.
But the But the guy was right when he said he got his narratives from Stephen A. Because I remember Stephen A. saying that plenty of times. Dwayne Wade taught him how to win.
Yeah, they
But yeah,
always
bro,
say
when
that.
you
It's just like,
that's literally Skip Bayless and Stephen A.
That's an exaggerated
and,
narrative, bro.
so that would be like me saying Shaq taught D Wade how to win. No, Shaq just came and played at MVP caliber, and them motherfuckers started winning because Shaq played like a top 10 player in the NBA that year, and that's why they won.
They said Jordan taught Pippen how to win.
Nope.
Yeah, bro, that's such a dumb narrative.
Pippen just got better, and they won. And Jerry Krause started trading the bums like Charles Oakley and brought in guys that could play their role better, like Bill Cartwright, and they started winning. He got rid of coaches that was just going to kiss Jordan's ass like Doug Collins. He brought in Phil Jackson, who was going to run the ship and take control of the team. Because he brought it, and Phil Jackson was a champion before he went into the NBA. He was a champion as a player. He was a champion as a coach in Mexico, internationally. He knew how to win.
Yep.
Who taught? Like I'm saying, they say this. I think they just say stuff that sounds good. Taught him how to win, but it's all fake.
I know this is off topic, Lamont, but would you subscribe to the logic of former role players being better head coaches than superstars?
No, I don't know, man. It's. I think coaching just comes down to one. I mean, it depends on what level we talking to.
The league. So, like,
yeah, the NBA is gonna come down to your network. So you can't be a good coach if you don't have a good coaching staff. And I think a lot of coaches fail in the NBA because they have really bad staffs. So, and then in the NBA, it's going to be hard to find a coach that's really good. That's like, if you look at Greg Popovich, look at how many coaches came out of that Spurs system as really good head coaches.
Yep.
Like, it literally breeded a whole, like, Big Becky went to the WNBA and is a champion over there.
Wasn't Udoka on that coaching staff?
Yeah, Udoka is his coaching tree was full of a whole bunch of elite coaches that made up his staff. So if you're a good coach, you know how to get a hellified staff, and that staff usually, and that's what's helping JJ right now. You think JJ's a damn fool? What did JJ do as soon as he got this job? That motherfucker went and got all 3 former NBA head coaches.
Yep.
He ain't no damn fool.
Yeah.
He won't go get some college guy. That motherfucker said, hell no, I'm about to go get some elite coaches around me. Shoot. Scott Brooks and Nate McMillan. Shit. I'm about to bring some vet minds around me.
And Mike Brown came from that Pacers coaching staff from the early 2000s.
Yeah, you cannot be an elite coach without an elite staff. It's the only way it works. And so I think with Darvin Ham, when I looked at his staff, I mean, think about Darvin Ham's staff. The first thing I questioned was Phil Handy. Phil Handy is not.
He's a skills trainer.
Coach. Yeah, he's a skill trainer. It's just like you went and got some randoms to be your assistant, and then you wonder why some of your outcomes look so wild. I mean, that's why. So,
and that white bald-headed dude, I forgot what his name was. He was the one calling the plays. Darvin Ham was standing there with his hands in his pocket. That white guy was the one calling the plays, telling this guy to go there, go and get there, play drop cover.
We got shot. We got Shah the G. He says Bron Sexual is back at it again.
Okay.
Oh, this man.
Why?
But you subscribed here.
Just worry about what your Knicks gonna do this year.
We can't even talk about. I guess we would have had to have been. I mean, how do you say anything positive about LeBron without being called a Bron sexual?
You can't.
I guess we all have to talk like man down sports.
Yeah.
We have to talk like sports tea, and we have to just be delusionally negative. Come on, man.
I think it's crazy, man. Like, these people just really get out of their body for LeBron James.
LeBron, I'm stuck on that sports tea. What's her name? Dominique. I think her real name Dominique or something. But
I can't stand that, bro, man.
Oh my God! I thought I was the only one. That bitch. I'm sorry. She said You can't be top 5 and say you don't like playing one-on-one. I'm like, okay, I'm done.
But see,
bro, it's these Jordan and Kobe fans,
but
bro. I'm
see,
telling you.
the only one time I had to talk with Sports T, I found out very quickly she don't know what the hell she talking about.
She doesn't.
And because she was talking about Bronny James, and the first thing she said, yeah, Bronny wasn't the best player on his high school team. You know, I love it when people say that, and I'm like, okay, who is better? Because the last time I checked, he led his high school team his senior year in almost every statistical category. And so they say these things, and she said Bryce is better. He's an elite 3-point sniper. And I said, Bryce. I was like, I literally just watched him at Section 7. I said, he is definitely not Bronny, for sure. He definitely not Bronny. And it's just like, I don't know where they get their perceptions and stuff they talk about the game, but I mean, it was hard to really get my whole point across over there because obviously, you know, he has his call-in line and they control a lot, and he tries to, you know, he ain't gonna let her get cooked. Like, he ain't gonna put her under fire.
And he already a Bron hater too.
And she's never gonna come. Like, I can invite her over here. She's never gonna come into the hostile territory where we can really
bring her. Please.
No, she won't come.
But she ain't coming over here.
Because we would really put her to task, and you would have to know real basketball. And you can't come with narratives. And I'm a firm believer in. I think she's kind of like Anna from Ticket TV. I just think she's trying to get into this space, knowing that she can get subscribers because she's a girl.
Yeah,
and some dudes are gonna
people
just
like
subscribe.
Ticket watch her because she looks good. I guess. Well, they think she look good. I don't.
Well, it's not even that. I'm just saying. I mean, she's being strategic about what she does, but as far as basketball goes, she doesn't know basketball. Like people who know like there's certain things like Man Down Sports. There's no way I know he didn't play. There's no way he really knows. He don't know the game like that. He watches it maybe, but he don't have it. Like when the camera turns off for him, that man ain't thinking about no basketball. He ain't really doing that. Like, he's gonna buy the jerseys and say he is this, but there's certain things you just won't fix your mouth to say if you really hoop. Like, even Ticket TV to a certain degree, as much as he talk shit about LeBron, will give LeBron James his props, and you could tell, like Ticket TV, he can't even hide the fact that he hooped because it'll come out in some of his takes.
Yep. Like, he specializes in when he's talking about. I like when he talks about intangibles and the locker room like that.
He says she knows ball unlike the clown circuit. Like, how do y'all type that? How do y'all type
a clown? That's the clown.
He says Shada G, I'll drop the link for you. You can come defend her because she will never come over here to talk basketball.
You'll get cooked too.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, let me see if Shada G hit the link. Let me see if he hit the link. Let's see. I mean, if you defend the sports team, man, you must be the ultimate basketball dummy.
Well, while you doing that, I think I like to hear the points per game in high school stuff. Like, oh, Bronny only averaged 12 points, bruh. Scotty Barnes, all of these guys. When you go to these big schools, if you really keep up, because I used to keep up with high school ball when I was in high school. When you go to these big schools like IMG and Montverde and stuff, nobody's averaging more than 11 points on those teams.
Hell no, bro. I was saying that shit because I know in Indiana where I'm from, so we got classes. We got 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A. Bro, I knew some dudes who hooped in 1A schools averaging like 35, 40 a game. And when I was young, I didn't understand it, but now I do. But them dudes at the 1As and 2As would never get no D1 offers. They was getting Evansville and you know, like all the small colleges around. But I'm like, damn, you averaging 30 a game. How come Purdue ain't? IU? I said, how come the big boys ain't coming to get you? And then you'll look at the stats, you know, the heavy hitters schools in Indiana, the Cathedrals, the Techs, the big 4A schools.
9 points a game.
And yeah, dude averaging 9 points a game. He got offered from Louisville, Michigan State, all types of crazy shit. And it's just like, I'm like, hold on. So that's when I realized, okay, so now it's just about the level of comp. And okay, so it's just levels to it now. And scouts don't fall in love with the numbers. Scouts fall in love with the comp and who you do it against, the quality and how you do it.
Oh, shout out to G. I think that was Mr. Winter's burner account because he just came back up here.
I don't need a burner account, man. This all me, dog. I don't hide from nobody.
Oh, we got Jason Brown up here. What's up, Jason?
No, you could definitely respect Mr. Winters for that. He'd be 10 tones down. He don't hide his face.
So Shaw just didn't want to come up here.
It's just it ain't. It's just at the end of the day, it's all just opinions. It's all just YouTube. Not that deep. I know guys take it so literal, so deep. They want to call it.
No, Mr. Winters. It has to be deep for you because for you to type in L4-6 Bron or however you type LeBron's name, and you do it so consistently, like you have it saved in your copy and paste toolbar or something.
It is, yeah,
it is deep.
It's in there.
So what I'm saying is deep for you.
No, it's just it's a clever. It's a little bit of a clever play, a little bit of a troll on his name, you know, and it gets attention and it bothers the bronzexuals, man.
Yeah,
so.
But it don't bother people though.
Clearly.
How does having 4 championships? Why would that bother me if I got 4 championships?
No, I'm not saying it bothers the bronzexuals because they get
like who does it bother? Tell me one person that it bothers.
And come on, you see when I show up in the chat, I can just say, "What's up, Lamont?" Everybody, oh, there goes Zesty Winter. There goes that bitch.
Okay, no, that's you. No, what I'm saying is when people say I'm talking about LeBron's finals record. When people say LeBron's 4-6 in the finals, like I just said it. How does that bother anybody to say that somebody has 4 NBA championships?
It shouldn't, but some people get upset about it. I don't know. I keep saying I'm not saying LeBron.
Mr. Winters, LeBron fans don't get upset when you talk about his finals losses. They get upset when you try to lie or spin a narrative out of context about why he lost or trying to diminish his greatness because he lost. That's why LeBron James fans get upset. They don't care that he lost, bro.
It doesn't. I mean, I don't think it takes away from his greatness either. But he just has his place. He's not above Jordan. He's not above Kobe, in my opinion.
And that's your opinion, bro. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that. It's just when you start to lie, bro. Like that's the thing, man. You can have your opinion, but when you start to lie about stuff.
But where you rank somebody, like I don't really see. Here's the one thing I noticed between like LeBron and Jordan fans. LeBron fans don't care where Jordan fans rank their players. But it seems like Jordan fans are solely and 1,000% invested in where LeBron James fans have LeBron James ranked. And if they got LeBron James at 1, then there becomes this war of attrition of why you got him at 1 and he's forced. And that's where y'all came up with all these crazy terms. And he did this bad and he did this bad and he did this bad and he did this bad. And y'all ran down this list of all the negatives and as many negatives as you can find, as if most players in NBA history don't have a career full of negatives. If we really wanted to list them all,
because it's what it is it's putting it at the okay. Compared to the average NBA player, 4-6 is a really good record. But when you want to compare them to the greats, you got to start challenging that because in the finals you play the best teams, and when you played against the best teams at their best.
So let me ask you a question.
You have lost more times than you won.
How many people?
So it's difficult to put you above guys.
You're right. So my question to you is this: how many people in your top 10 have gotten to the finals 10 times?
Bill Russell, 1.
Hold on, but I thought you said a lot of people were able to do it.
What do you mean?
Okay, so LeBron James is 4-6 in the finals. To me, that tells me LeBron got to the finals 10 times. So if getting to the finals 10 times is common for the players in your top 10, who in your top 10 outside of Bill Russell have gotten to the finals 10 times?
You might have. I didn't say it was common. I didn't say that. I said that when you have a 6-loss record in your NBA finals and you lost more times than you won against
listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Because losing more times in the finals hasn't really been that big of a deal because Wilt has a losing record in the finals and nobody runs around saying 2 and 4. So what I'm saying to you is I'm saying when did getting to the NBA Finals 10 times, who in your top 10 has ever done that?
Only one, Bill Russell.
Is getting to the finals 10 times, is that not great? Is it not an accomplishment that only maybe a handful of the greats have ever done as the number one player every time he's
It's
went?
great, but how great is it?
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. It's so great. So what I'm saying is, if it wasn't that great, then everybody would have done it. The reason why we know things are great at the NBA level is because only a few guys can do it. Like when Oscar averaged a triple-double. How do we know that was great? Because wasn't nobody really running around averaging no goddamn triple-doubles. How do we know what Kareem did was great when he scored all them points? Because it took damn near 40-something years for somebody else to goddamn catch him. So when we know something is great, it's because don't nobody else really do it that much. It's hard to do.
Can we put context to it, though?
So what I'm saying to you is when did getting to 10 NBA Finals, when did that not become great to you?
It is great, but I have to put context to it. Yes, how did you get to the NBA Finals? You were in a very weak conference with a super
So
team.
now you want to use context. That's funny.
We can use context
you were
all across
calling
the
it
board.
excuses for LeBron when
No,
you're
ain't no
calling it a
excuse for
loss.
nothing.
Hold on.
Is it not a fact in what?
Hold on. Okay, so I like the fact that you went to weak conference.
Uh-huh.
So the problem with you using weak conference is that you now have to use weak conference for everybody.
Cool, fine. Let's
hold
do
on, Mr. Winters. Because you said Jordan was your GOAT.
Yeah.
Mathematically, Jordan played, this is not feeling wise, mathematically, net rating wise, record wise, Jordan played in the weakest NBA of any 10-year stretch in NBA history. They had the most 60 lost teams in NBA history, and there were 5 years in the 90s where 20% of the league lost 60 games. It is mathematically, by record and by net rating, the weakest era of basketball in NBA history. Where do you use that to penalize Michael Jordan, since he played in not just a weak West or a weak East, but his NBA is looked at as the weakest of all time based on the teams he faced in that era?
That's an opinion, and that can be discussed.
Not an opinion, that's fact.
No, according to you. Everybody don't feel that way.
No, hold on. Listen to what I said. This is not according to me. I said, mathematically, by record, the 90s has the most 60 lost teams in NBA history. And there were 5 years in the 90s where 20% of the teams, not 10 or 5%, 20% of the teams lost 60 games. There was the biggest disparity between good teams and bad teams in the 90s because it had the most 60-win teams, but it also had the most 60 lost teams because the top teams just beat up on the bottom so much. So mathematically, and then when you go to the net rating, right? When the net rating ranks teams, it has the weakest teams in NBA history in the 90s. Yet you glorify and bloviate Michael Jordan up to the top, even though it has been mathematically proven he played in the sorriest 10-year stretch in NBA history.
That doesn't prove it anything. It doesn't. That's just you saying stuff. Because you can look at it. You can
Lamar
make the case
actually
for both
brought facts, bro. You're the one that literally just.
So are you telling me, Mr. Winters, that 60 lost teams aren't trash?
They don't play in the playoffs.
60 lost teams help bloviate your record to help you get into the playoffs.
Yes, but then when you get into the playoffs, you're playing against the top teams.
No, all you're doing is you're playing against top teams that played against a bunch of trash to get there.
Okay, well, you can make that argument. LeBron played a lot of sub 500 teams that were in the first round. Didn't he?
Hold on. Okay, but mathematically, who played against the most 60 lost teams? Jordan or LeBron?
In the regular season?
Who played against the most 60 lost teams? Jordan has played teams with losing records in the first round of the NBA playoffs multiple times.
So has LeBron.
Losing records.
Super team. And LeBron's had way more help.
When did LeBron play a team with a losing record in the first round of the playoffs?
Charlotte had a losing record when he was on the Heat. I believe. I think the Pistons had a losing record that year when he 2010 when he was with the Cavs. I gotta look at it. I gotta look at it.
Jordan, out of the top 15 players, Jordan has played more teams in the playoffs with losing records than most players have.
Okay.
So if the 90s is statistically the worst era in basketball history, then why don't you penalize Jordan for playing in such a trash time?
That again, that's you. You get on any other panel, and they will refute. They will take that apart.
Then refute it. Refute it. Then tell me.
I don't have it in front of me. I don't have it in front of me.
No, what was you refuted with?
They refuted with facts. I didn't look it up. I'm not looking it up right now.
Okay, can you refute it with other teams that were? Can you refute it with other teams in the 90s that were dynasty teams? Can you refute it with other teams in the 90s that were? Hold on. Can you refute it with other teams in the 90s that were championship-laden teams? What can you refute it with?
It was only one team in the and that was a championship-laden team, and that was the Bulls. They were just that much better than everybody else.
Why?
LeBron was never a part of a dynasty.
What context to it? Why? Why were they that much better?
Because they were that much better. Nobody could beat them.
Why?
Because Michael Jordan and the Bulls were just better.
No. See, we know it wasn't just Michael Jordan, because when all things were equal in the 80s, everybody beat Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Why was Michael Jordan so unbeatable in the 90s?
Because he got better. He became that guy. Larry Bird.
Michael Jordan was, by a lot of people's standards, Jordan was a better player in the 80s than he was in the 90s. What changed in the 90s to where Jordan became this great winner?
I don't know who you be talking to, but
hold on. We watched for almost 8 years. Jordan lost to the Pistons consistently, the Bucks consistently, the Cavs consistently, the Celtics consistently. He lost to everybody consistently. He never had a winning record in the NBA without Scottie Pippen. He never won a playoff game without Scottie Pippen. He was the epitome of losing in the 80s.
Okay.
Nobody
and
feared, hold on. This narrative that people feared him, no one feared him in the 80s. They actually invited the Bulls because they knew the Bulls and Michael Jordan-led Chicago Bull team, they were food in the playoffs. Jordan would just do all the scoring. No one else would touch the ball, and they could easily walk into wins because that's how Jordan by nature was just a losing player.
You're talking to a guy.
Let me ask you one question.
Talking to somebody.
Let me ask you. My next question to you
Jordan
would be this.
was not a winner in the 80s.
My next question to you would be this: since everybody learned how to win from somewhere, who taught Jordan how to win? Since learning how to win is this big thing, did Jordan just magically learn how to win, or did his team just magically get better?
Two things can be true at the same time.
Who taught him how to win?
You got with the right coach. You got with the right people.
What player taught Jordan how to win?
I don't know. I don't push that narrative. I go by what people said. LeBron.
Hold on. You do push that narrative.
I don't. No, I
don't. Push the narrative that players
stop holding everything, Stephen.
You
stop
just
holding
said that earlier.
Stop grouping people, Lamont. Stop grouping me to everything Stephen A says. I don't like Stephen.
You just said that.
I said that LeBron said it.
Who taught Jordan how to win?
I never said anybody taught him how to win.
Okay, so when did he start winning?
He started to win when it all came together for him in the 90s.
And what specifically happened in the 90s that opened the floodgates for him to start winning?
Everything started clicking at the right time. Pippen.
So everything started clicking, or did everybody else just get worse?
What do you mean? What do you mean by everybody else getting worse?
Okay. Did every team in the league get worse?
What do you mean by that? Record wise, what do you mean?
What did the expansion and the expansion drafts do to every team in the league?
Oh my! We went with that narrative of expansion drafts of expansion teams.
No.
So it watered down. So you're saying it watered down teams.
Where's the winners? It's not me that said it though. So when Larry Bird said it, when Jerry Sloan came out and complained to the league about them not being able to improve the Utah Jazz, he said it. So when Jerry Sloan goes to the league and basically says, y'all keep using draft compensation picks taking our draft picks, giving them to the expansion teams. They can get better, but we can't. How are we supposed to compete with the Bulls? They had to run it back with the same team back-to-back years to try to compete with the Bulls with literally no improvements. Same result, no improvements.
So by that same logic, when you got everybody forming super teams, then you're taking away their talent and their stars and getting them all on one or two teams. That works down the league, don't it?
Who's everybody forming super teams?
In 2011, all those guys that got together and formed those teams, those guys, everybody with the Chicago.
That's one team.
No, that's not one team. Chicago formed a big three.
Hold on.
Eventually, the Clippers formed a big three.
Hold on. First of all, they were put together. The Lakers already had their squad. The Celtics already had their squad. There were plenty. There was a plethora of talent to go around. So there was no depletion of talent by two players joining one team. If you remove LeBron, Wade, and Bosh from the NBA, you could still find superstars riddled all around the NBA at that time, because you still had the Celtics, you still had Kobe and the Lakers, you still had superstar talent all sprinkled all around the league. If you go to the 90s, and you remove Michael Jordan, you have nothing left but Akeem Olajuwon.
Okay, so that's what you said is not true.
That's the weakest era of all time.
No, that's your opinion. That's what you want.
Okay, then do this. This is what I tell everybody. We'll end on this one. If you can do this, Mr. Winters, we'll end on this. Tell me how great the 90s was without mentioning Michael Jordan.
Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley,
Carl. I didn't say name names. I said tell me how great it was without mentioning Michael Jordan. Talk to me about it. Talk to me about the 90s.
I love it. The 90s was a very good. The defense, it was more physical. It was more competitive. There was more parity. Without Michael Jordan, you get a different team every year, not the same teams every year. That's what I thought. A lot of guys, Reggie Miller, Charles, they would probably all have championships if Michael Jordan wasn't around.
Okay, so give me the great narratives, the great the storylines. Like talk to me. The memorable moments.
I mean, about what? I mean, Michael Jordan was there, so I can't. He was there, so I can't tell you what it would have looked like without him. He was there.
Okay, so tell me about the 1.5 years when Jordan was gone. How great was the league? Talk to me about what's going on those years.
It was still competitive. Hakeem was one of my.
Talk to me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me about the East those years.
So then you look at guys like, okay, you got Ewing, get Barkley, and all those guys have a chance now.
You're telling me names. I said, give me storylines, narrative. What was going on in the league when Jordan retired those 2 years? Talk to me about the league.
The league was tough. It was defensive, and it was competitive.
Okay, get stories, narrative. What was going on?
Dude, it was 30 years ago, bro.
did any new players rise out the mud and become all-stars? Anything?
They had a lot of guys that they had the one guy, Baby Jordan, they thought was coming. They had Grant Hill, who emerged, and they thought he would be the next guy. They had Shaq breaking rims and all that type of stuff.
Are you talking about Harold Miner?
You know what I'm saying? They would call him Baby Jordan because he won a dunk contest. We talking about Shaq was breaking rims and all that type of stuff. And you had Grant Hill come out, guys like that. It was the 90s was pretty packed, man, with good talent. I think Tracy McGrady was a rookie at the time.
You're still naming names. I said, talk to me about what was going. Like, for example,
Shaq breaking rims.
Hold on, I'll give you a good story about the 90s. The NBA Finals was so boring, they cut away from the NBA Finals to show the O.J. Simpson car chase. That's a good story from the night. Talk to me about the years when Jordan was gone. Give me.
They cut away. Boring doesn't mean it wasn't competitive, and it wasn't. And
it wasn't competitive. No,
it was competitive.
Boring means nobody watched, and that's how we know it wasn't competitive.
If nobody watched, how do you know it wasn't competitive? How does that sound? Just because it's boring doesn't mean it wasn't competitive.
Okay, so what teams made it competitive? What teams made it competitive in the West?
Shoot, the Knicks, the Pacers, the
West,
the Suns. The Suns made it competitive. The Jazz.
The Suns in 95 and 94.
The Houston Rockets, the Sonics. They were all good. They were all good teams.
The Sonics.
Shoot me. I'm about to go to the hospital.
Mr. Winters, man, you don't even know about the 90s, man. That's crazy.
However
most Jordan fans don't know about the 90s, man.
Sonics team.
The 96 Sonics?
No. He said no. He's talking about the 94, 95 Sonics. He said they was killing that year.
That was trash.
It's 30 years ago, man. And all y'all is in front of computers looking it up right now. So stop.
No, we not.
No, these other dudes. I'm talking about the other dudes. Why they always?
I'm not even in front of a computer,
What are
bro.
you
I'm
talking
on my
about?
phone chilling.
I just asked a
We're
question.
gonna leave Mr.
I asked the question, Mr. Winters.
I told y'all the 90s. I told y'all the 90s is the least competitive era of all time. All you have to do.
No, that's not.
Playoffs,
That's
all you have to do to make the playoffs is beat all the 60 lost teams because there was plenty of them to beat.
And all you had to do was LeBron was form a super team and go to the weak conference.
Yeah, but
the
only reason you form super teams is to beat other great teams.
So you form super teams to beat teams that are not.
For example, if for example, if LeBron, first of all, there's nothing. Never in basketball history has been joining a good team been looked at as a negative. It just seems like because when we go through NBA history. When Moses Malone did it, we was all for it. When Charles Barkley did it, we was all for it. When Dr. J was a part of it, we was all for it. When the Boston Celtics did it, we was all for it. All right.
They weren't the face of the league.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. It don't matter who it is. So what I'm saying is we've been all for good teams getting better until LeBron does it. And most of the hate just came from fans mad because LeBron didn't go to their team. Like the Knicks, this guy with the Knicks. You know how mad the Knicks was that LeBron didn't go to the Knicks? That's where everybody
they was pissed.
Was
they were super pissed.
So the hate stemmed from people mad because Bron didn't come to their team. Now, obviously, you're gonna have hate out of Cleveland because they mad that they lost them. But at the end of the day, y'all don't care. Hold on, Mr. Winters. I know y'all don't care about the super teams because when the Boston Celtics put together their big three, I didn't hear this.
Oh, they ain't nothing about
that. And then when that big three beat up on LeBron James, I didn't hear about.
You really didn't hear about it then.
So at the end of the day, when you hear if it really is about super teams, you would have complained about it when the Boston Celtics put theirs together. If it was really about a big three, then you would tear down KG's championship, basically calling it fraudulent, and you don't. And Paul Pierce and them. So what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, you don't care about super teams. You only care about the teams LeBron is on. That's a fact.
No, because at the end of the day.
So where's your smoke for the Boston Celtics big three? Because they're on record saying that they came together because that was their way to combat LeBron James.
No, that's not what they said. They didn't say that.
Yes, they
Shannon
did.
Sharp said that. Shannon Sharp said that, and y'all
no. I got the clip. I played it on this channel. It was KG and Paul Pierce talking on their show. So I can play it. I can go find it and dig it up and play it.
Man, come on. You know they stop, man. You know they didn't say it when it happened. You can't rewrite history. If you want to make something.
Hold on, Mr. Winters.
Nah,
was
bro.
It a big three or not?
Yes, it was a big three.
Was it a super team?
Yes.
Why didn't you complain about it?
I didn't complain about it at all.
Why?
I didn't complain about any super team. I just said that's what happened.
Hold on. Why did you not complain about the Celtics super team getting put together?
I didn't complain about any super team.
So why are you complaining about LeBron's?
I'm not complaining about LeBron. What I said was that's an easy way to get to the finals. Form a super team in a weak conference.
No, it's not. No, hold on. Mr. Winters, it is a fact that the majority of so-called super teams throughout NBA history that have gotten put together don't make an NBA final. That's a fact. All the teams and the super teams that we want to define, and I know a lot of people loosely define what a super team is, but if you're talking about a so-called big three or three all-star caliber or however you want to define it, the majority of them don't win it all, and the majority of them don't make a final. Like when Barkley got together on the Houston Rockets with Clyde Drexler and Hakeem Olajuwon, that by definition was a super team. They failed, they flopped, they didn't win nothing. There's been plenty of them. Y'all just don't care. And most of them don't win it all because it's really an unnatural formula to win. Your team is unbalanced and you're going to be lacking somewhere. So at the end of the day, man, y'all got to stop pump faking on these super teams, man.
Yeah, it's all just cap.
Hold
Because
on.
at the end
Looking
of the
out,
day,
hold on. G Life says that the Houston Rockets were old. All right, I'm gonna show you their ages.
Hold
Because
up. Which Rockets?
hold on. When they got Charles Barkley.
I think that was 98, 99.
Yep, I'm about to pull up the roster. Okay, hold on. All right, I got it right here. When they got Scottie Pippen. Yep, 98, 99. Hold on, where's it at? Damn, this don't show their ages. So Scottie Pippen was in his 11th year. That sounds like his prime.
What season?
This was 98, 99.
Oh, so Scotty was.
Let me get their ages.
Scotty
Hold on, here it is right here. Barkley was 34. Hakeem was 35. And Pippen was
33.
Pippen was 33. 34, 33, 35. Now that's old. Because we got Steph Curry still in the league at 37 cooking. We got Bron still in the league at 40 cooking. All right. Now that's old.
Bron won a championship at 37.
He says 36 in 1998 is not the same. Why is it not the same? 36 is 36. Just because Yao stars of the 90s completely shut down when they turned 30 and stopped working out and stopped working on their game and got fat and sloppy don't mean it's not the same. The only difference is the players today are so dedicated to their craft that they stay in shape, they keep working out, and they stay locked in.
Yeah, if the allegations are to be believed, from what Gil be saying, a lot of them was on steroids, so they didn't really have the proper work ethic to even last in the NBA.
Well, I mean, everybody has these things. People try to make it seem like in the 90s was some ancient era where guys couldn't have no longevity. That's a lie. They could. It's not my fault that they shut it down after 30 and just start drinking and getting fat. Look at Charles Barkley. What did Pippen say about him? Pippen did not say Barkley was old. Pippen said Barkley was a fat slob. That's his exact words. And the motherfucker wouldn't stop eating. So at the end of the day, was Barkley old or he couldn't stay out of Dunkin' Donuts? Which one was it?
Yeah,
because
no work
Pippen
ethic.
went on to Portland and still has some good years even in Portland on a bad back.
Like what tickets say, cheesecake over teammates. That's what Barkley was.
But when Barkley gets fat and sloppy, they don't kill him like they kill Zion Williamson, or they don't kill him like they try to kill Luka or Jokic.
And James
Barkley
Harden
get fat and sloppy. Oh, it's okay. He didn't win no championships. It's okay. He just fat and sloppy because he over 30. That's not how it worked. When I did my video and I pointed out all of the fat, out of shape, sloppy power forwards and centers, y'all was looking crazy.
Harden was in the MVP conversation when he had the fat suit on, quote unquote.
Man, these people are crazy, man. They just
traded
make stuff up. They pick and choose what super teams. The only super teams they count are the super teams that are successful. Right? If your super team not successful, they pretend as if it didn't happen. They act like LeBron's the first one to join up and create a good team when Boston was doing it all the time. How do you think Robert Parrish got to the Celtics? Robert Parrish was a top 2 center in the league for the Golden State Warriors. He told the organization, man, I don't want to sit here trying to win a championship with y'all for the rest of my career. I want to go play with Larry Bird. What did they do? They traded him to play with Larry Bird.
Dennis Johnson, didn't Dennis Johnson go to the Celtics too?
No, but what I'm saying with Robert Parrish was in his prime. He was a rookie. He just won Rookie of the Year. And even after his Rookie of the Year, he didn't stay and try to grind it out. That man demanded a trade. He said, I want to play with Larry Bird. I'm not trying to do it by myself. He said that exactly. But you don't never hear these narratives about the Celtics creating some super team or trading for the best player in the league and doing all this stuff. If you let Celtics fans tell you, Robert Parrish got drafted to the Celtics. If they tell you, they'll try to make it seem like it's been all organic. Kevin McHale, organic, when it wasn't. This stuff wasn't organic.
Yeah, KD's really the only one that gets smoke for going to a good team like that. Like LeBron does too, but like KD joined like an already good team. But there's been plenty of examples of this in NBA history, but he's really the only one that gets to smoke like that.
The problem with this is that it's all comes down to it's this weird media and fan standard that makes players want to do this. If the standard is to win championships and that's what you define my legacy on, then I'm going to go win championships. So now guys are basically saying, all right, well, I'm going to go win some championships. And then when they go win championships, now they've moved the goalposts. Well, it's not winning championships. It's how you win the championships.
Mm-hmm. You got to win in this specific way, or you got to win like Jordan and Kobe did. Which it's so, like I said, Jordan and Kobe fans are bad for basketball.
Even if you win it the right way, look what they do to Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic
and Jason Tatum
on one team, getting it out the mud. He could get traded anywhere he wants and win championships. But look at how they talk about Nikola Jokic. Oh, he's stat padded. Oh, he fat. Oh, he can't play their defense. So even when a player sticks around, look at what they do to Draymond Green. Draymond Green could have easily been off the Golden State Warriors, switched to another team. Draymond Green's just been with the Warriors. They don't respect Draymond. Many of these Jordan fans say Draymond's not even a Hall of Famer. He's a 4-time champion, possibly defensive player of the year this year, former defensive player of the year, consistently all defensive team. They don't give him no flowers. They just talk about the fact that he can't make threes, and they just denigrate him.
Same shit they do to Rodman.
All these guys that try to do it the way that 90s players want it done, they still talk shit on them. And so it don't matter. Look at Steph Curry. Look at Steph Curry. Steph Curry's been on one team, 4 championship before KD, with KD, and after KD. He's literally hit every benchmark, every standard to potentially be top 10. And what do 90s fans say? Nah, he can't be top 10, man. He ain't that good, man. All he do is shoot threes.
He can't handle our physicality.
It don't matter what you do. They gonna cry and complain about something. You can stay on the team. You can move teams. You can get a player traded to your team. It don't matter. They will make up shit just to cry, man. And it's just a fact now. They will, like I say, biggest crybabies in basketball. We got plethora of players in this era to use as an example, and they literally cry about all of them. You can't tell me one player in this era that they really give props to. They tried to give Anthony Edwards props. And when they said he looked too close like Jordan, all the 90s fans turned on Anthony Edwards. Now he's trash. Now he shoot too many threes.
That narrative switched up so quick. I knew it would too.
The next player they're going to do it to is SGA.
Yep.
Because SGA is starting to get into that threshold where he is looking too close to some of the greats. And when those comparisons start kicking in, you know what they about to start saying? Oh, they already really starting it. Oh, he foul baiting. He foul baiting. That's what they're going to say.
He a fraud.
Yeah. Hold on, we got Herman here. He said, Mr. Winters didn't hold nothing, Mr. Hollywood Herman. What did he say? All he did was a walking contradiction, but Hollywood Herman, we know you're just going to agree with the side of nonsense just to be on the flip side of things. You can't tell me one good point that he made. It makes no sense. But Hollywood Herm, I don't think you would really understand what he was talking about if you weren't here from the beginning. And so when you hear all the nonsense that led us down this line of logical conclusions, maybe you would understand better. You probably should just rewind the stream. And I'm not about to sit here and debate with Mr. Winters. There's no debate to have. I can't debate with somebody that you can't debate with a hater. Because a hater is just going to debate with narratives. I mean, look at the
he going. My bad, bro. But he said he was going to twist literally all your logic and use Skip Bayless and Stephen A. talking points, pretty much.
That's all.
That man ain't twist nothing but a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's nasty work, period, point blank. Man, these guys, LeBron derangement syndrome, you had that perfectly correct.
BDS.
It's a damn shame. I'm glad the Lakers won today, though, man. You shut these haters up. They're going to be scrambling on these YouTube streets for the next couple of days until the Lakers play again on Tuesday, right?
Yeah, and then the man had the nerve to say. That LeBron got hurt against Boston on purpose. I was done after
But
that.
that's
I
the
didn't say
stupid
one.
stuff that they say. They're willing to say any. And see, the thing is, when you're a hater, you don't have to be factual. You can just say stupid stuff.
Yep.
And just hinge onto stupid talking points because you don't have to justify it or back it up with any facts because you just holding on, you just talking stupidity. So he can say something like that, and when he gets caught in a corner, he'll just back out of it and be like, "All right, y'all call me," and then try to move on like it wasn't nothing. Like we pointed out with a couple things he did, and he was like, "All right, you got me on one thing," but
and the
just like, bro,
Cavs team, the 07 Cavs team. Oh my gosh, I didn't.
Bro, they were a trash team, man. That's all it
Bro,
was.
as soon as he started talking about how Braun was getting covered, single coverage, I literally had to put the game on my other phone just to watch it. I was like, bro, I'm literally watching this game in the first quarter. Every time this nigga get the ball, the only time you see one person guarding him is if they move in the drop because they got 3 people waiting on Braun in the paint. And we all know he's streaky shooter. You know, that's not something LeBron fans going to shy away from admitting. In 07, you know, he wasn't a good shooter. So when they got him in the drop coverage, all he could do is just pass the ball or try to shoot.
Hey, Get Down just made a good ass point right here. This is funny as hell. He said LA is a bad matchup for OKC, which is true. He said OKC is a bad matchup for Denver, which is true. He says Denver is a bad matchup for LA, which is true as well. This shit, that's how you know it's all about matchups. Get Down. It's just all matchups.
Styles make fights, even in the NBA.
I think we got Denver this year, though.
I think we can too, but it's just again, if you LA,
because they're like a depth.
It's just like you ain't trying to see Nikola Jokic.
I don't want to see him in the first
round. Not 3 years in a row. I'd rather see that nigga get knocked out by somebody else. If Bron can do it, then that'd be cool.
No,
as a LeBron fan, that would be nice. But
if you can avoid like Jokic, like people just don't want to give Jokic his flowers.
They don't, especially the OG.
Jokic is in his prime. Jokic is the best player in the league.
Yeah,
that man dropped a 61-point triple-double.
He just had a 45-point triple-double tonight.
Yeah,
they lost, but he was killing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, man, oh man, I wouldn't want to see Jokic.
I don't like that nigga, but he's doing his thing, man.
He says, Lamont, you a Laker fan now? I thought you was a Blazer fan. No, just because I talk about the Laker game don't mean I'm a Laker fan. I just like good basketball games. That was a good basketball game today. I mean, we seen a team yet this year keep SGA away from the free throw line like the Lakers did tonight? 0 free throws? Shit.
That was amazing. That defense was amazing. They got that clip out right now, Rui guarding SGA. And SGA trying to foul bait him, but he keep his hands down, keep his feet planted, so he ain't had no choice but to pass the ball. But you could tell from his body language, he was getting ready to jump in if he had baited on that. So, you know, it was just nice to see. It's nice to know that the Lakers got some good coaching staff and that our players are coachable. You know, like around this time of the year, last year, we started losing Darvin Ham, and, you know, we saw how the coaching staff just wasn't connecting with the players. So it's good to see going into the playoffs that we're not having that issue.
Yeah. But I still even put that on LeBron because I think they checked out on Darvin Ham because it'd be different.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd be a little different if I could honestly say Darvin Ham was a trash coach. But the fact that I know Darvin Ham is an elite basketball mind, and I noticed because the playbook he created is copycatted on almost every NBA team. Like the fact that he created a offensive system that's named after him, it's hard for me to just sit back and think he's just a basketball dummy. So I just think that they just checked out on him and they just wasn't rocking with his voice and his message, you know.
You heard what Patrick said.
What'd you say, brother?
It happens.
What Patrick Beverly said about Darvin Ham experience when he was on the Lakers.
Oh, yeah.
He said he wanted to know what the X and O's was, and he talking about he's giving us motivational speeches.
Yeah, he just wasn't the right coach for the Lakers, especially when you got somebody who's played cerebrally like LeBron does. Like,
but that come from an assistant,
you're right.
too. Because that come from assistants. Because your breakdowns like that, that's supposed to come from your assistants. And like, what are you gonna do? Go to Phil Handy?
Yeah.
Yeah, facts.
What if
Still
Atlanta
hand.
teach you how to dribble better? Come on, man, stop.
Man. I mean, I knew they was gonna have problems, man.
Hey,
That first game, you got Bron mic'd up talking about, this is gonna be a long season, and telling these niggas that they could put him at the point guard position. They sitting there trying to limit his minutes. They lost that game because they decided to take LeBron out. What was it exactly? Well, he played like 20-some minutes, 25, 26 minutes. I'm like, why are you taking him out the game? It's a winnable game. And, we just lose. Like, it was stuff like that. Aside from like the lineup stuff that he was doing with Torian Prince, they're just, I don't know. It's hard for me to say that he was a good coach. I get what you're saying, Lamont, as far as like him being like basketball astute, but I just don't think he could really be a coach, like a head coach at least.
Yeah, he probably wasn't ready to be I think they might have grabbed him a year or two too soon for being a head coach. And I just think he wasn't ready, especially for the Lakers too.
He's always been an assistant coach to me.
And that happens sometimes. Sometimes your number gets called too soon. And you gotta, because I forgot who that happened to. Man, there was another coach that happened to. Was it Mike Brown? It might have been Mike Brown.
Mike Brown was young. Yeah, he was young when he became the Cleveland coach.
Yeah, Mike Brown was a bit too early. Like even he himself admitted that it was a bit too early for him to be coaching somebody at LeBron's level.
I think with the NBA today,
that would work.
The way players are, the younger coaches are just gonna have more success.
Yeah, that would work.
If you connect with the younger group a little bit better, you're gonna have more success just because you connect with them. And that's why the younger coaches are doing it. Let me look at the younger coaches. Shit, because Bickerstaff a little bit younger, doing better.
Oklahoma
Atkinson, a little bit younger. OKC coach. Who else? He's doing better. JJ Redick obviously doing better. All the young guys, all the younger coaches. And when I say younger, I'm talking, I would say like 50 and under. 50
like Ime Udoka's age, maybe.
Yeah, Ime Udoka probably on the top end of that younger side.
The Memphis guy, even though they fired him, the Memphis coach.
They fired him for no reason. That was dumb as hell. Like
that was
man's about
crazy.
To get hired immediately. He about to get hired immediately.
Hey, what are your thoughts about that situation, Lamont? Like, why do you think that came about? Because that was just so out of nowhere.
I think it was a situation similar to Udoka. I think he might have just been fucking somebody in the front office and some bullshit happened. Because, bro, look, think about it. There is no basketball reason. I don't care if you didn't like his X's and O's. There is no basketball reason why you fire him at the time that you did. The only reason you fire him is if there was something going on behind the scenes to where you fear if it touches the media and he's still on your staff, it's going to look bad on you. So I just think we might have been doing an affair or something like that, and they just wiped the slate clean and said, fuck it. Because that is unheard of to fire your coach right before the playoffs. That's
right.
Playoffs.
It's like a death sentence going into the playoffs. Like you might as well
they ain't got nobody right now.
Yeah, you might as well your playoff, like they not beating them. Everybody wants to play Memphis in the first round.
Yeah, I do. I'm the Lakers.
Man.
It's a death.
It's just so crazy that they would do something like that, man. It's just it's like this season, bro, between the Luka trade and what's been going on with the players and the media, the Stephen A beef. Like this has been like a crazy year, bro. Like Bronny got drafted this year, bro. This year is bound to be crazy.
It ain't looking good for LA right now. It look like we finna be playing the Warriors for right now in the first round.
Yeah. I think we got the Warriors, bro. I don't really consider that loss that we had against them to be like some kind of outlier like the media tries to make it.
I don't want to see them in the first round. I need Minnesota or the Grizzlies to win a couple of these last games.
The Warriors just lost today.
Yeah, they just lost to Houston. They just lost to
Curry dropped
3
Curry
points.
dropped 3 points, bro. That's
10.
That's crazy, bro.
Similar to that Memphis game where he had like 2 points.
All right, y'all. I got to shut this one down. I would like to keep it going, but I got to shut it down. I got some stuff I got to do, but I appreciate y'all pulling up, sticking around on the panel, man.
Yeah, salute, Lamont.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had 2 wheels up here the whole time. 2 wheels, you on mute?
What's up, man?
What up, man? My bad. We didn't even get you in on the basketball talk, man.
Bro, I was trying to comment on that Mr. Winner stuff, man.
Oh, you saw he got up out of here quick though, man. He didn't want to stick around. But
Drew, Drew Gooding said it wasn't the best team, man. They was a bad team.
You said Drew Gooden said that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna have to go check that out, man. I'm gonna be live. I'm gonna be back live Tuesday. Hopefully I can get you to pull back up Tuesday, man. Yeah, your mic's a little low too.
I gotta get a new mic, man. My bad.
No, you good. But hey, look, no, your mic, it don't sound bad. Like we can still hear you, but it is a little low. I could probably turn your volume up a little bit from my end. So just make sure when I go live Tuesday night, man, if you could pull back up, I'm gonna make sure I get to you. That was my bad for today.
Is that?
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right, y'all, man. FYF Sports, man. Another podcast episode. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Good show. Lakers, man. Destroy the Thunder. There's a lot of people that are probably gonna be crying foul. They're gonna be probably saying it was the referees and all that, but matchups make fights, man. I told y'all, just not a good matchup for OKC. It's still it's as good as they are. It's still a roster with flaws. And the Lakers just kind of proved it. And kind of easy at that. They made it look easy. Swiss cheesed them. So we'll see if it bows and if it means anything going into the playoffs, or the Lakers could have probably tipped their hand and showed OKC what the game plan was too soon. Maybe they showed their cards too early. And OKC can start to make adjustments right now. You never know. So it is what it is, but we'll have to see. And there's going to be other playoff teams we're going to be addressing. The Boston Celtics, I mean, it's been kind of quiet over there with Cleveland. Nobody's really talking about those two teams, but those are both two contenders that we're going to have to start paying attention to. And then there's also some other teams. The Detroit Pistons, man, they're not getting much love. But they've turned things around over there. Bickerstaff, I mean, fired from Cleveland, goes to Detroit, completely changes everything around in one season with a few moves. So we got to talk about them as well. Yeah, Steph Curry 3 points today. That's nasty. I got to go check that out because I didn't even know that happened. But look, y'all, FYF Sports, another great podcast episode, y'all. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Let me give a quick shout out to the donors today. We had Sean Talks came through in the PayPal with a PayPal donation. We had that dude Chris with the $20 super chat. We had Ruddy Hood Sports, the $1.99 super chat. That dude Chris came back with another $9.99 super chat donation. And I appreciate you guys. I know it's a little bit of a hassle having to kind of go over the FYF Sports clips and do the super chat donation, but either way, it is much appreciated. So I appreciate y'all coming through, supporting the channel. We're gonna get these lives rocking a little bit more. This is the last week of my season coming up. So again, we're gonna go ahead and get out to Wisconsin, win this national championship. Hopefully come back and get another ring, y'all. That's the main goal. That got to be my focus until we shut the season down. FYF Sports, another great podcast episode, y'all. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Until then, it is FYF Sports, and we out.